Everyone Saranai Aryan Hansa, may I pay homage at your feet? Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Now we know that in this time also one can attain Nibbana, isn't it? Though we used to think that we have to wait till the next Buddha to be born and then only can see Nibbana, but it is not so. We thought like that for decades and decades. We thought that way because it was our ignorance. Because there was no one to show us the way. There was no one to tell us the way. So like a deer who is running after mirage, we ran everywhere. We were searching Nibbana. We knew that Lord Buddha said something called Nibbana. So we were searching and searching. Also we knew if one attains Nibbana, there's no rebirth. So there won't be a death either. So searching for Nibbana, if we think back, we did lot of meritorious deeds. We offered flowers, we did pujas, we went to various temples, listened to various sermons of various monks. So likewise, did lot of meritorious deeds. Also tried to refrain from doing anything bad, any bad deeds. Observed seal and listened to sermons given by various monks. So we did all this in the intention of attaining Nibbana, or see what is Nibbana. So we heard that you have to do this much of meritorious deeds. So we did all, and it was going on and on. So, but did we really knew that how much merits are left? Even nowadays, Buddhists do that, isn't it? Thinking that collecting merits will take them to heaven, higher planes. So even we thought that heaven is somewhere up above in the sky. And also if you do a bad deed, you will go down, where somewhere down in the earth. For generations and generations, this false view was going on and on. But the wonderful thing is, even after seeing true Dhamma, one can still worship Buddha, go to temple, do alms givings. But that's with the true feeling of it, not with the mind. So how can we become a real Buddhist? By chanting gathas, by merely worshipping at the temple, or by going to see the 3 places and worship where the Buddha Siddhartha, Prince Siddhartha was born, attended Super Wisdom and had Parinibbana. We did all that, isn't it? So, unless you meet a Kalyana Mitra or a noble friend, you will never know the truth. So, who is a Kalyana Mitra or a noble friend? A noble friend is the one who went through this path and shows us the way. He shows us the way out of this prison of illusion. In other words, noble friend is the one who will show you out of the way of this samsara. Noble friend, he knows your life story and he knows where your kamatana or karma is. He also knows exactly where you are stuck in this samsara, and he genuinely helps you to come out of that. But the thing is, he can only show us the way. It is our effort to come out of it. So now we know that chanting gathas, by chanting gathas you cannot be a Buddhist. Or by mere worshipping, no one can become a real Buddhist. By offering flowers daily or by observing Sil, no one can become a real Buddhist. Also, by reading Dhamma books, one cannot be a real Buddhist. By going to temples daily, giving almsgivings, going on pilgrimages, cannot become a Buddhist. By written on the birth certificate, one cannot become a Buddhist. So in simple words, as long as one is in the mundane world and in the wrong vision, one cannot become a real Buddhist. So now we know how to become a Buddhist. To become a Buddhist, those deeds are not enough. Sometimes we hear people say, we don't do any bad deeds. We don't trouble in others. So we don't need to know about these. So if we take someone who is observing Sil every month for every poya day, there they listen to a lot of Dhamma sermons about meritorious deeds, about 4 foundations of life, or Satara Satipatthana, or chanting about 4 noble truths, isn't it? How about their defilements? It is the same as last month, only gaining knowledge. So actually what happens, they think that Dhamma is somewhere and I am here who is listening to Dhamma. So in the mundane world thinking is that once you die physically, if you did a bad deed, your next birth will be in somewhere in a bad place. And if you did a good deed, you will be born in the heaven or in a good place. So actually, who is a Buddhist? Our noble friend Buddothpado says, a Buddhist is the one who has eradicated the birth or bhava nirodha. There is no rebirth again. So, isn't it the time to take this seriously? Whether we are real Buddhists, isn't it time to keep the knowledge down? Lord Buddha himself has said in Ani Sutra, a time would come in future that the whole society would be indulging in mundane rituals and offerings, Amisa Puja. Also, Lord Buddha said, in future, this Dhamma, the non-self, non-existing Dhamma will not be preached. So Lord Buddha has forecasted this in that time, which means about 3,000 years ago. And now it is actually happening, isn't it? So Lord Buddha said, keep the raft down. Raft is the knowledge. As long as you keep the knowledge in your head or knowledge in your mind, you can't open up to the feel. Because the feel is the thing which takes you to Nibbana. So also Lord Buddha said, be practical in Dhamma. Who sees Dhamma will see me. Lord Buddha said that. So there are so many things that people don't know until a noble friend comes along and show us the way out of this samsaric prison or out of this illusion. So our noble friend Buddothpado Aranmahansa reveals many things which was hidden from the world for a very long time. Actually, it was written in Tripitaka, but due to ignorance of the darkness, no one could get, or rather, no one could realize its hidden meaning. So, when I was searching for Dhamma, I used to buy Tripitaka books out of interest actually. It was some time ago. And I found this very specific, beautiful sutra. It was very interesting actually. It was the Vata Sutra. So it says, the wind does not blow, pregnant women does not deliver. I was actually stuck there. So I thought, how can it be? But there was no one to answer the question. So I tried to get the answer from everywhere. I couldn't until our noble friend Buddothpado explains about this in Vata Sutra, in one of the many sutras Aryan Mahansa has done. So since then, I used to listen to almost all the sutra sermons done by Aryan Mahansa. So if someone is really interested in Sutra Deshana, one can go to the website www.buddothpado.com website. There you can find lots of sermons which are very valuable. That's if you are really actually seeking Nibbana. So it is time to open our eyes. So when you know the pure truth only that day you will take refuge in Triple Gem for real. So until that time, whatever good merits you do, whatever alms you give, even if you observe Sil for every poor day, or even if you chant gathas and worship Lord Buddha daily, or even if you seek refuge in gods, go to temples and make vows, there won't be any help to get rid of samsara, the mirage, the illusion. You are in an illusion. So what did Lord Buddha say? See Dhamma and you will see me. Until then, until you see Dhamma, you are helpless. Until you see real Dhamma, you have lost Triple Gem, Theruvan Saranam. Actually, what happens when you see real Dhamma? Then you won't seek refuge in gods, will you? So how can one see this true Dhamma? So as I said, Lord Buddha said, be practical in Dhamma. Pratipadaven mapudanno viti. Which means, who is practical in Dhamma are the ones who is really worshipping me. That's what Lord Buddha said. So, as Aryan Mahansa always points out, Buddha is not a person. It's a state. It's a state of non-vibration. So, if you see Buddha's nature or Buddha's state of mind, certainly you will see Nibbana. So, actually this Buddha's state of mind, it exists in every mind. which means in your mind as well. But that means the non-vibration state. But recognize this is not easy. So this cannot be recognized by knowledge. It is only be felt. And more knowledge, what happens when there's more knowledge? More knowledge you gain, more ego at the same time. So this ego is none other than the self. This ego gives you an image of art. Say someone has lots of knowledge in Buddhism. He or she maybe read lots of Dharma books, and in a gathering he or she feels very important because he knows he can talk about any topic others discuss, isn't it? So you have to identify them. Identify this self or ego within yourself. More the knowledge, more the self. So it's important to identify this ego within ourselves. Say, for example, you are in a Dhamma discussion with few friends, and say you are talking about Abhidhamma. For example, then there could be someone who does not know what is it. Maybe there's another one who knows a little about it, and another person who he has gone to Abhidhamma class even. So obviously, if that person who went to Abhidhamma class is not seen the Arya Bhumi, will have the ego that I know Abhidhamma better than others. So when he explains, his ego arises, thinking that I know better than others, and thinks he is always right. He doesn't want others to talk about Abhidhamma at all, because he wants to be right. Always he has to be right. So likewise, this ego or self can come up in various ways. So Aryan Mahatsa says, identify when it comes up, because it could be anywhere at any time. This ego is nothing other than the defilements. Desires, hatred, ill will, jealousy, and so on. So, when in Dhamma path, one should identify this ego. This Dhamma path is not that easy, because we have to catch this hidden ego or self. And only once you catch this, you will know that you are in the correct path. Because this path is something that ego becomes less and less. It is, if we go deep and analyze, it's an vibration starting from the zygote itself. If we start from this childhood, so it shows in childhood as well, in early childhood. Typically between the ages of 2 and 4, when the duality or separate identity starts to form. Me, my, mine concept is created. So if we go back to the radiant mind, a child just born, does he have a self-identity? No, he does not have. He does not have ego, does he? No, he does not have an ego. His senses are working. Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and body. But he does not know even whether he is born or not, a girl or a boy. So a duality is not created. So the self is not created. The mind is not created yet. So which means the ego or self is not yet created. But as we talked about earlier, the existent field, it is there. The Shastava Swabhavya, which means the glue or the gum is there. So he is prone to get defilements. So what happens when the child goes to the Montessori? And once he begins to identify things, so by giving colors, sounds, and shapes, his world is created, isn't it? So first comes the water bottle, lunch box, a book or two, chair, desk, teacher, board, pencil, clay, toys, isn't it? So with that, also with the colors, it comes as red water bottle, blue book, yellow chair, red toy. So likewise, the colors, objects are created then and there. So imagine you are taking the baby in the cot to the same room. Will he know anything? He won't. He won't know any colors or any objects. But he will just look around very interested sometimes, isn't it? But at the Montessori level, the child, he will gradually come to know the colors and shapes and how to give names to the color. Chittena niyati loko. Now his world is created, isn't it? With colors, shapes, and sounds. So what happens after that? The duality is created. The I-ness is created. I am here who see things. I am here who hear things. I am here who smell things. I am here who tastes things. I am here who feels. Also, now the mind is created. So, I am here who is thinking. I am thinking. So, now you can see the duality is created. Then comes, this is my water bottle. Or the red water bottle is mine. I sit here. This is my chair. My yellow color chair. That is my teacher. And my teacher is wearing a blue sari. Likewise, later, the I-ness slowly begins to grow. The power begins to build up. A separate entity of a self is building up. So this stage is important because children starts to compare themselves. Likewise, say, my water bottle is better than yours. I can write better than you. Oh, I can sing better than you. I don't want to share my things with you. So likewise, the I-ness, me, my mind, concepts, ego is building up. So you see how the defilements are getting more and more powerful, which means the thoughts give the power. So imagine there is another child who is in the same class, who has less ego. He shares his food with friends, shares his pencil, likes to share the books, likes to share his friends. So here what I wanted to emphasize is that how the radiant mind with no defilements whatsoever is now starting to get defilements. So if we talk about the radiant mind, it's just like a pure white cloth, isn't it? So once the mind is created, the attachments or the disattachments also creates. So the more the outside world is real to him, for example, say a child has rich parents, so he must be coming to the school in a valuable car and wear expensive clothes. And so automatically the child's world is created that way. But also there are some children, even they are very rich, they like to associate with other children. For example, in our days, there was this book called Ambayalu, when a rich boy becomes friends with a poor boy, and how the family rejected their friendship. So if we go back to the Montessori level again, now the mind is created, duality is created. So this is the time which the suffering also starts. the radiant mind baby, did he know anything about suffering? He didn't. He knew only to cry when hungry, wet or hot, or smiles when he is full, tummy is full. We also came that way, isn't it? But what happens when the child grows up? Mind is created and the defilements starts. So this happens automatically. Desires, hatred, ill will, jealousy, and so on. Then, due to that, the suffering also starts. So the baby, the radiant mind baby, also had pain, but at the sense level, isn't it? He did not know where the pain is coming from the tummy or the leg or from a needle prick. He didn't know, but he felt something. He didn't know whether it's hot water or cold water. He felt something. He sees something. He hears something, smells something, but cannot identify what is it. So usually we used to take small babies to the temple, isn't it? And show a Buddha statue and say, this is Buddha Sadhu. Say Sadhu. But will he know anything? No, he won't. So, say we take the same baby maybe after 7-8 months. So he might say Sadhu with the hands, the worshipping positions. Because at that time we have taught the baby, the child, how to do it at home. So automatically it happens. But still he does not know what the meaning of it. He will just imitate the parents. And when we repeatedly do that, it will telepathize. This is Buddha Sadhu and I have to worship him again and again. Say the child is in the Montessori level. At that level, the child knows this is a Buddha statue and I should take off my slippers and I should worship. So what I wanted to highlight here is that once the mind is formed and the duality is created, the suffering which the baby didn't have with words or action, now it's slowly being created. It created automatically. The mental images or Chitta Rupa is created and the child will learn also accordingly with colors, shapes and letters, forms. So as we said, in the Montessori, as the duality is created, the suffering also starts. So, for example, say he loses the red water bottle, which is very expensive, but he does not know the value. But still he will cry, thinking over it. And he might want the same thing again. There's the attachment. So I have this experience, though I can't remember. My mother said, when I was about 5 years old, when we were going somewhere, I have seen this particular doll in a shop. Actually, I saw it in a shop. And I wanted it. And then I started to cry. And when my mother didn't buy it, I sat there in front of that shop. So somehow, actually my mother said she didn't have the money to buy it. So she had to borrow it from someone for to buy it. But so at that time, the attachment was so much to the doll that I didn't even notice how much trouble I gave my mother at that time. So likewise, this attachment and disattachment starts from an early age, isn't it? So this wrong vision of the self starts to grow up. But it depends on people also. What we have to understand here is that the mind gives us suffering. So unless we realize it, we can't get rid of it. We actually can't get rid of it. What we can do is to understand it. So if we analyze more about suffering, say adult, if we take a boy who wants a phone and the parents say, no, you can't have a phone, or you can't be friends with that particular boy or a girl, then also suffering. But if you look around, there are also people who will just let it go, actually not knowing Dhamma even. There are some people who don't take things seriously in life. So you must have encountered them in life. They just laugh and let it go. But there are some people who go on and on thinking, burning inside, talking inside, which goes on and on. So what happens? With that, they can't study. They lose jobs. They can't work in one place. They don't have stable relationships. Can go into depression and even commit suicide because of these thoughts. So to know this inside talking is also important, which means vitakka vichara in Sinhala. So we know that thoughts are happening automatically. We can't stop it. It goes on and on, non-stop. If we take an example, so I used to listen to songs before listening to Dhamma. So, and it happens that when I listen to a song, it repeats again and again in the mind, non-stop. it's not, I am not singing loudly, but it goes inside. And with the words and melody and everything. So it's how the Abhisankarana system works. So if you want to stop it, you can't do it. It comes more powerful. So once I started listening to Dhamma, I even didn't know it has gone. Now I can't even remember a song. But yes, even Dhamma also can get Abhisankarana. It's a system, so you can't help it. You can only understand the system. So going downstream or Anusotya, it's very easy because we just go with the thoughts. Because we cannot stop the thoughts anyway. But the Patisotya or the upstream, it's difficult. So what we have to know is we can't stop the mind. If we try to stop the thoughts, it comes more and more powerfully. So we have to use the mind, the same mind, to understand the mind. This Dhamma is actually to avabodhya midima, which means one can get free from thoughts only by understanding the thoughts. For that, you have to understand the system. So we were talking about the radiant mind, where the mind is not yet created. Then the Montessori level, where the mind is created by colors, sounds and shapes, and how the self is created with that, and the duality is created. So the feeling of existence which comes from the beginning, it also gets more powerful. That the feeling, the mother is there, father is at work, I am going to school, I have a pet dog at home, my house is there, I have a sister, and the sister is at home, I am sick, I have to take medicine, and so on. And also the defilements are also starting to create. This is my toy, I can't give it to you. This is my teacher, she is better than your teacher. Comparison, attachments, disattachments, all starts. Also jealousy. If the other student or other child has an expensive toy, or he comes in an expensive car, the jealousy starts. Hatred. Because of him, this happened to me. You are not my friend anymore. Likewise, hatred also starts. So fear of losing a parent, losing siblings, losing pets, because there are things they value now. It was not there in the radiant mind. He didn't know the value of it. And ill will, sometimes even children fight with each other, isn't it? For small things, maybe for a pencil, for a book, or a pen, and so on. Also desires. So, I must do better than him. I must get good marks and must become the first in the class. So, more and more thoughts are gaining power because of this existent field. So, this existent field and a life field is like two sides of a coin. So, the most interesting thing is that all these things happens automatically from the system. It happens repeatedly. So with that, the thoughts which comes automatically as well becomes more and more powerful. Etam mama. This is me. Me, my mind concept gets more and more powerful. It only started with the thought, isn't it? So, if the child grows up, when the child grows up, as a grown-up, he will want more and more things because the self is so powerful. So for him, anything is not enough in life. Money, power, flame, and they will do anything to get all these things. The thoughts are very, very powerful. So, Sabba Sankara. Thoughts are powerful, actions are powerful, and also words are powerful. But actually, all these are perceptions, sanya. So the existent feeling which came from the zygote itself, the vibration of the zygote, later with the wrong notion of self, converts to Atma Sanya, a life field. So the world is real for them. And they get the feel that the living being. So the car, the house, child, tree, lands, money, husband, wife, school. Then there is me, who sees all these things. That is the world. Me is so powerful. Me who sees it. Me who hears it. Me who smells it. Me who tastes it. Me who thinks. So what happens? So he can't die because everything is there. He can't leave it. So when he dies, he thinks that he is leaving everything behind, isn't it? The child, the money, all the investments, houses, cars. He thinks he is leaving all that when he is going to die. But actually, now we know it is all in his thoughts. He must have done a lot of good merits in his lifetime. But if he has not listened to true Dhamma, which means if he did not know how the world is created, and the world is created with his six senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. Even though he has done lots of good merits, he will be born accordingly, because the vibration power is still there. And we know that the 31 planes of existence is in a one vibration. So it all depends on the frequency of that vibration. So Aryan Mahansa asked this very important question: who are you? Are you the body? Are you the mind? So now we know it's neither. It's a power, your soul. So what happens when you understand this Dhamma? You understand that there was never a self. It is a power of a thoughts, a system. So if you genuinely want to stop this circle of samsara, or this samsaric journey, never-ending births and deaths, you have to stop this power, the vibration. But you have to know this cannot be done forcefully. That's why you can't do it with knowledge. This is practical Dhamma. So now we know that more knowledge gain more power to the thoughts, and this power will take you in the samsaric journey. So this feeling of existence and me also existing, that's the journey. So if you feel that the outside world is real, and then you are in the mundane world, because me also existing. So there's outside world, and I can't leave that world and die. So what happens? Once you see the system, then the power starts to diminish, and you don't feel the fire within. So it slowly dies down. Slowly the power will go down. Netam mama, neto hamasmi, nameto atta. Me, my mind concept diminishes, destroys. So this is our life story, and we should know about it, isn't it? So you have to feel that there is no self, and there never was. So as usual, we are so grateful to you, Aryan Mahansa, for giving us this beautiful Dhamma. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahansa, may I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
May Triple bless you all. Start the Samsamana. We worship Paranamse with so much gratitude. Buddothpado Paranamse is the first one to actually start these sermons, and we are actually listeners of the Dhamma. So I think it is very important that few things are cleared every day, or reminded in that case, because this Dhamma is very, it's very new, so it's like a new thesis, which you can forget very quickly. But this is actually not a thesis in that way, because this is something you have to feel as well. It's not just a knowledge. So one thing is, even though we feel like there's self, like there was a self, I was at, when I was 10, I did this, then after that I did this, like that. There's a story. At one particular moment, it's only one stimuli, one thought only. Initially in a baby, it is only, because the mind has not formed, it will be just the spark of the sensory function, which is felt as something because of the speed. It's very important, very, very important how to understand this non-form world. Non-form world means before the form, before the mind, before the perception. There's only a spark which is felt. That's why we call it vibration. It's just for an example, or a way to try and tell this, because this is not actually something to tell. This is something you feel. So that baby also feels, but there's nothing to talk, nothing to tell. There's no form to tell until there's forms in the mind. The mind, beginning of the mind is beginning of the perception. So the non-form world for the baby, it's just a spark, which is felt as something because of the speed. This has to be taken carefully. Every day I will repeat, so that everyone will not miss it when you come to the experience. Because if you don't experience an non-form world, there is no actually full Dhamma in it. The right vision is not stabilized until you actually feel that there is no self. You can't feel that while there is this vibration, the fuel behind the thought. So I'll repeat that. So before the formation of the mind, there was a time where the baby felt everything. If you have seen a baby, the baby can see, baby can feel, baby can hear, we can actually react also. But there is no view of self there, view of self-perception there. So they have all that, but that's because there's spark at each time, but then that spark is felt as a thing because it happens so fast. So it's not just one spark there. Because of the fast occurrence of the the spark, repetition of the spark, it is felt as a thing. Then slowly when the baby is getting bigger, the sparks, the spark of eye, the spark of ear, the spark of the touch, smell, the taste, they actually form kind of a new spark. It's not actually in any organ, kind of, it is just acting as a new spark. In physics, that is called kind of interference, where they kind of temporarily combine, and they can, it's created a new, a larger wave. It's not actually there, it acts as a new wave. So this new kind of new wave, or the kind of new spark which is happening, it actually acts as a new sensory organ with time, and this spark coming again and again, the mind spark or the thought. So if we check as the first one is the mother and second one is the father, the third one is the milk or something. Whatever the thought, it doesn't matter. Slowly baby starts to understand or detect things as how others are calling them. But even if there is no one telling them, we have talked about the Tarzan in the woods, the boy in the woods who had no exposure to human, just being brought up by monkeys, also has some kind of perception, self-perception. Because as soon as there's detection of the monkey, even though he doesn't know that it's a monkey, there's a detection of something. So that when the something is there, it doesn't need to give a name as such. Even if there's no name, there would be a perception with a no name. Or he might actually put something. Whatever the way the monkey shouts, maybe he will remember the monkey mother like that. That's how it works. So remember, there's no need for a language as such. Even the animals have the perception, self-perception. If you see an animal in front of a mirror, why do they jump into that? Is thinking that there is an animal, their perceptions are quite different, and also they have no perception that the mirror is a mirror. So it's very important to understand that perceptions itself is the awakening to this dream, not the awakening to the whole. So the baby is actually getting awakening to the self-perception now, because the dream has started. What is the dream? Chair, table, mother, father, sister, brother, house, bat, ball. Yeah, slowly the dream is settling in. When the dream is settling in, you are kind of in the dream, and 100% dream, whatever the dream points, the bat, if the bat is felt as a thing, it is you definitely feel the duality. There is someone who is actually seeing the bat. If someone hit you with a ball, as soon as you get hit, it's very easy to realize it's a ball. Imagine you're the baby, the child standing somewhere. Child is being hit by other brother with the ball, but he can't see that because he's turned the other way around. So as soon as brother throws the ball at his boy, there is a pain or the feel in the back. But if the child is a bit older, he will definitely sense it as ball. He might even sense, if the brother was the only person at home, he might even sense that the brother has hit me. Without even turning, without even seeing that brother is doing that. It's very important how to understand this, how this mind works with just one faculty. It's only the touch or the pain. Touch, pain, stretch, everything is in the skin. So it's the activation of the skin. So the activation of the skin happened, and you definitely fully has come to the idea that it is the brother hitting with the ball. As soon as that happens, definitely it comes that the brother hit with the ball at me. So this is inevitable, like this duality is inevitable. As soon as you have the perception as real, me is real as well. Self-perception. So any perception is true or real or active, feeling as there, definitely I am there too. That's the duality, or that's the other side of the coin, or the mirror image, or the shadow of that stimuli. It's nothing like that, but you feel like that. It's very important to understand. You feel like that. So you go and stand in front of a mirror, you feel like you are looking at the mirror. You go and stand in by the side of the road or by the side of the river. You see the river. As soon as the river becomes real to you, you feel like you standing there. You are there. That you are observing the river. That's the effect. Or if the touch was the thing, that the touch was done by someone. That's, you understand. Then immediately it happened to me is a side effect or the byproduct. That's how the perceptions work. So that as soon as the mind is forming, the duality has started. The initial bit, maybe for few months, baby can't remember any perception. It's because it's only in the feel side. The feel side, it is felt as a thing, but you have no story about it. So when you understand this one, the main important thing is actually uh, knowing the magic is the basis for this truth. So what happens when you have a perception? This keep coming back again and again. The chair becomes a view. It means you actually start to actually believe that there is a chair. It just happened because the teacher taught you. I mean, teacher kept repeating, isn't it? Showing or everything on a board. He or she would actually keep saying, children, see, this is an apple. This is an apple. Say that again. Say apple. That's what the teacher would keep saying. But then, chair. This is chair. And slowly, this little perception is formed. Apple. With the picture in it. Because the teacher is not doing it, just saying it. The teacher is actually trying to match the sound with the picture. If you have seen everyone must have had any education. So when you go to a classroom, you know how they are starting. They kind of show you. So when there's a picture of the chair, they will show your own chair as well. See, this is the chair. So you're actually holding the chair. So slowly this sinks in. This idea of chair sinks in. Idea of apple sinks in. So you repeatedly hear it. You actually start to believe in this. This is the thing. Someone says that he's a bad person. Well, first day you will be like, okay. And if you hear it again, oh really? And the third day you might be like, oh yeah, he's a bad person. You just have to hear it a few times. That's all. So that's how the volitional formation happens. It's this word is used for a lot of time. So, but this is just a repetition of the perception makes a view. Well, what happens with the self is, the shadow effect of the stimuli is the self. So every stimuli doesn't need to be one. Every, like billions of stimuli, if you have, like billions of thoughts, each stimuli, the shadow effect is the same. That's why we feel as we were one and we kept doing these things. I did the year 5, I did the year 10, I did the year 12, I did this, I got married, I have 2 kids, I have done, I'm now closer to death. That's why the underlying, someone is there as a linear thing is felt because each and every stimuli, each and every thought, this shadow effect is the same. Me, or self. Even though the stimuli is different. That's why we feel as a continuous person here. It's very important to realize this. That's why the importance of non-self is also important, like very, very imperative to actually understand this Dhamma. The experience is very important because this whole cycle of self-perception is broken. Because each and every stimuli, you felt the self-perception as a shadow of every stimuli. Doesn't need to be one. Every stimuli. Each and every stimuli. But at least once, in one stimuli, if it's not a thing, you don't feel the self, this becomes a very remarkable thing that has never happened to that system before. That's the fusion state of the stream mentor. this alive feel, absence of alive feel, or absence of self-perception. It won't stay, but it's just for a moment, just one stimuli, absence of self-perception. This is very important. I mean, if you don't have to believe us, you don't have to believe our answer, just keep listening and see. I mean, do the investigation and see. Doesn't make, if it does make any sense, just keep listening and try and feel this for you. Actually, this system has never felt this non-vibration before, or the non-self before, or the Buddha status before. It's all the same thing. So it is very important for you to actually feel this if possible. You're not losing anything, you're just realizing there was never a self, that's all. And you don't get this properly until you understand this properly also. How this string effect has come, how this there's long that there is a person who is there from, like, you know, if you remember the first thing as year 2 or something, or year someone might remember something before that, year 1 or year 2, if you remember the first thing, from that onwards it is felt as someone experiences. So someone is I am, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. That is how the story goes. How this effect occurred, that's what the research is, that's what the investigation is. So you don't have to be worried about it. You're not actually trying to do anything here. You're not actually sitting down anywhere cross-legged and trying to understand this. No, you're not trying to impose anything on the life. You're actually trying to understand the life. You're not changing the life. You're not changing the perception. You're not ruining the perception. You are not misunderstanding the perception. You are actually trying to understand how this self-perception has arisen. Shadow effect of the stimuli, or the mirror image of the stimuli. How did this happen? How did this become so real? How did the world become so real? How did the self become so real? You know, it's just one thought. How did this self-thought has come? Self-thought didn't come just for nothing. It's like the way as same as the chair, same as the ball, same as the mother's, father, daughter, son, same. Now, someone can't come to the Zoom and say, now, all the stimuli, all the thoughts are not a thing to me, but the self is still a thing to me. Actually, no, this is not how it happens. It's one entity, like a thought. If you understand, understand is actually a misrepresentation. It's like fully realizing the thought. Then you are fully realizing every thought, not just one thought. So if you realize how chair works, you are understanding the mirror image also. Mirror image of the chair is the self. You can't just understand chair. You are understanding fully the self as well in that quite significant moment. Awaken to the moment, you are fully realizing both, not just chair, not just self. You are realizing every thought. So the way you talk actually gives you away. And it is a good thing, so that actually Aran Hanse can detect that you are not actually fully understanding this Satya or the truth. Very important get this correct. All the talks in Zoom or the discussions in Zoom or going to a place in Sri Lanka and trying to understand this all actually should lead to this understanding of this science behind self-perception, science behind self-will, science behind self-vibration. So are you awakened tomorrow? Yeah, that's a good question, isn't it? If you haven't, you have to continue the research. So Aran Mahanse is actually trying so hard to bring this truth to your feet. He's actually trying to put it in your mouth directly, like it's a metaphor. It's like he's trying very hard to get this to you. But he says, well, if you're actually not getting it properly or not doing it with eagerness, then you might lose it, or you understand it in a different way. Because if you don't know that it's a mirror image of the stimuli is the self, or this alive feel is because of the fast vibration of the spark, or the speed of the spark. That's how you feel as alive. You're not fully aware about anything, because this self vibration is the fuel for this self perception and the self view. This is just one spark. What is the one spark? Self. I, me, mine is just one spark. I is just one spark, in the sense, not the vision, the self-thought. Self-thought is just one spark. But because it keep happening very fast, each and every time the stimuli is happening, you feel like there is constant me, flow of me. You know, definitely you can't go back to the me before, but we go back all the time by telepathization or the synchronization of that vibration. Can you go back to year 5 class if you remember a little bit of it? Yes, you can. Do you remember the year 5 class teacher? Yeah, you may. That means that spark has left actually a mark. That means you can telepathize with that year 5 or at any time. That is normal. This can happen to even Lord Buddha. That is normal. But actually believing in that it happened to me when I was in year 5 is the problem. Because this is now just the telepathization of how mind works. Do you get it? It's very important. If you really can get this properly, this belief that you have that there is a flow of me happening from beginning of the memory to now, beginning of the perception to now, that's really a misunderstanding. There is a self, but because the shadow effect is the same, in each and every stimuli, you feel like the stimuli are changing, but self is the same. This is because it's a mirror image. As soon as the chair is felt as a thing, the self-perception also arises. Then you look at the chair is, you looked at the chair first, then you look at the table. Again, if the table becomes a thing, you're not even trying to achieve that. You just become a thing. In the sense you feel that it is existent. Again, the mirror image of that is the self-perception. Again, you look at the cupboard. The cupboard is felt as a thing. Again, that self-perception is telepathized. Because the vibrations has to get similar to feel one vibration. We are dealing with one vibration. What is it? Self vibration. When does it get activated? When the stimuli is felt as a thing. This vijnana thing, the consciousness thing. When anything is felt as a thing, definitely the mirror image is there, because it's a synchronization or the telepathization. That's why each and every stimuli there is a feel of self. But the problem is, because it's similar, the same kind of perception becomes as every time I was there, and things kept changing. Because year 5 is different to year 10 to you. Year 10 is different to year 12 to you. And going to university is different, isn't it? But it is the same. Me is the same. You look at the body at every age, you feel the body is changing, but you are the same. Self vibration is the same. So my body changed. That's how you will interpret that. Yeah, my body got bigger. Instances kept changing. The experiences are different, but I am the same. Everything happened to me. Isn't that really interesting how this one person has come? I'm the one who got married. I'm the one who had children. I'm the one who is old now. I'm the one who is going to die in my child's house. Or I'm the one who is dying in the nursing home. Now I'm the one dying on the road. Whatever. This mirror image of the self is so strong that you actually believe in that. I mean, it's a view now. You completely believe that, yes, I am here. What are you talking? Don't even say to me that there is no self. I feel it. Someone who talks about the afterlife who might say, I don't mind becoming I have heard this, I don't mind becoming a dog or animal because it's not me. Then the dog might not know what to do. Dog will has its own story. I don't know that, so it's okay. That's how the young people can argue, or even some old people. So the thing is, the self-perception is kind of the same. Self-vibration, it is kind of the same, even though the stimuli change. So when it is a dog, yeah, it is a dog world, yes. But this perception is similar. Self-perception. Perception, you may think that I'm a human. Thinking is very strong in humans anyway. In the animals, it will be just a perception. They are not thinking too much. They know it is their baby once the baby is born. And when the baby dies, they will cry. They will cry for a few days and they move on, you know. Some animals will not move on. You have heard how animals would go to the train station every day if that was the habit. that animal had to keep waiting for the owner. But the owner didn't come one day. The dog will keep coming back to the station every day until the death of the animal. So that perception, even if the dog has no ability of thinking that the owner is never going to come, dog has the perception of the train coming, so he's coming there. But the self-perception, this magic self-perception is everywhere. Every dream. The dream can be human, dream can be animal, dream can be God, anything. 31 realms can change, but the self-perception is the same, kind of self-vibration is the same. So this telepathization to the mirror image or the this vibration is a whole samsaric vibration, has never changed. Understanding this is the tricky thing. But try and see how you don't have to think about all the perceptions of a dog and all that. You have the human perceptions for 30 years, 40 years, 20 years, 55 years, 85 years, yeah. You can understand through those perceptions that the mirror image of the self was always there. How did this happen? Because the stimuli was felt as a thing because of the ignorance. Ignorance is part of this self-perception at all times. Whether you're a dog or a monkey or a worm or a human. Very important. It actually, this is not an argument. This is something you have to feel. It's argument. Actually, this is not another thought also. Because another thought will just bring if that thought is felt as real, just bring the self-perception. Because any thought which is felt as real will bring the self-perception into place. It's unavoidable. You can't really do much about that. Because that's how the synchronization works. So you die, in the sense you're not the system had the last breathing, the last thought, if it is a thing, definitely the self vibration is going to vibrate, and this will synchronize elsewhere, because now this system is not there. It has to synchronize somewhere, because this vibration is actually can't function alone without a stimulus, without a vibration. So this power definitely needs to vibrate elsewhere. So this, if the synchronicity happens, it may be a zygote of a chicken, zygote of a cow, or zygote of a dog, or zygote of a human. But Lord Buddha said the actual vibrating stimulus with the similar vibration of a human zygote is rare, very rare. It's very chance, isn't it? Can you understand how the chance works? Actually, Lord Buddha actually gave a beautiful simile for that, trying to tell you it's such a chance that it may not happen at all. I can't explain that simile that much, but it is about a animal who is blind, who is in the water, has to look through something in a day of full moon, and seeing the full moon. It's like a very random things that will never happen. So Blind in the sense, not just fully blind, it's one eye blind. So the other eye should match the whole of that the thing to see through a day that where the full moon is there. So likewise, there are so many chances. So Lord Buddha says it's a very rare thing for you to actually become the vibrate, synchronize to this zygotic vibration. He says it is much more rare, much more random for you to listen to this Dhamma. And then Lord Buddha says it is much more rare that someone will actually sense the non-vibration. Or the awaken to the moment is the same. So it is so random, it is so rare, it is so by chance, but it's not by chance only, it is very random, very rare. That's all. Because you definitely have heard this before for you to actually get attracted. In any form, it doesn't matter. So it feels as very close to you. You have heard it before, kind of, you have touched that before. That's why you continue to hear. Because someone can actually switch off this and listen to something else. Or someone might actually keep listening to this. Varanasi has about 10,000, more than 10,000 now actually, sermons. And one might say, how can you do that? Yeah, because he started Zoom sermons without any discussions well before this Zoom discussion. After that, it was phone discussions. And he released that to the YouTube. And after that, it was Zoom discussion, which is released anyway at the same time, live. So he has about 4 live Zooms now, which is unheard of, isn't it? Yeah, unheard of. This non-vibration has no limits. Limitation is the vibration itself. Vibration at this moment is less powerful than the non-vibration, but sometimes vibration can become powerful as well. 2,500, Lord Buddha said 5,000 years this Dhamma will continue. And after that, well, there will be no chance of synchronizing to Buddha status. So the one has to actually fully realize this on its own. But then it has so much power. So going back to this truth, did you actually understand what I was trying to say? If you are understanding chair, you understand the mirror image also. You can't just understand chair and not understand the self. Because they are both similar. Shadow effect is a similar thing to the chair. So if the chair is felt as a thing, it is the same as the self. If you don't get this properly, you are thinking, yeah, I understand the chair now. Aranas, I understand the chair, but I don't understand the self. This is not true. You haven't even understood the chair yet. Because if you understand the fully pierce the chair thought, you have pierced the self thought as well. How can you just pierce the chair thought and not pierce the self thought? So we are inviting all of you, the humans, if you are within the I mean, if you hear this, by very like a very random chance, if you hear this, if you're trying to research about self, or if you're trying to research about how this self-view has come, or if you're trying to research how to be happy, or if you're trying to research how to be, how to have supreme happiness, or is there nirvana, or is there supreme bliss of nirvana? What is nirvana? What is Buddhist? What did Buddha say? What is Buddhism? I mean, Buddhism is a language. It's not the same thing as Buddha's words. So what is this Buddha status? So you might have any question. Doesn't matter. So or it might be like this. You might ask questions. Why am I suffering all the time? Why this suffering is a part of my life all the time? Why suffering is never going away? Even though I'm happy, I feel unfulfilled. Why? I kind of have everything. Why I feel unfulfilled? You have money, you have a house, you have kids, you have husband, you have mother, father, or if they are not there, even you're okay. But you feel unfulfilled for some reason. So how does this happen? How does this emptiness come from? How does this boredom come from? How does this bad feelings come from, like hatred, remorse, malevolence, um, uh, like jealousy, guilt, remorse, yeah, anything. Guilt can kill sometimes, that I did this, why did I do this? I shouldn't have done this. Guilt can trap you forever. But how does these things happen? How does these things happen? It's only related to self. These things are not related to non-self. These things are related to self. So then you get to understand what is self. How there is self. Is self something permanent that you can't do anything about it? Then you are not a human. Because humans can try actually very hard to overcome things, isn't it? The humans are really good in that. So Lord Buddha was a human who tried actually to understand how this suffering came and was trying to find a way to beat that. That's a real human, I would say. He just didn't like Channa said. So Lord Buddha asked Channa, am I going to die? Channa said yes. Then Lord Buddha asked Channa in another occasion, am I going to get old? Then Channa said yes. Then in another occasion, Lord Buddha asked, am I going to have sickness? Channa said yes. In another occasion, he saw someone trying to find truth. He asked, and Channa answered, and he asked a very important question. Channa, is there truth? And Channa said yes. People are searching for that. Just did he like stop there? No, he actually started searching for that truth. So humans have that power. That's why the importance of humans are like humans just don't sit and wait, anything can happen to me. It's okay, who cares? So I die with the self-view, that's fine. Why should I worry? Let me have the self-view. Let me have the self-perception. Let me have the self-vibration. It's okay. This time it will be bad. Next time it will be good. Again it will be bad. Again it will be good. So every different thought. Who said I'm suffering? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with suffering, but they are suffering. So the talk is there. Big talk is there. It's okay to have the big talk, but when you suffer, you suffer. When you're near to death, you're like really scared. Really scared. Big talk is there though. I mean, if you hear how people talk, big talk is there. Shivering inside, they talk big. If they feel the death, they will shiver inside, but they talk big. You know, they might say, I'm going to the heaven, so don't worry. If you're going to the heaven, why are you scared? So, talking big doesn't help, but actually trying and understand this one vibration, self-vibration or the self-perception or the self-thought. It's just one spark. You're just trying to get this one spark, to realize this one spark. But you already have understood it is the mirror image of every stimuli, not just one. I mean, if it's just one, you will just try to forget that stimuli and, live on. No, it is every stimuli, every thought. This is the mirror image of that. This is the shadow effect of that. Is a shadow true? No. But shadow effect can be there, isn't it? Likewise, self-perception is not true. But every time the stimuli is felt as a thing, it is synchronized. Self-perception is also synchronized. This vibration is also there. When you take something as real, you kind of crave that. This mind consciousness, which is the fast occurrence of this the fast occurrence of the stimuli. When you are trapped in this dream, you want the dream to continue. How did that happen? That's because of this self-perception. You want the dream to continue. That's why you are scared about death, no? The first level is you like the chair, you like the gold, you like the wife, you like the husband, you like the daughter, you like the son, whatever. You crave for them, that's fine. What you didn't understand was all the time the craving is for the self-perception. To feel alive. This is very tricky to understand. Because the alive feel is the most yearn for, most look forward to thing. Because the life field has been there forever. Whether you're an animal, whether you're a god, whether you're a Brahma, whether you're a human, the life field has been a pattern. The dream can change, but the dream also, self-perception is kind of the same. Whether it is subtle or big. When the life field is there, the self-vibration is there. How does the life field come? Because of the fast vibration or the speedy vibration of the stimuli, whatever the light or the radar or the hearing or touch or smell or taste or anything. There are so many different sensory entities in animals. Once the self-view has settled in, now you have this complete disaster, because now you need everything. You want this way, I want it this way, I want it another way, I don't want this, I'm very good, or some moments I'm bad. I'm like, I have these features, these are my positive aspects, these are my negative aspects. Ongoing story. And once he tells this all the time, mostly he does sermons in Sinhala language. But if you can actually, because even translation may not give the whole idea, someone, or something can translate the Sinhala thing, but may not give the exact idea because Sinhala language has so much connotation, so much different meaning, so much, even the tone can have different ideas. So that's why Aranwansi has started learning English and trying to do sermons in English, and also asking everyone to help him to spread this message of non-self Dhamma. Non-self Dhamma is there, but it has surfaced at this time. So that's why the invitation is come and feel. Come and try to understand this and feel this. Someone might think, yeah, that should be easy. I have passed so many exams, so I might pass this exam too, kind of like that attitude. More your self-thought power is, less you actually understand this and less chance that you will feel this. If the self-power is very high, the chances of feeling non-self power is very low. I mean, it's a metaphor I use, non-self power, but it can become a different way of power as well. But it has the power of spreading. Whether you are in Canada, whether you are in USA, whether you are in Africa, whether you are in Europe, doesn't necessarily matter which continent you are. If you hear this Dhamma and you feel like listening, listen and say. If you don't feel like listening, don't then. But just understand that you are missing the whole lifetime chance of just understanding your vibration, your own vibration, which gave so much suffering and which has the potential to give suffering in the future. But it is a thought here and now. But to get to that knowledge also, this Dhamma is very important. To understand that each moment is just each moment. And that stimuli actually is not true, means self is not true. How do you feel about this? Mm. There's a discussion time in Sri Lankan 3 to 5 p.m. You can join from any country. So, how do you feel about this? Do you think you can understand this? Do you think you can be a person who actually knows everything, know about each stimuli? You know, new stimuli can make you like really, you can get amazed at a new stimuli, isn't it? If someone says, there's another moon to this planet, you'll be like, wow, is there another moon? I thought only it's one. So any news can amaze you, isn't it? Oh, we have 10 moons, we haven't detected them before, or something like that. We don't. I'm just giving you a metaphor. What I'm trying to say is, this every stimuli taken so seriously has been our passion, our ignorance. You felt every perception as true. You never felt it as a vibration arising from the 5 sensory faculties. Imagine you have only 2 sensory faculties. Just imagine you have only the skin, like a worm. So you feel the touch, temperature, pain, because that's the features of skin. Touch. So the touch is like deep pressure, light pressure, like the light touch, the deep touch. The temperature can be hot and cold. And pain. There's pain receptors as well. So the vibration of these, there's no much mind in our. So vibration of these will give rise to the self-perception. Because as soon as the worm is taken out from the moist earth or the mud, the worm feel uncomfortable and quickly go inside the mud again. So even the worm is feeling the life through that only one sensory organ, but it has various aspects. So even that stimuli, even that system is actually trying to live or trying to have the life here. So there's an urge to live, because life field gives you that sensation that it is a permanent thing, that it is an ongoing thing. When you feel like it might stop, you get really scared. But this life field is actually not there if the stimuli is not taken so serious. The life field is not there. If you know the magic, you know that magic never becomes a magic if you actually know how the magician is doing that magic, isn't it? So one person who is helping the magician, there's an assistant in every magician. Just imagine you are the assistant. Will you have like, wow, kind of effect if you are the assistant to the magician, because you know how magician is doing this? How you bring a swan from the, or bird from the handkerchief. Yeah. So if you know how the mirror image of the stimuli works, will the mirror image makes you to wonder, or the stimuli makes you to wonder? Nothing. they're actually kind of similar, but this, if you know how the mind works, if you know how this five sensory faculties work, and how the five sensory faculties get together and kind of act as another new organ, another new vibration, that's the mind, that's the thought. Yeah. It's beautiful to know this, like beautiful to know the truth. I think human deserves to know this truth, but humans are so biased according to the religion, according to the color of the skin, according to the country, according to the continent, according to the money level they have, according to the status, according to the level of money you have. So biased. Wow, so biased. Humanity is actually going down because of this bias. You are biased, so you that means you have strong views. So you can't be open-minded. You don't want to learn about the views because you are already holding so strong views. I'm the strongest person ever in the world, or I'm the richest person in the world, or I'm the poorest person in the world, or I'm the weakest in the world. Kind of, or sometimes one person might say, I have enough money, I'm okay, everything is okay. Kind of middle path. But that's not the middle path, Taran. Once the Lord Buddha is telling. This is about understanding how this power originated. How this power, this self vibration, the life field has arise. A life field is not an accident, it's a process which continue to synchronize at each and every stimulus. Whether it's a dog, whether it's a cow, whether it's a chicken, whether it's a everywhere where the consciousness is, the life field is there. Do you get the point? Yeah. Whenever the life field is there, there's a possibility of suffering. Suffering is inevitably there. Self vibration or the life field brings a idea of self perception, because the chair is there, I'm here is a perception, but it comes from this life field. And the thought that I'm here because I feel alive. That thing I told you, like I was in year 10, I was in year 12, I was in uni, I'm married, I have kids, I'm closer to death now, kind of that story. How this I is like kind of similar, but everything else changed. That is because of this fast occurrence of this stimuli is telepathizing to this vibration all the time. So the self vibration hasn't changed, it's the same thing, but everything else changed. So you feel like I was there all the time. My body size changed, my mind changed, the circumstances changed, but I am here. That's what is going to happen even if you die. The self vibration is never going to go away. It's going to vibrate elsewhere as well. Endless suffering potential is there. So everyone who will hear this in future also, with so much kindness, with so much love and compassion, we are trying to say this with our possibility is there that the faults of the talk might give you wrong ideas, but we're trying our best to make you realize that there was never a self. Never ever was there a self. No. But you felt as something like that because of the alive wheel. The alive wheel is there because of the fast vibration of speed of the spark gives you that feel. Speed of the light, speed of the sound, speed of the touch. Any of these sensory organs, when they spark so much speedily, it's felt as a thing. It's very important to understand this non-form world. There is no formation of mind. But if the mind is formed, in the baby, when the mind is formed, the sense of a thought arises. Now, the self-perception, the story of the self starts. But that is because of this underlying alive feel that you feel like the chair is alive too. Chair is there as well. So there is always someone entertaining the chair, someone entertaining the table, someone entertaining the. That's how you feel finally. So the final try is actually to feel the self, not anything else. You feel like you're looking forward to the chair, or you want the chair, or you want the table, you want the wife, you want the husband, you want the kids, you want the money, you want the anything. You feel like you want them, not me. Who cares about me? I just want chocolate. You might say that, but actually this is so much so that it's actually the feel of self that you're looking for. In deep down, the enjoyment is to feel. On top of that, when the mind forms, it's a stimuli. Why there is a yearning, or why there is an urge to feel, why there's an urge to be in the dream of your human dream, or the worm dream, or the cow dream, or the chicken dream. I mean, any dream is a dream. But only humans actually can realize this, that this is a dream. All kind of self-perception is not actually true. This ignorance is the root or the reason for the ongoing suffering. So, do you want to suffer forever? Go for it. Go for it. It's fine. Just forget about this and go for it. One day you feel like, oh, this is enough. I have enough. I want to find the truth. Come back and listen to this again. No one is forcing you to understand this. Not really at all. You're free to do whatever. Yeah, you really believe in free speech, free everything free. Oh yeah, you actually believe in that. When COVID came, everyone was scared to death, you know. They understood that the free speech, free everything is kind of limited to that small virus. Small virus put all mask on everyone's face. How strong is that? It's funny. But I'm not trying to tell anything in that aspect. I'm trying to say, if you think there is free speech or free will or whatever, it is this self vibration you are trapped in. That is the most terrible trap that you are in. You are trapped in that and you are telling, I am free. That's the joke. That's the actual joke. You're trapped in yourself and then you're saying, I'm free. Oh, you're not. You are even scared to die. Why? If you're free, why are you scared to die? If you're free, you have to be like free as ever. But an arahant is free. He fully realizes this system fully realizes how this self perception or self view happens and self vibration happens, and then has gotten rid of that, kind of no way that there's a synchronicity to self vibration again in an arahant. So arahant is free. Arahant is the fully free person, not even that small child who doesn't care about anything, who is smiling or crying all the time. Very happy child. But still the self vibration is there, the potential is there for suffering. But an arahant, there's no potential for suffering. That is the free mind, folks. That is the free self. That is the freedom that you have never felt. So we invite you to feel the freedom, real happiness, real tranquility. Real freedom is when you're free from yourself. That is the real freedom. Can you hear me? Can I repeat that? Yeah, real freedom is when you're free from your self-view, self-perception, self-vibration. That's the real freedom. Then you can actually see as before, you can hear as before, you can touch as before, you can smell as before, you can taste as before. The thinking also will happen as before, but there is no suffering. So everyone, this is for you to get even in 1,000 years. This is the only way to release from suffering. You have to go through your own thinking to understand the world. You can't really find the world outside. You have to pierce one thought and really find the whole world. So thank you, Aranohansa, for sharing your noble truth and guiding everyone towards the noble truth. Thank you. Thank you all. May Triple Gem bless you all. May all of you, whoever who hears this, understand this Dhamma and be happy. Thank you.
I was trying to be someone who could finally feel okay, working hard to hold it together, just to get through every day. Smiles came and they would leave me, like the sun between the rain. Every time I thought I'd found it, it would slowly slip away. I filled the noise with more distraction, told myself that I was fine, kept on chasing better moments, hoping one of them would last this time. But the weight I carried with there was nowhere left to go. Then I met a quiet teacher who said, look at what is happening now. See how every thought is forming. See it clearly, just see how nothing out there calling itself a thing. No one here that must defend. Just a quiet seeing of it. And the struggle began to fade away. Buddothpado, showed me what I could not see, not by faith and not by belief, but by looking quietly. Buddothpado, change the way this life is known. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Buddothpado, showed the way by asking, see. When the search at last grew silent, there was space to simply be. Nothing added, nothing taken. It was truth we'd never seen. Nothing added, nothing taken. And nothing was the same.
It is like experiencing your end or your death. In other words, you will realize that when there is no you, there is no death. Your realization that you never existed to face death is a very pleasant feeling. When you become one with the nature, you feel like a bird that left the cage to fly away into freedom. Your thoughts or your mind consciousness disintegrates into nothingness. Collection of thoughts or your mind consciousness keeps you a prisoner in your belief that you exist. Realizing the pure truth will set you free from all this illusion. You will feel a very pleasant lightness after you realize the pure truth. This is where our practical path would lead you to. You have to attempt to see just one thought. Now, you are also going to get ready to do a huge operation to realize the truth. The Buddha preached the Four Noble Truths to make us understand that believing in any of the stimuli, aramunu, that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. Supposing we receive an image of a book, and if we believe that it truly exists outside, it is called samudaya. This belief that the book truly exists outside means that we are actually tricking ourselves. It is our ignorance of the pure truth, also known as avidya, which makes us believe in the outside. Samudaya exists only because of your ignorance of the pure truth. If there is a samudaya, it means that you have been tricked by ignorance and that you believe that the book truly exists outside. If you believe in the book, you begin to develop an attachment or dislike to it. It can make you happy or it can make you sad. At this point, you begin to create karma for yourself by generating thoughts of lobha, desire, dvesha, ill will, and moha, delusion. Therun Sanna, everybody.
Therun Sarna Shani, very thankful for you for your reading. What you read was 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened Volume 2 book. That is the book that we have been discussing. We first of all worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Aryan Vahanse is our spiritual teacher who is clearing the path for us and also explaining Lord Buddha's teaching, which has happened 2,600 years ago. And there were lots of areas which were not very clear because when it was written to the books, the certain facts have been changed because depending on the person who did the translation, the exact true Dhamma which was disclosed by Lord Buddha has altered into some extent. So therefore, there was a sort of mixed kind of information given in these books, but our noble friend Aryan Vahanse has been clearing up all these dark areas. So we are able to understand more and more facts about the true Dhamma. So we are very grateful to him. And also all our Dhamma friends who have joined today to the Zoom discussion are welcome most very warmly. Therun Saranai for all of you. And our friends who are helping us behind the screen with all the technical aspects. We are very grateful to you. So, Teruvan Saranai. From the 2 pages that Shani read for us, the things which came out was actually you never existed. That means this is the misconception or the wrong belief that we had, that me, myself, or you, or whatever really existed. In other words, there is a world, there's a true world, existing world, and then on the other side, there's a person or myself who is existing or alive, who is enjoying this world. So that was the concept that we had. So because there was a person who was supposed to be alive or supposed to be existing, there was death also, because always the death is tagged to the life, the alive feeling. In other words, it's like the two sides of the coin. Wherever there is birth, there is always death associated with that. Then if there is no person who existed, then you can't talk about the death either. And what is meant by birth in Buddhism is not actually what happened some years ago as a little baby. That means that is the mundane world birth, where depending on the person's age, you can say I was born this number of years back, and you can name the place also. That way, always there is a death which occurs after a number of years. But in Buddhist teaching, or Lord Buddha, what he mentioned was every fraction of a second there is a birth. How do you say that? What does it mean really? What Lord Buddha meant by the word birth was the birth of the self-feeling. So the self-feeling, each fraction of second it happens, and each fraction of second that birth comes to an end and there is a death. So in other words, there is a very fast series of births and deaths. Therefore, you can't talk about a death which happens after so many years just as one incident. There is birth and death happening as a series every 1,000th or one fraction of a second within a very short period. What does it mean? Now, talking about the Buddhist teaching, what Lord Buddha taught was, one of the main facts was that Four Noble Truths. What is the first one? Samudaya. Samudaya means what does it mean? That the stimuli which are created by the senses will give rise to the thought. So that is where the samudaya is. Samudaya means the rising or the formation or the birth of a stimulus. So what does it mean really? If these stimuli, which occurs as a result of a vibration, fast vibration, as a part of the natural process, there is a formation of the thought. Or in other words, the five senses are there. Five senses means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the five senses. And what happens is this: in these senses, there is a function. actually the sensor means the function. So the function is seeing, hearing, or feeling. Under feeling, we talk about the taste, smell, and the skin feel. So there is a feeling that uh, these are there actually. Something, a light is seen, a sound is heard, taste is felt, and the smell is felt, and also the skin will feel the warm, cold, and hard sensations. This is what is described in the little baby's level, where only these feelings, these sensor functions occur. And at that age, there is no naming or there is no identification of this stimuli. So therefore, they are limited to the sensor function. The baby will see a light, but there is no idea what that light is. Baby will hear a sound, but no idea, no naming, no words for that to say that what is that sound. So in other words, these sensor organs are just receptive entry points only. And the sensor organs do not identify what it is. The identification is at the level of the thought formation. And when does that happen? It's a gradual process. It happens when the baby is older, little by little. And these sensor functions will come together to form the thought. So this, we can talk about this samudaya only at this point. Samudaya means some form of construct or some form of formation. Now, for example, we receive a stimulus. Say we can see a coconut tree, or maybe we can see an image which we call mother. Now, this is the thought. Mother, word mother is a thought because it's just a light for the eye faculty. It's just a sound for the ear faculty. And maybe the other faculties also come into action when it is the thought called mother, where the feel of the mother, when you touch the mother's feel, and also maybe a particular smell from the mother. Sorry. And maybe a small baby, when the baby is suckling from the mother, the baby will receive the taste of the milk. So all these 5 sensor faculties come together to form the thought mother. So where does this mother, where is this mother? It's always thought is projected to outside. So there is the mother, and it's a thought. It's a thought in the mind faculty function. But the projection is to the outside. So the outside world is composed of all these components: the mother, father, brother, sister, house, flowers, dog, cat, car, everything, whatever you can name, everything is projected to outside. So there is this outside world and the other end experiencing person. So this is called duality, where it's divided to 2 ends. And automatically what happens is what is projected outside is taken as real or existing. That is where the samudaya is. So this is where you identify an existing world and myself on this side. And this process doesn't stop there. Now, when you have this existing world, so many other things are coming behind that, as so many other things follow that. The defilements, all the clinging and aversions, and also the ill will, and sometimes the feeling of just merely just existence, which means an illusion. So all these things are the byproducts of this so-called existing world. So when there is existing world, each and every fraction of second, whenever the stimuli are taken as real, the birth of the self is there, and it's always followed by the death of that existing feeling. So this is happening at a very fast speed, and uh, the system doesn't recognize any gaps in between. So there is, it looks like a continuous formation of the self feeling, and this is where the solid myself, the feeling of the solid myself occurs. So this is basically what is meant by the samudaya, and when there is samudaya, when you understand this process, that is the only way to disentangle this process of the birth of the world. So understanding this mechanism is the most important and essential part here. So the existing world means that you have things outside. That means the thought is projected to outside, and also you have a time frame where this existing thing was there in the past, and it's there now, and also it's going to maintain, or it's going to be there for future. So you have the three levels of the timing also when you take something as existing. Not only that, the things that are liked or also disliked, the beautiful and the ugly, and the crude things and very fine things, like that. So many features or criteria are attached to this stimuli, which is considered to be existing outside. I can see Dr. Kokila and Surangika both have joined. I would like you to add something to what I was mentioning. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, what was the initial bit discussion from the book?
Initial bit was actually the very first thing, that means a samudaya, about four noble truths. It just started mentioning about the four noble truths, and just took an example of the book, which is believed to be truly existing outside, and when it is taken as something truly existing outside, how the defilements occur as a result of that and around that. Only the word samudaya was explained briefly.
What are the four noble truths when we say in Sinhala or English?
In English. Dukkha in Pali, if I
How
say
did you
dukkha,
say it?
it says only about the samudaya here in the book. Dukkha
So how
satyas.
was it? Just said samudaya, not in English, maybe?
Yeah, only said
Okay.
samudaya. Yes, what he said was the that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. I mean, the believing in any of the stimuli that we receive from our six senses is called samudaya. That is how the stimuli are taken as real. I think that is what it means. The Four Noble Truths are Dukkha Satya, Samudaya Satya, Nirodha Satya, Marga Satya. So Dukkha Satya means it's the suffering, and Samudaya means actually how it is, how that construct comes. When you understand how this happens, then you go to the Nirodha. That means you understand the mechanism, and then you slowly get relieved from that. And then the Marga is the path that is described. So Rangika, I don't know whether you can give a better explanation than me for these Four Noble Truths. Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala and Dr. Bukila, Therwan Saranai, friends. I think that's right, but that part of the book that was read out, I think only dealt with some of the aspect of it.
Yeah.
But if we use some...
Is it arising, or how do we say that?
So it's Four Noble Truths is generally called dukkha, means suffering. And then samudaya is the origin or arising or cause of suffering. That is the samudaya. And then nirodha is cessation of suffering. And finally marga, or the path, is the Noble Eightfold Path to end or to cease the suffering. So that's generally the the Four Noble Truths. And if we talk about the suffering itself, I think we've discussed dukkha, isn't it? The suffering can be interpreted in different ways, particularly even from a very basic notion of what is dukkha in the sense of suffering, the basic suffering of, somebody dying, old age, death, disease, and so on. That too is suffering. And we've also, I think, spoken about nirvana or cessation of or liberation is also there where suffering is, isn't it? Where there is suffering, there is the cessation of suffering. And then in terms of the dukkha, there is dukkha, the suffering, and then there is dukkha satya, and then there is dukkha arya satya as well. So dukkha satya is, I suppose, I don't know, how do you say it in English, the dukkha satya, suffering, truth about suffering. That can be by taking the external world to be real, not taking the external world to be real. So that is the second stage of ceasing to be to believing in a so-called external world, and therefore to that extent suffering is limited and suffering has been eradicated to that extent. But as long as there is still a belief that there is that the thoughts are real, then there is still suffering. So finally, the stage of dukkha arya satya, the noble truth about suffering, is what is being discussed in these forums through Buddothpada and Mahansa's discourses and through these discussions as well. And that is the final ultimate truth or noble spiritual pathway, or the true Dhamma philosophy that is being discussed, which is that even the thought is not real, and therefore understanding that the thought and how the mind is made up will finally bring about the cessation of suffering, and the pathway to that is the Noble Eightfold Path. So the samudaya aspect that you spoke of, Dr. Sakunthala, is the second stage, which is as long as the thought or the construct is considered to be real, and whatever that is getting manifested through the senses, if there is no understanding that these are just sensory perceptions through ignorance, if there is no such understanding, then there is a entrapment, isn't it? An entrapment or a betrayal almost of what is occurring in the senses unknowingly, unerringly, not knowing that this is just a process, and because of that ignorance, a false sense of I gets created if that external world is taken to be real. An inherent self or I is born on this side, as if there is something that is being seen and that is being taken as real, if there's something being heard and that is taken to be real, then invariably there is a person who's seeing that gets created, and then there's a person who hears that gets created, and this so-called duality, where duality does not exist, through ignorance, this so-called duality arises, and with that, the suffering. So, yes, that is essentially what Samudaya is about, and I think you gave a good example of how the perception of mother came about from the point of the baby in the cot, and how through the senses at that time with the radiant mind there was no self-perception as such, although the self-vibration did exist in certain levels, but how after a period of time, through a few years later and through the learning process, the thought and the construct starts, and with that construct or the mind consciousness coming into being, how this mind objects and everything associated with that starts to become real, and this external world, this facade, starts becoming a reality, and with that the pains that existed at that initial state starts progressing and expanding and evolving to be defilements, which is again just the way the suffering gets promulgated, isn't it? So understanding the true Dhamma and the Dhamma philosophy helps to unravel this whole fabrication of the mind, and then lead the person, or lead that process, or you can't say a person as such, but leads to the understanding and inner transformation gradually by the fading of the defilements to final cessation of suffering. The pathway is quite important, and it is in the pathway that we do need the noble spiritual teacher, Aryan Wahansa's guidance, because the guidance can come only from the awakened one, the fully awakened one, as it is the fully awakened one who has completely transcended and seen to the very end that cessation of suffering. And with that sense of non-self vibration, it is an enormous support and encouragement and guidance that is being provided to followers of the path. So maybe I'll just stop there and let Dr. Kokila continue. That was
Yeah, actually the Samudaya part and the Vaya part, cessation, arising, causation, or rising of the suffering and the cessation, both should be understood really properly. Initially, we try to understand this with our knowledges. It's okay, but it is better if we feel it as well, because when we feel the actual how the self vibration becomes zero when stimulus is not a thing, so we can say, but then only we can feel that the suffering part or the self vibration was not there, so the non-vibration. So that is the actual practical part, is that all of these things, practical part is just somebody should feel the non-vibration, then only he will properly understand, he or she will properly understand the arising and the cessation both, because arising will not be properly understood until we see the cessation as well. And cessation is not going to be properly understood unless we understand the arising as well. So they go in hand actually. And cessation or arising, both these things are actually due to ignorance. We understand that this arising happened because of the ignorance, and this not knowing that the speedy vibration of the sensory organs is the main reason for all these changes. Well, we never knew that. Now, after hearing Dhamma, someone will now start feeling this. We'll actually know this first, and we'll discuss about it, we'll think about it, we'll talk about it. After some time, we might even start feeling that. So what do we feel? That the arising of the self-vibration is not there when the stimulus is not a thing in different levels. But importantly, it should go to the zero level of feel. So then that is the most important aspect of arising and the cessation of suffering. Because arising is fully understood and cessation is fully understood with the experience, not really by the theory. But the theory helps us all the time. It helps us to understand what is being said, what is happening. Isn't it? Anything else to add? We can develop a discussion as well about this. And anyway, understanding of how this stimulus becomes a thing, or becomes real, or becomes gives, when the stimulus is felt as existent, automatically the self vibration is there. So the alive feel is there. So that is the main thing that we keep understanding. That is actually arising. It arises within one stimulus, though. That is another thing. So for you to get to know this, one should see the cessation of suffering as well. Otherwise, you won't know that it is within one stimulus that this thing happens. Otherwise, usually people believed, before hearing Dhamma, we believe we lived 60 years and we died. That's how we know. Like we might live 90 years and then die. But then now only we understand, after listening to so much Dhamma, we understand, no, the self arises within one stimulus. And it never actually, we have never felt the cessation, never ever. But if we, through Dhamma, if we actually felt the cessation, that means feeling the non-vibration, or telepathizing into the Buddha status, or we can say so much words, but whatever the word, that is the cessation of suffering. And that is the main thing you are going to understand, how this arising happened and how the cessation happened within one stimulus, isn't it? Anything to add to that?
Yeah, actually, when you talk about Samudevaya, the cessation will occur only when you understand it, isn't it? Felt it. Felt it, yes. So how it arises, understanding as a knowledge, and then how you feel it, then only you can talk about the cessation. But as you said, because of this PD process, you never can see any gaps in between these. It looks like a continuous suffering, isn't it?
Yeah, but at least in one stimuli, if you feel this, it is going to affect you, your whole thing. That is where you know that there is self vibration. You know that is the suffering, and you know that self vibration arises when the stimuli is a thing, and then when that stimuli with the wisdom, because wisdom actually fights with the ignorance. So with the wisdom, if someone is aware that no, this is nothing to do with the self, there's no self, but what happens was the speedy vibration of the sensory organs only. Within one stimulus, you will definitely one day feel the cessation of suffering. That means zero of this vibration or the power that RN1 is trying to tell us every day recently. So this is the importance of practical Dhamma. Because initially, not initially, long time ago, we used to hear Dhamma, but we were actually by heart in these things. Katapadam kanna, isn't it by hearting? Yeah, I think so. Like we practice them, we tell, we chant, we do so many things, but we never thought that this has to be felt, and now it has come to the forefront. It has, I think, RN1 says, mean everyone to feel this.
Yeah, actually, as a part of that reading, just briefly it was mentioned about the karma also. That is where when this stimuli is taken as real, as something really existing, when it is given the alive feeling, or when there is self-existence, the feeling of self-existence, that is where the karma also comes to play a role, isn't it? Because karma is a word that is very frequently used in even in our Buddhist teaching, not only in Buddhist teaching, but
how do we say
many
that in
other
English?
No, I'm not sure actually what is the exact English word.
Do you know, Suranjita?
But
do we use the word for karma? Like I know even English people say, it is karma.
I know. Lots of English people also use that because it's not confined to Buddhism. I think Hindu and various other religions also, they talk about karma. So I'm sure that word is familiar to many people.
Yeah, I
What
think
do you
that's
think,
right. It's
Surangita?
that's right. I think it's universally accepted. There's lots of people even in these countries using karma. I'm not sure whether they even understand it fully, but they still use it because of the wide usage in Hinduism, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think so. Even if someone is like someone, even children use that. If someone hits someone and then that person goes and hits on a wall or something, they say, that's karma coming back to you, something like that. So yeah, they even joke about it. But yeah, it is. This cause and effect Dhamma is completely, I think, different to karma.
That one, I think I've heard RN once maybe saying action and effect. Dhamma, I don't know whether that's correct. Maybe action and effect, I think, as opposed to cause and effect.
Yeah.
Okay, for karma?
Yeah, for karma. Because
I
that's
said for karma or okay.
Yeah, that's
yes,
for
yes,
karma
yes.
because
So.
what the the conventional world goes on or mundane world goes on saying that if you do good, you get a good birth, that kind of thing. So it's like action and effect, like every action has a equal effect kind of thing. And that's that way, and so that's where our advancer says that that was existing, that concept and that myth, if you can call it that. But
yeah, the actual problem is the karma, or the karma has the whole thing in it. Like if we talk about the karma, usually there should be someone. It's all savinyanaka. I don't know the English word for that either, because it is like taken as someone does something to someone, another one, and this action will bring an effect. So there is always someone or something. There's never ever a Dhamma which talks about there's no something or someone. That is so beautiful, because if there's no something or someone, the karma can't do anything. Can they? It can't. It just can't survive in that context. But it is not familiar to us because it has been buried for a long time. This cause and effect dharma was not there. So the whole world has come to the thinking of like, you are someone and you do something to another one, and you get something back in the another way of suffering. But this is not true. We can't say this is not true because it can happen in that mode of thinking. Because the mode of thinking or the way of thinking, when it is different, of course, because you keep thinking, I did this, so the bad things will happen anyway. But the main cause and effect is mainly about actually there's no self. That's the main non-self angle dhamma. So the non-self angle dhamma, there's no thing also because the stimulus has no power. The self has no power anyway. So because they are similar, the self arises when the stimuli is a thing. So then there's no someone, there's no something, there's no another one, nothing. So then that talk is actually nullified, isn't it? I don't know whether the wordings are good. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have?
Yeah, that's right, Dr. Kokila, because you can't have your feet planted on both sides of the equation, isn't it?
No.
That's what Aranwanse has been saying to people for the last so many years. All these years, mothers and various people, followers, have been used to this conventional way of thinking that every action has an effect. There is karma, and there is a person, there is something, and you're not only are you chasing stimuli in this world. Now you're taking that and extending it beyond death as well, and thinking that you want to go to that world and this world. But as you said, that automatically assumes that there is a thing, there is a world, there are good things, there are bad things, and there's a person here who is trying to get to another life. And so all that is implied, that continued existence, a person here wanting to get to a better life, get to another better birth, better whatever. All that is then assumed, whereas this is fundamentally no soul dhamma. So if there is no self at all the other things, as you said, gets completely invalidated, and you cannot harbor that notion of karma on the side and then do this like a hobby or something and listen to no soul dhamma, because there needs to be a complete convincing.
Can't be mixed at all. Can't be mixed at all.
It's like oil and water kind of thing. It will not get mixed. But to the extent that one still is in ignorance, yes, then that samsaric cycle will invariably continue, because the self vibration is going to be there.
Yeah, it is actually interesting to see how people try to put them both together as well. Even some sermons of the day-to-day life, when we hear some speeches from even spiritual teachers from any other country, they kind of mix these things and try to give some sense. It's okay. I mean, whatever the thing they understand, they talk about, that's fine. But it's actually it's not a possibility that but the cause and effect is the final thing to actually understand this no soul or non-self dhamma. And importance is that this happiness will be, I mean, we can't even call it a happiness, but the tranquility or the happiness or the super happiness in that sense you can't find it in the other way of thinking. I don't think so, because we were there anyway, isn't it? We believed it. We believed karma, but still, if the Dhamma is not properly understood, we will be in that stage anyway. That's why Aranwansi is trying to tell mothers a lot, like, keep doing stuff that you are doing, don't change them, just keep understanding this until you fully understand that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, and that's what we've also spoke of many times in this Zoom, isn't it? The danger or the risk of becoming stagnant on the path, or getting comfortable with the moment. You know, the feeling that the stimuli is real, and that so-called vibration, which we didn't even know was vibration, which we didn't know was the self vibration that was the cause of suffering and keeping this continued existence in this samsaric cycle. We didn't know that vibration, that feeling of wanting to be there, the sense of existence, the sense of being alive, all that was actually understood by the revelation of this true Dhamma philosophy. Then only the light was shone on it and said, that is that so-called heaviness, that so-called reality, or that existent field, that is the self-vibration. And when you actually understand that, the cessation starts from that point, isn't it? The dwindling of the defilements is a very gradual process, but it is through that understanding that then you know that this is the vibration, this is the self-vibration, in order to be able to find a way out of it. So yeah, that's where the key to this whole thing is, because until such time the spiritual teacher shows that is where the suffering is occurring, through the thought and thought alone, and stimuli, and making the stimuli to be, taking it to be real. Everyone is just caught in this big maelstrom of what they think is an external world, but what is known only through the Dhamma as a thought-driven world, isn't it?
Yeah, and for the self-vibration to become zero, one should understand that it is a problem, that it is the problem. The self-vibration was the issue. So then that because if there is a vibration here, only you will be synchronizing to some other vibration. Otherwise, if there is no vibration here, there's no synchronizing effect or the telepathization into another, to give another birth. So even in next thought, you are not born if it is not happening. So if the stimuli is not a thing, so it is very, very critical that the understanding of true Dhamma is should be heard by everyone, should be discussed by everyone. Like, I think anyone or whoever who is open-minded and has some genuine interest in knowing what is me, what is I, what is the soul, then it is very that will be so inspiring to know, isn't it? Then they will understand that the karma land that we were believing, or we thought we were in, was actually much more deeper than that. Because it's very simple to say, I do a good thing, come back. It's very simple. It's not as simple as that. But people wouldn't like to hear complicated stuff. But we invite everyone to actually try and understand this. It's not that bad. I mean, it might take you some time to understand this, because once you understand this, it becomes so easy, and you become Dhamma anyway. And life will be full of tranquility that you can't even explain, because you will be acting the same. Doesn't necessarily mean anything to anyone else. So, but the inside burning is not there. So that is the beauty of this Dhamma. And we know definitely that the person who killed at least 1,000 people actually attained this happiness, super happiness. I understand in Dhamma that he exactly understood this arising and the cessation of suffering, isn't it? It's a very beautiful example. What's his name? Angulimala Thero. Venerable Angulimala actually understood this bit. What is the bit? He understood that the arising and the cessation is in one stimuli, and the arising if the arising doesn't happen, the cessation is already there. And the beauty of that is that all the things that doesn't really matter, does it? It's a beautiful example, yeah.
Yeah, actually, Angulimala Thero's story is a very good example to knock down this action and effect theory, isn't it? Because that has been there in practice even before the birth of Prince Siddhartha. So that was the theory that was taught by many spiritual leaders at that time, and in the history it says that even Queen Mahamaya, Prince Siddhartha's mother, was doing lots of good meritorious activities, including observing Sil, because that was a concept that if you do the good things, you will end up receiving good effects. But actually, the action and effect and the cause and effect, there are two streams flowing to the exactly opposite directions, because one will prolong the samsaric journey, whereas what was found by Lord Buddha, which is the cause and effect, will bring up the cessation of the samsaric flow. But as you said, many of our Buddhist preachings in our country, just forget about the other religious leaders or other spiritual leaders, but in Buddhism itself, in our country itself, if you listen to 100 preachings by different monks, at least 80-85 will give a mixture of these two. They say that do the good things and then you will receive the comforts of the heavens, and maybe ultimately after seeing the next Lord Buddha, who is going to be born after maybe I don't know how many millions of years afterwards, when he see only we will be able to understand the nirvana. And until that time you have to do good things and then collect as much, so-called collect, like you are collecting them in a bank account, collect the meritorious activities, and then be and have the assurance of being born in a good realm. So that is the tragedy here, actually, because they just briefly mentioned that there is something called cause and effect Dhamma that was taught by Lord Buddha, but nothing beyond that. And then mostly they talk about the action and effect aspect of it. So the true Dhamma is actually underneath. I mean, it's not surfacing enough for the people to understand it.
Yeah, actually, our understanding was very poor when we started to listen to Buddothpada sermons. This understanding change. I have heard so many sermons before, like saying, "Keep wishing for nirvana." To wish, and that's what we did. And we kept wishing, but even my father, who is not alive today, wished for that, and they didn't know anything to do other than wishing. So they thought it will come one day, and they had the notion of something, that is that they will find one day. And but the thing is, nowadays the truth is out there, so everyone living at this moment is very lucky, so that you can understand that actually the arising of suffering is here. And if you see that in one stimulus, if you see that how the stimulus is the cause for this whole mirage, or the stimulus even light or the sound, how the vibration of the sensory organ brings about this mirage effect, illusory effect. So this illusory effect or the illusion makes us to believe that there is a self. So in vain we have suffered in the karmic level all the time, for a long time in samsaric cycle. But there is a time now, time has come for you to understand this Dhamma, which is cause and effect Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has had so much, he has told so much sermons, and we didn't have anyone to really understand that and explain it to us. So now Buddothpado and Wanse has started to tell that he still actually may not have told most of it yet, because he's actually, he can feel lots and lots of things, but he's just explaining the things that is needed for liberation of mind, which is the culprit for the illusion, isn't it? Anything else to add, Surangika?
Yeah, I think so. The issue is, unfortunately, there are a mixture of people in society, and some of these things that monks or these teachers say in terms of karma and do good things and all that, you get this you feel great compassion to not only the followers, to the teachers themselves when you hear it. Because they're all in the same fate, isn't it? They're all in the same basket. I think if they had access to the true Dhamma themselves and truly understood it, then they wouldn't be saying those things. I would have thought, because if you think about even the example of the Thai monk and the time he spent here, and the transformation and his birds as well, due to the association of our noble spiritual teacher, that itself has given an enormous message about how that good association and that good guidance can do wonders, isn't it? With the true Dhamma imparted by R.N. Mahansa during that 1 month stay of that Venerable Bhante. So if they did have access to that true Dhamma, it would be a whole different picture. But one also cannot help but get the feeling that there is an appeasement, shall we say, of the followers, almost as if there is a worry or there is a concern that the expected support or contributions may not come their way or stop or cease if a different message is being said contrary to the traditional teachings. So it is, I was listening to the talk of R.N. Mahansa in the Kalaniya temple today, which was in December, I think, about 2-3 weeks ago. And in his in his usual and very direct way, he said, "Can you not say out loud with confidence and with directness that this is the Buddothpada way?" Because he said, I think, looking Nivanamaga, Nivan Dakinamaga and all that, and this is Buddothpada Kalaya. So, and he said that you need to have a spine. You need to have a spine to attain nirvana or to achieve true liberation, what he meant. But you need to be able to have a firm resolve, to be able to see the truth, and then to practice that due diligence, practice the Dhamma diligently, and to be able to voice the truth of the true Dhamma to people, to followers, to the seekers of truth with clarity, with confidence, and with that great compassion. And if you're going to be beating around the bush, if you cannot say it convincingly, then what is the point? Do you think you will have the courage to attain that true liberation yourself? I mean, that was such a direct key message.
Yeah.
He said it in just one sentence, but it spoke volumes, isn't it?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. I mean, his directness, his power is immense in that way. I think because of the non-vibration, because he doesn't really mind. He just wants this truth to be out there. Just that's all. So,
yeah,
because I think
else.
in Sri Lankan culture, with the Sri Lankan culture, it is very difficult to put a new thing out there.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, even in these cultures, they will just ask us to just do it on your own. They won't come and damage someone else's wishes, but still they are not going to allow you to spread it, because I think that it's just something you should follow according to their own heart, which is true. I mean, we don't force anyone anyway, but in Sri Lanka it is quite different, because most of them are Buddhists and most of them are aware about some Buddhism by school, by Sunday school, by tradition, by home culture, something. We have heard a lot of Dhamma discourses. We know that, at least we know, the God is just, we don't really go into that part, even though we think that we might become the God. We don't really think that the God is doing everything. I don't think so. But maybe there are people who think that. So it's weird that how these things are, all the vibes, and someone like Aranahanse to stand up and say, Minisune asau. People listen that there is no self, there is no person here, but there is a field, yes, and how this is how it arises. And if you understand this, your suffering would be not there. And if you have the will, if you have the capacity, if you have the keenness to understand this, come and listen and understand. This is out there in the YouTube. It's out there in the internet. So that's the message, isn't it? Yeah, it is very direct.
I mean, people don't understand, don't even have an inkling as to how fortunate, just like you mentioned a few minutes ago, Dr. Bogara, how absolutely fortunate they are to be living in these times. I mean, can you imagine Buddothpada, the reawakening of the Buddhahood, the Buddha state, and all the teachings in its purest form occurring in this very lifetime? I mean, even saying it, it brings so much of joy, so much of, purity. Pure.
I think original feeling is as a message. It's a Buddha's time also. Original is a feeling. It's a message. It's a transfer, not a words. So, Arana's Zoom discussions, I'm there. The people getting the message. People getting the feel otherwise. It's a telepathy. Many people many guys. Example is the today, it's 9:30, as a Zoom discussion is gone. That's university student is called the Zoom. You can realize that it's not a talking, it's a message. That boy getting that message. How? It's a fear. How is getting that message? The fear. It's a telepathy. It's a happening. At, at, at the moment, alive, it's happening. The present is happening. That boy is very happy, finally. First, boy asking the question. Secondly, I explain the Dhamma. But normally the sound is the words. But there is not only the sound, there is a feel. Feel is transferring the boy. The boy, internally, that feel is boy know that feel is happening. Boy's inside is transferring that present moment. Yeah, the boy have the feel. What is that feel? It's nothingness feel. That none, so not alive. No, this is nothingness. So what is this nothingness? Not alive. No, that's a non-soul. No? It's a feeling. It's a nothing. Nobody's here. What's the feeling is nobody's here. It's not a words. It's not a thoughts. It's a feeling. We're interested in this feeling. I think these Zoom discussions want to be happen in this. So, few days ago, I'm not there. Zoom discussions. So many guys leave the Zoom. No more guys there. But few days ago, I'm coming again. The Zoom. The many guys coming Zoom again. The example is the Andolatmak Zoom. Andolatmak Zoom, 7 o'clock evening Sri Lankan time. I think it's 15 or 14 guys there. Finally. So I'm coming the Zoom. You see that 70 and 80 guys there. Why? They know that one. It's not only the knowledge. It's not only the talking about the data. It's transferring the field. How is happening that? It's really happening. Someone discussed with me he know that the feel is coming. That nothingness feel is very nice. It's real happening. This Dhamma is not the words. How is feelings transferring? How is feeling telepathy is happening? You know, this message is not we are talking about the words, but you know, this words inside the feel. How is feel transferring? First, you want to feel. Secondly, you can transfer the others. You can't do this artificially. You can't do this physically. Because feel is not the physics, physically is happening. It's not a material. It's a rhythm. We are talking about the vibes, vibrations. It's a rhythm. It's a frequency. You can feel it. This Dhamma, someone have the feeling. What's this feel? You think so nobody is here, no one is here, it's a thought. But alive feel is disappearing. It's not a thought. It's not a thinking. It's not the words. It's a vibration. I'm vibrate that non-alive feel. How is telling this non-vibration? It's okay. But it is inside. Changing, no? It's a feel. So other side someone there, this telepathy is happening. It's very important. It's really happening. Example, today, 5 o'clock, early morning. I explain the formless world, the sky. You can hear. Have you heard that, Suranka?
Yes, I remember.
That's a feel, no?
Yes.
That is not only the words. Sky is there. The earth feelings and the sky feeling. How is that? How is that one? It's very nice feeling. Because that's a formless stage. How is that explaining? It's the first time I did it. 10,000 over than Dhamma discourses I did, but today one is new one. It's the first time. Sky. How nice that. You see that? This is very important. First, we want the feel. It's want to be happening, no? So feel. Secondly, others can feel it. Actually, it's happening. It's very important. Now time is going, no? But I want to say, this is not only the discussion. This is not only the explaining. Day by day, how long? Now 5 years. By now 5 years, but today is the first day like that. Same. Because the feel, I'm given others the feel. It's non-vibration feel. It's very nice. It's very interesting. So newcomers, and they want this, the feel. It's very important. So monasteries there, the Metmalarana here, Sri Lanka. I'm trying the schedule, timetable, especially the feeling. That's why the silence is very important, because the feeling is very important. Explaining is very important because someone don't know the truth, don't know what happened. It's very important. But otherwise, the feeling is a relaxing. It's a non-soul Dhamma here. Nobody is here. No one is here. System is working. Someone feel it. It's a nice feeling. It's very important. This discussion also won't be happen there. No one is here. No one. Nothing here, anything. No one is here. But everything is happening. This like a feeling. That is the Dhamma. That's an Nibbana. non-vibration feeling. Yeah, it's very important. English language, English pronouncing, sometimes not easy, but it's happening. I have experience otherwise. Someone have this experience, then nobody's here. Everything is like nature. It's nice experience. This practically path is going that way. It's very nice experience. Yes. Okay. Tomorrow we can join again. The feeling is very important. We want to explain the message. How is the feel? How is the Nibbana feel? How is the super-awareness feel? How is the Adhigata Samadhi we are talking about? That everything is, but nothing anything. Okay, we can join again tomorrow. Okay, Kokila, okay, Skundra. Okay, others. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. Other soul discussion is now. Oh, now it's starting, no? So, okay, Kokila, Terosanai.
We worship your presence.
Buddothpado, Buddothpado, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpado, Buddothpado, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpado,
That means the Vedananupassana, somewhere I have heard like Vedananupassana goes in directly towards an arahant. That means the path is there. So the understanding that all these are constructs, like whatever. Even if I say whatever, that has some meaning kind of. But when we voice anything, I mean, because of this, Aranansi was saying, even Dhamma has to be, understood in such a way after some level. Usually, when we understand that actually outside is just a perception in this system, a lot of the defilements are really, halved. But then when we understand even these, none of these perceptions are true. They are all constructs. What is there to? There's nothing. There's nothing. It's as if you don't have any sensory organ, isn't it? Because you have sensory organs, that's why you get the sensation. And whatever, all these 5 things are actually one thing now. Why Lord Buddha has explained these 5 things is for someone to actually understand that this is he has actually broken down the consciousness, because finally what happens is the consciousness. But he has broken this down so the sake of understanding that it is the rapid vibration, how this vibration occurs, because you have to feel it, you have to have a kind of a perception, then it has to happen so many times very fast for that to feel like it is there. That is what Lord Buddha was explaining. So none of these things are actually true, even though this is an example, like a way to what do you call it? Like not a protocol, like a pattern to understand this. It's a simile kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and the other thing he was saying was a key point was the basic fundamental feature of sanya or perception is those are subject to evolution or evolving. Evolving meaning viparinama. Sanya viparinama. So that itself, so can you even take that perception to be real? Because that was also a point, the key point that he was trying to make. I think he gave an example of if the face is slightly, if the mouth is curling upwards, we call that person to be having happy thoughts. If how even we draw just a picture on a very basic picture on a piece of paper and we draw a smiling face and a unsmiling face.
And how many times all these actors are actually unhappy but having a smiley face?
Yes, exactly. And then, one hand up means, or, you make a gesture and that gesture means to come. And you make another gesture with the hand that means, okay, go away. Or it's okay, you can now go kind of thing, like getting dismissed. So how did this, one flick is another sanya or perception, another flick of the hand is a different perception. The facial expression in one way is a perception of happiness, sadness, depression, whatever you call it. So how did we even do that? Isn't that also something that the mind constructed on its own, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean...
every facet, as you said, yes.
Yes.
There is no, I mean, when he went on and on and on and said everything is like that, everything is, you take something and then that's also a perception. You take another example, I forgot so many examples he gave, and he said that's also a perception. This is also perception, but what was true and that you took to be real in the last moment, this moment you say it's not true because of something else. No, isn't that also perception? And then he went to the basic consciousnesses, and he said the light is also a perception. But then what you mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact that the light is there is also a perception. But then we know that In the perception of light, there is no light. In the perception of sound, there is no sound. Then so too, if you have the existence of light as a perception, then that perception of existence too, isn't that also not real? And then he said that if all these perceptions came about through vibration, and this perception is subject to evolution, subject to being evolved, subject to changing constantly, can any perception be taken to be real? And if every perception arose from a vibration, and these perceptions, whatever perception comes about is not real and they stem from a vibration, then can you actually consider any vibration to be real? And if every vibration is not real, then can you not think that it is only non-self vibration that is non-vibration, or non-self vibration that is the only thing that is stable?
It was so beautiful.
That was amazing.
That was so amazing. As soon as I heard how he started saying that that means you have taken the perception as real, I kind of felt now, and actually it went on the most groundbreaking way, and it is I mean, I felt as everyone in this world, I mean, I know it won't happen, but I felt everyone in this world, any human should hear this bit. I mean, I know, not everyone will understand this, but at least someone who might feel this would be there. I mean, it is so beautiful if someone can actually get around this idea what Radharani is trying to say, because I'm kind of almost sure no one talks about this consciousness at all. No one. They kind of have no idea. And for all of the physicists, all of the scientists, the basic they know is the consciousness. And to say that there's nothing like that is groundbreaking, isn't it, Saranika? I mean, yeah. How can one say that?
Yeah, it's and I think you're quite right, Dr. Kukla. If anybody is fortunate enough to listen to it, they might not have even heard of Buddothpada talks before. But just listening to this talk on its own, you don't even need to know the history of Buddothpada discourses. You don't need to know anything of that sort. This is basic. Everybody knows about. I mean, even in the Western style, basic English language perception alone is enough to kind of get some semblance of, oh my God, kind of feeling, right?
Yeah.
That what are we doing with all this type of thing? Because it was so simple that it was, I mean, it's for people who are ready to listen to something like that. I think there's enough to grasp for them to.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wish everyone would feel this. Actually, we would try to tell that again in more because we are actually, having so much gratitude for Radharani for revealing these things to the humankind. But I will try to tell that again. So it is all about perception. Friends, if you can try and understand this. So living is actually all about perceptions. So we kind of pass from actually it is one stimuli to other stimuli. That is what we call living. And in the living, when we live, it is actually perception to perception is keep changing. So the perception happening very fast, it would feel like it is happening here, and it would give you the feel of like consciousness. It can be related to the light, it can be related to the sound, it can be related to your the feel in the skin, it can be temperature, hardness, liquidity. liquidity, kind of these things that can be felt in the skin of a human being. And all about the tongue, where you can feel the taste, and all about the nose, where you can feel the smell. So these are the 5 basic sensory organs a human could have. There's nothing more. But when these things occur, we even have no idea that these things are actually just perceptions, because when light happens, we feel it as a real something happening, that we feel it as a real thing. And that real thing, that when we feel that it as a real thing, that is a consciousness, we feel that we are conscious. How does that happen? The consciousness do occur due to the fast vibration of the sensory organs, yes. But then, why do we feel that we are conscious? And when it is not there, we call it the other person is unconscious. So how do we say this? How on earth this whole phenomena of my mind has come? How did this happen? And in the way when we try to understand this whole phenomena of perception should be understood, must be understood to understand why this self-perception is so important. How did this self-thought is so engraved? Because self-perception is a thing. How self-perception is a thing is because we feel as existing because of the feel of existence that happen in the sensory main 5 organs. So when the sensory organs work, it gives a perception, yes. But the actual groundbreaking part is light, which is a perception. Is it actually there? It is not. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? I have talked about this before, like in a, when you are actually inside a long, big tunnel, we have a perception of darkness. But if you are in a open area with sun, we have a perception of light. But then, is something actually there? Because if there's another animal who has night vision, that night vision animal can't feel it, because the person now is in the open area, feeling the sunlight, so having light, the perception of the light is there, but the the animal with the night vision is also there in the same place, same moment, but that animal can't feel the light. So what does that mean? That means this is actually not a thing happening here. It is a perception. And when a perception is there, it can appear at any time. It can appear when you are even thinking about the tunnel, it will be there. But even if you are inside the tunnel, it will be there. And how did the darkness is a perception. Light is a perception. Smell is a perception. What smell? It can be, even if you're thinking about something like jasmine, that is a mind perception. Why? Because you never smell jasmine anyway. That actually can be understood, because not easy, but it is somewhat clearer than usually, because we know the smell didn't have the jasmine anyway. We called it jasmine. That part is a bit easy. This Manovinyane part, he actually talked about that too today. Like that, how this mind sensor works. He elaborated on that really nicely. Mind sensor has the jasmine, my incense has the, roses. But when it comes to actual smell, even that is a perception. That is even not true. Why? Because it's just a production of volitional information or sankhara, or due to the speed of the vibration of the nose only you can feel this perception. So it's not true. It's not true. And the problem is these all the things that are not true is happening, yes, because of the ignorance. We kind of, any animal, not only humans, any animal, any being actually feels as existing. And this brings another problem, another new, not new, actually this is old, this self-perception. That when things happen, when the consciousness is happening, it can be just one organ. Because we always talk about this worm. Worm has only kind of one sensory organ. So even with that just one sensory organ, you get the kind of one type of perception or two types of perception, because you can, with the skin, you can feel the liquidity, the temperature and all that. So there can be two types of perceptions there. So, but these perceptions, that animal have no power, no way to understand that these perceptions are actually perceptions. Just perceptions, which are not true. They are just constructs. This word constructs is so important to understand that none of these perceptions are true. So whatever the basic smell, with no mind consciousness attached to it, even that is just a perception. Just due to rapid vibration, you feel something is happening here. And that one, when it happens, you get a new kind of perception that it is there. That is the feel of existence. And that's another perception. And is that there? No. And this evolves into self-perception. Is that there? No, it is not there. So whatever we believe in, that me, I, me, mine, is that true? This thought is based on what is actually not there. So what can we base on? So there's nothing. So is this something to be sad about? No, this is something which we feel so happy about, actually trying and understand how there is no self. There's no self. There is evolution of sensory organs. Yes, there is some perceptions. Yes, there is some sensations. Yes, there is some consciousness. Yes, there is some volitional information. Yes, but is there a self here? Is it actually existing? No, there's no existence. Even though you feel it as like that, it's only the sensory organ. Isn't it, Surangika? Do you want to add something anymore? I think it's so...
Yeah, in one of the old talks also, I remember he said, sometimes you can't even... it's the angle in which you look at it and the way you explain, depending on the question also. But at a certain point also, he said that, you can't really say that it's not there. You can't say it's there, neither can you say it's not there.
Yeah.
Because you can't go to any extreme, isn't it?
Yeah, actually they are there. The sensation is there now. Because you can't really say sensation is not there, but the sensory function is there, yes.
Yeah.
But it's a construct. And when we know this, what happens is the value, that feel of existence that we had, the value we have given, because what dissolves is this ignorance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What dissolves is ignorance, nothing else. And when the ignorance is not there, it's okay. let alone the sensation to happen, let alone the consciousness to happen, let alone the perception to be there. There's no problem. So none of these things are problematic. It's only understanding. There's nothing to be like taken to be granted for. Like actually, there's nothing there. But someone looking at this in a different angle might feel depressed. If you feel depressed, that is because you're actually thinking with yourself in it. That's where people feel a bit, hazy sometimes. When you listen to someone like this, you might be like, oh, okay, so is there nothing? Oh my God, what am I going to do? Like that kind of attitude. That is because you are actually still in that mindset that I am here and that I'm going to be useless. No, that's not what we are saying. That what we are trying to say is this I, me, mine is a baseless thought, and the base was the perception, which is actually again baseless because there's no it's not actually perception is just a construct. We can't say it is not there, but it is a construct. It's a construct means there's no actual basing because it happens when you when you know that it is a construct. Actually, the power which runs this whole samsaric journey is going to get reduced. Definitely going to get reduced, 100%. There's no problem in that. And Lord Buddha has guaranteed if someone feels this, someone actually feels this, that these perceptions are actually what is left is just the rapid vibration of the sensory organ. The whole, I think we have to elaborate on here much bit more on how light you might feel with understanding this, because if someone is feeling so concerned about this, then that means you are with the view, self-view. But if someone actually has broken this self-view, you will feel much lighter, much happier, not in a sensual world way, in a very different way. So because this so much burden you had, thinking that I'm here, I'm there, I have to do these things, I am the one who is suffering, I am the one who is happy, the whole thing breaks down. And the more you understand that perceptions are actually just constructs, the lightness you might feel, the tranquility you might feel is unbelievable. You can't even fight about it, have an argument about it, because it's something to be felt. And if you feel it, you definitely is going to understand how lack of suffering is, or zero suffering, how it feels. That's the moment you feel the non-vibration, there's no zero suffering. Zero suffering means zero self-vibration. So this is the beauty of this Dharma. You can add something, Surangika?
Yes, sir. So I think understanding those senses, because as you said, Dr. Kokila, depending on what stage a person is on the path, there can be that initial sense for a person who hasn't listened to it much or really understood the Dhamma. They can take it to mean or have a bit of a defeatist attitude, isn't it? Saying, oh, then what's the point in living? What's the point in having a house? What's the point in the family and this and that? And we have heard even on the Zoom talk and with our experiences as well, depending on what stage one is on the path, you can get this feeling as if, all this is useless and, job is useless, this is useless, that is useless. And then there is a time where one wants to get away from all this because I mean, to that extent, there is an understanding that these things are not going to, these things are just perceptions, and ultimately they don't mean anything. And everything is a construct, so on and so forth. So then what they want is they want to kind of, they get so disgusted, probably so depressed in a not in a conventional depression kind of thing, but at least just depressed about all these being just sanya and everything is a construct, that they want to leave everything and go to a monastery or go somewhere to the jungle and lead a monastic life. So that also is a stage, and I think we've heard Narayan once explaining to people like that so many times on the Zoom. That's, of course, that's just a stage. There is a stage where one gets a bit fed up of everything, but that too will pass. And the more one understands the true Dhamma, then and actually links up the fact that because there is no such thing and everything is a construct, so too does the self-perception. That because in that early example, there will still remain a person who is disgusted, isn't it? A person who's still depressed, a person who still wants to get away and understand the liberation quickly, or get to the liberation quickly, or get away from the family obligations, because that person will think these things are tying me down to samsara, these things are making my journey to nirvana longer, harder, and so on. So then to that extent those things have become real. So that too, there's not much to worry about, but because that is also a stage one has to pass. And then, so as the progression happens with the true Dhamma getting more and more understood or gets clarified, one then goes beyond that point and understands that if there is no self even here, there comes that inner transformation and the lightness, as you said, Dr. Kokila, because it is, as you said, the first time you said that when you heard that this whole self-perception is a lie, this whole self-perception is a facade, how relieved and, how you felt about it. So when one kind of gains that understanding that if there is no thing, then so too chakung nichang vanichang vanichang bante and so on, and then anatma, is there a atma here or not? And then one comes to the understanding that there is no self. It was always just a misconception alone and nothing else. Then with that comes the liberation, isn't it? With that comes that lightness, and that lightness only increases through that awakening in the different stages of awakening that we hear of, starting from the stream entry, but right from the very beginning, when we talk about ignorance, it is ignorance that is getting faded little by little. I mean, if we think about the 10 fetters, though there is ignorance.
Actually, 10 fetters also feed each other, because of the ignorance, there was mana udacha. I don't know the English words for that, but they feed each other as well. Like they feed the top one, like the below one feeds the top one, because you have to have the liking for formless that is in the basic consciousness level now. So that you feel that it is there, then you feel like maintaining that, and then that leads to actually to have the form level, and form level, that is the dream level or the thought level. The thought level, then there is a desire to maintain that level. Then when you try to maintain that level, then it comes to the sensual level, because now you have son, daughter, mother, father, family, job, trying to kind of, you feel like they are out there and I'm trying to, I need them to survive, kind of thing. And this feeds, this goes on feeding. And
because it is those, if you come back to perceptions, it is through ignorance right from the beginning. Right from the
from the
beginning.
beginning. Yeah.
It's ignorance that is getting cleared away, isn't it? And,
in that rapid talk, even Aranwanse told one or two sentences about that too, like the Patitsampada. It was so beautiful that he put kind of everything everywhere in that talk. Even Patitsampada, he discussed how avidya starts this original formation and goes on and on, how this happens. And he also talked about how the main 5 sensory organs function, and also that leads to the mind, the formation of mind, and then in that how this complete thing keeps happening again. And it's so beautiful to hear. I mean, I think Sinhala people who can listen to Sinhala language is so lucky that they can actually listen to that and understand, isn't it, Surangika?
Yeah, I think it's becomes I think it's very inspiring in Sinhalese. I think I'm sure probably we might be biased, but there is something in the Sinhalese language that is able to, and even the noble spiritual teacher and Vansa also explains this, that there is something in that language which kind of is able to give them true meaning of the Buddha's word and the essence of essence of his teachings.
Yes, even the same talk, if it was translated to English, it might not look as that beautiful.
Exactly, yes. So it has that thing. I mean, even the Pali words, and even without the Pali words, the simplistic nature of the words, and also there is some kind of directness also in the Sinhalese language.
Directness,
which I mean, and that is even manifested through Aran Mahansa's teachings, the way he speaks to us, the way his conduct and so on as well. That directness as well as the compassion, everything is there. And even whilst words are only words, and words we have always been told not to be hung up on words, still in order to give that meaning across to the followers and for them to be able to take that and really do the vidarshana, really do that penetrative insight, that language helps. But of course that's not anything to get discouraged for our English speaking listeners. What we are trying to do is trying to give it in simplistic terms as much as possible through this word perception that we used here, through understanding these 5 aggregates and how this perception has driven this whole existence is the crux of our advances discourse this morning. And if we think about it, I mean, if you ask someone to describe themselves, they will say, I am so-and-so's daughter, or I am so-and-so, my father is so-and-so, or I live in this big house, or I have this job, I have a car, I have a wife and family, or, I'm from this caste system, or I'm from Sri Lanka, or I have, can that person ever say anything which is not connected to something else?
Yeah.
Isn't it? It's amazing. And then and then you turn to the Dhamma, and then, you say, if that is not there, then are you here? If that is there, then this is here.
Yeah. It's, I mean, I think words are not good enough to give this sensation. So I think the best thing is for you to feel this. I know there is like a challenge in feeling this, but at least understanding this bit is so beautiful for you to actually feel relieved, as we said, because we had such a drama, to look after myself, safeguard yourself, like myself, safeguard, or kind of, so many things, so many things, what are the other words we can use, Surangika? So many things that we try to avoid happening, or because we don't like it. Kind of, I don't like it. Oh, I like it. In the other way around, I like it. So there's so many things revolving around the same that phenomenon of I,
Yeah.
and we even didn't know what we are talking about.
Yeah, and we have, through that ignorance, not only cast this personality and persona and I self here, and revolving around that is the I need something to be this way, or I want this to be this way, or this chair should be like this, or this is my plate, this is my cup. And if somebody uses that cup, then I remember somebody saying to you on one of the other Zoom discussions. He had gone and stayed with some friends, and everybody had put their clothes into the washing machine. And there was a sense of aversion, slight aversion that went through his mind at that point. So, even these little things, it doesn't have to be even that. Even in your day-to-day activities, if you don't want something like this or something like that, everything is something. Everything is a drushti. Everything is there is a concept that something has to be done this way, this has to be done this way, and so on and so forth. If we think about our day, you can imagine millions and millions of things.
Yes.
That is a fixated idea or a perception of things revolving around the self, isn't it?
Yeah, that is the self-perception actually. So this self-perception, what we keep understanding is self-perception itself is a mirage. And then when we keep understanding this, the power is going to die down anyway. This power, because the power is which is driving this force. So the power, what is the power? Power is the power which actually give fuel to this samsaric journey. And that is a bit that no one can actually understand, but one can understand this moment. If someone understands this moment, then you will understand how it is linked to the next moment. If this moment is not true, how can the next moment be true? But then
yes,
if
right.
this, but we want to maintain the next moment. That's why we don't want to die. Even the worm doesn't want to die. Kind of wants to maintain that feel. Whatever the feel, it doesn't matter. Even in Lord Buddha's time, we talk about this niri. I don't know what to say in English, but niri sattva. In that sense, they kind of we describe it as fire. In fire, kind of the organism is in the fire. But then when we talk about that, even that organism doesn't want to do anything
doesn't
about
want
that.
to die or whatever.
Yeah, that vibration, it would like it to continue, because that's all they know. The perception of being existence, perception of existence is giving this trouble. How did this happen? Is because of a vibration which actually is there. This vibration to become so. How would this vibration come to zero? Is this ignorance? When the ignorance is when the ignorance is not there, in the sense when you actually understand the science of this. The wisdom, actual wisdom, is about science of this, how a mirage actually kept us driving. Mirage usually drives all the deer to the water. They keep walking, thinking that water would be there, and they die on the way. And the same way, humans, all the beings, there is a driving force.
Yes, I think we discussed it a little bit yesterday or day before also about the self-propelling nature of the vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, that
It
driving
continues
force
to
is due
bind.
to
It
the
continues
ignorance.
to bind each other like a glue, and unknowingly, there is a getting caught up in it, isn't it? It's like a vortex.
Yeah,
The
it's all due
bummer
to
kind of
ignorance,
thing,
though.
the turning top thing, yeah, which creates its
Yeah.
power while spinning.
Yeah, but when a noble friend is telling this, there's like a, you break. You suddenly break because they
Yeah.
kind of, this break is the beginning of the path, I think, because you turn. Kind of, you just break and then slowly you turn, and there's no turning back again if you actually feel the non-vibration, because this propelling was due to ignorance. And when ignorance is actually, there is a fight between the wisdom and the ignorance, and when the wisdom is there, when you understand, when the ignorance is getting weaker and weaker, in the sense you understand the science of this, how every being is having the power because of not knowing this science of perception or sensation or volitional information or consciousness, because everything is actually one. It's all about the stimulus. So this stimulus, because of the stimulus is felt, there's a sensation, it is felt as a thing. The perception is felt as a thing, because we don't know. No one knows. No one knows. Lord Buddha understood by himself, and after that, all the Dhamma is all about this understanding that how this mirage is actually fueling this power. Ignorance is fueling this power. Ignorance fuels the self-vibration. It's vice versa. Ignorance fuels the self-perception. Self-perception fuels the ignorance. It's a cycle, isn't it? Actually, it has been told what is the reason for ignorance, someone asked, and Lord Buddha said it's ashram. So I think I'm correct in because I don't know what to say in English for ashram, but we kind of in do you remember that, Suranka? How to say
no,
that?
Not the exact sutra or anything.
No, in the sense, what is the word for astrava? Do you know?
Zygote thing.
No, astrava, not the astrava.
Oh, sorry, astrava is cankers or taints.
Yeah. So the it is a cycle. So this fuels the ignorance fuels the non-vibration. Yes, but ignorance fuels the vibration, self-vibration, and self-vibration fuels the ignorance again. So it's a cycle, never ends. And this one is broken through the only in a human being. This will happen. And even in a human being, not all the human beings who can hear this Dhamma will happen, this will happen. And not all who hears this Dhamma will that happen in someone who can actually sense the non-vibration would this happen. So it is so beautiful, this Dhamma, how this fueling occurs, how ignorance fuels this whole thing, for us to keep feeling that everything, as a real thing. And what Aranon said today morning, that sermon was so enlightening. Actually, in that, what he said about this ittasanya, or perception of
Existence.
existence, even that is not true. And perception of being alive, that is not true. And when we keep understanding this, how light you should feel, and if you actually feel this, how enlightening would that be, even for a moment? I mean, it doesn't matter whether you haven't become of it. It doesn't matter. Just feel it for a moment and see how beautiful that is. I mean, how nice it would be to feel that without the burning. It would be just the perception. You become the perception, yes. In the sense the self-perception is not there, then it would be just a sound. And you become the sound. And then when actually this respiration stops, or this whatever the time, the breathing, or we call it breathing, but it is again another perception. But when this system breaks down, that is the only thing that is going to be there. There is no power left to vibrate anywhere else, to synchronize to any vibration in a zygote. That is the beauty of this Dhamma. And yeah, I think I don't think we do any justice by talking about this. I mean, we try to do some justice by talking, and we try our hard, but sometimes it's difficult. But anyway, it is so beautiful. We invite everyone to listen to today morning. It was at 5 a.m. He joined, Aranwasi joined in kind of the end part, and because of the question, and he went on to talk about this perception and this exceptional discussion. So
the other part was, he also talked about the dream and what the things we see in dreams. I mean, can you catch it? No, can you feel as if you really heard things in the dream. You really went, you ran, you jumped, you did all these things, but weren't all those perception. And then he said, what's the difference between that and the real world, as you call it? And so isn't that then a similar dream as well? And then, if you talk about the usual example of the mirror, and then he, I think, also talked about the perception is the mirage, the penapindupamang rupang, and then the perception is akin to a mirage. And he also said that, if you know that there is water, the mirage of water occurring, do you take a bucket of a pail and go to bring water from the mirage? You don't, right? Because you've understood what it is. And if that's a very, very conventional thing that society can understand, we all see it, we all learn it in school, all that kind of thing. You know that the shimmering of water that you see in a distance in a very sunny day is not water. Are you going to run there with the bucket to fill the bucket? No, you don't. Same thing with the mirror. Are you going to reach into the mirror and pluck something out? No, you don't. So the essence of this Dhamma also is that I think sometimes people want everything to be very in plain sight. People can't, it's difficult. Nobody's saying it's easy. And Aranwasi also says that, look, it is a Dhamma that has to be understood through wisdom. It is something that prajna has to be applied. It is not something that can be understood by using one's sense faculties, because it is not it's not something like that. It is through wisdom and wisdom alone, through the understanding, through listening to Dhamma, through the sota aspect of it, the hearing of it only, not through meditation, not through concentration. Meditation can one gain the understanding, and it is understanding alone not something that you can touch and feel and say, this is the Dhamma. That is not the way. The feel comes later. But it is that understanding first that will then make that wisdom arise from within, isn't it? And I think also just a note to say that both of us have talked very animatedly during this Zoom discussion. So potentially someone can even misunderstand, thinking that we have made everything a thing. And every talk and every
not
word.
Really,
not really. And it is something that is difficult to convey, that however much animatedly one can speak. We have heard of R.N. Vansa really joking, really laughing with our mothers in the Zoom the last few days where he's been going around the country, how he talks so lovingly, compassionately to our old mothers and fathers and all that. But he himself has said it. Is there anything that is getting perturbed from within? No, there isn't. That unshaken super awareness remains unshaken. So it is not something, as you said, Dr. Pokira, that can be that we can or anyone can convince a listener. If that listener also follows the Dhamma, understands it, achieves that liberation gradually whilst on the path, then that person is able to feel that awakening and feel through the Sandittika, come and see, will understand that however animatedly one can speak, however jokingly one can speak, that doesn't necessarily become a thing, isn't it?
Yes, 100%. And it is so beautiful to feel that if another human being, kind of only human beings can actually understand this Dhamma. So any human being, doesn't matter who that is, any human being, if that human being can actually feel this and feel the non-vibration, that would be the task that is left to anyone who is understanding this Dhamma. And we try to convey this message to our maximum so that any human being close to the non-vibration may hear this and may understand this and may touch the non-vibration. That is all we can do, and we try our best to do that. And we try to actually make this interesting. We try to make this kind of because otherwise no one would like to actually listen to something boring. But if we are actually able to catch your mind, catch your attention, and that would change your life forever. Such the tranquility or the super happiness, or because I don't have a word to say, the sukha, I'm saying it in a different language, trying to say it in a different language. This is nothing compared to the happiness we know from eating what you like, drinking what you like, living with someone you like, or having some money, or being able to go somewhere when you want to go somewhere. Not that happiness. This is there when you are dying. This is there when you are having a calamity. This is there when you are waking up. This is there when you are sleeping. This is there everywhere. And that is the beauty of Dhamma. This is something you can feel, and we keep reiterating this is something achievable. If you want, in that sense, when we say the word achievable, you might say, oh, is there someone to achieve that? No, actually no. But this is something you can become. The non-vibration is out there. You can synchronize to that. To synchronize to that, the ignorance should be actually dealt with. So that this Dhamma will deal with the ignorance very beautifully. And we can only invite everyone to listen to this Dhamma and understand this Dhamma And that's all our task would be that, and that is only, isn't it?
Yes, indeed, Dr. Pokila. And if our listeners, we may have mentioned this several times over the Zoom, we do have a couple of websites for our English-speaking listeners. There are English books and English language material as well. So one of the websites is Buddothpada-dhamma.com. And there are several English books, translations of our advances, discussions with various followers. I think about 10 English books, which are very written very simply and can be easily understood. And then we also have another website called wisdomofasia.com. So we invite our listeners to go into either of those websites and have a look at the material, have a look at the talks, understand how the mind works and how the mind gets created, how this liberation of mind and liberation of body, what is all that about, what is the truth. So all these concepts and perception, as well as we talked of today, all this can be understood very lucidly, very simply through those talks. So we invite all of you to just go explore if your interest has been piqued by today's discussion. Yes,
thank you, Swamika, for coming for discussion today, and we was Teran Saranai Arenanza, and may the Triple Gem bless you all. Yeah, in this beautiful early morning, the light of wisdom is bringing you out of this great darkness. Our noble friend Buddothpado Aryan, he made a great effort for many years, and now you can listen all of Buddothpado Dhamma sermons on the Buddothpado PeoTV in Sinhala and English, both language, and 24 hours a day. Yeah, I was listening to the discussion. That is true. This Dhamma, it's very difficult to understand from the very beginning if you haven't explored what is this Buddhism, what is this real true Dhamma means. If when someone remains near the Dhamma, they can understand it deeply, and especially when the mind settle into still very close to that non-vibrating state. That's true. They can understand this Dhamma very quickly. And many people actually misunderstand about the Buddha's, who's Buddha, and of him only as a remarkable person. They think like that way. But the Buddha is a state of awakening, realization that any human being can cultivate. Most of them don't know that. And you too can grow into the qualities of Buddha Putra. That means child of the Samma Sambuddha. By through going walking the noble path he revealed, you can reach to that state. The Samma Sambuddha has the Lord Buddha has offered this word profound and beautiful Dhamma, that teaching that shows the way to freedom. When this Dhamma is truly
seen, its beauty actually becomes unmistakable. It is the beauty of a state that free from the mind, that no longer cling or no longer creates a raga, desha, moha. That means craving and aversion and delusion. Without those impurities, and then you feel how it's beautiful. Once you realize this Dhamma, how beautiful that is state. And then the Lord Buddha, he revealed this ignorance to the whole world, so that all beings could understand the truth and find freedom from suffering. His compassion was for everyone, not only for the Buddhist people. Lord Buddha is not he has no religion. That is a state of Buddha, and then his compassion for everyone without exception. When the heart is free from these defilements, something extraordinary happens. You still live in the world. You still fulfill your responsibilities. It doesn't matter if you understand or if you're seeking for this true Dhamma, you still fulfill your responsibility, but you do so with lightness and clarity and like joyfully is. You use the world without being used by it. You have no world inside you, but you will use it. You engage without being entangled, and you can care without being burdened, and you will carry out everything without any entangled state in your mind. This is the gentle paragons of the Dhamma that the Lord Buddha entrusted to the fourfold assembly, like bhikkhu, bhikkhuni, upasaka, and upasika. So that all beings may discover the freedom for themselves, and when the Dhamma is truly realized and lived, each of these four groups naturally becomes a living messenger of the Buddha's teaching. Those four groups can send this, spread this message to this world once realizing this Dhamma with their experience and every step how they experience in this path to Nibbana. So yeah, after very long time, we can hear that those words, there is we can hear non-vibration state, that kind of words or a spark in this moment, like those words you can hear through Buddothpado Dhamma sermons. So then you may think that these are not the Buddha's words, like using that modern words. And you should understand that language is not a problem to understand Dhamma. Whether it is Sinhala, English, or Pali, or any language can be used to explain about this nature, about this natural phenomena. So you can explain in English for your children about this Dhamma. They can understand clearly. It shouldn't be in a Sinhala language or in Pali language. It doesn't matter. You can explain in any language. So we think we should gather all the knowledge of Pali words and all the sutta with Pali language, and then actually we can explain this Dhamma very clearly and very in a general so we can use any language to explain this Dhamma for our children as well. So what we need to take through this language is not just the words, but the message is the important one, and find out everything within yourself. Even in the Lord Buddha's time, like 7 years, 8 years, little children were able to understand the true Dhamma. We can hear that stories all the time. This shows that the Lord Buddha hadn't spoken to them in deep heavy language to explain the Dhamma. It shows that the Lord Buddha has used simple, clear, and direct explanations that match to their level of understanding. Because 7, 8-year-old children can't understand very deep or very heavy language. So have you ever heard of small children sitting for long hours doing deep concentration meditation in order to realize the Dhamma in Buddha's era, or to enter the stream to become Sotapanna state? No, we never heard like that. That was not how they awakened. So we must reflect. What did the Buddha explain to them? Which way Lord Buddha has explained to them? So what kind of teaching allowed even a child's mind to open? So we need to explore all the points in practical way. The Buddha never instructed. We never heard that Patachara story, and then the Buddha never instructed Patachara to practice concentration meditation first in order to realize the Dhamma. When she realized the Dhamma, it shows she immediately understood with wisdom. The Buddha has never instructed Patachara to practice that concentration meditation when she realized the Dhamma. So with wisdom, that there was, we can't see that there was no separate, she could understand that there was no separate external world. She saw directly that in this very moment, within this very mind, the illusion of mind had arisen, and it was that illusion which created unbearable suffering. Seeing this truth clearly was the beginning of her great liberation. We can understand that those points when we study of the Patachara story and the Sunita Sopak and Angulimala stories. We can see clearly that they haven't done any concentration meditation to understand immediately this true Dhamma. So when when the Buddha has gently showed them how this mind arises and how the five aggregates and the six senses bases work, I think they began to see something profound. They can see what we call the world is not something outside. It's a creation of through these six faculties. The world means these six faculties. It is the mind itself that constructs the world through seeing, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thinking. Once this is understood, even a child can realize this Dhamma, that there is no solid external world to cling to. It is very clear when explaining this way how their six senses are working, and then how their color world has formed, and how their sound world has formed. And then they can understand very clearly. They no need a Pali words or a very deep Dhamma discussion for them. They can similarly they can understand. There is only the mind creating experience moment by moment. Then they can see very clearly that. That's why small children can understand this Dhamma, because they have no many concepts they have learned and feeling from those concepts in their mind. And with that understanding, the grip of raga, desha, moha means aversion and delusion and craving, all begins to loosen or begin to fade away. The heart becomes lighter, and the Dhamma becomes clear, and the path to freedom opens, and it is not through pause, not through long meditation, but through right understanding and the realization in this very moment. So when there is no vibration state, it means the energy you give to your thought is become zero. There is the zero, energy is zero. If we speak of two worlds, that is the external world and the internal world, then whenever the mind begins to shake at that point, it means you are giving energy to that objects that appear in the mind. So when you see the truth in this very moment, it's become neutral, or steady state naturally arises within your system. And when you cannot see that this whole experience is simply an frequency level low energy based or vibrating system, you naturally take it to be real. So from childhood, we learn words for the things that appear through our senses. If we take the words like orange, that word is simply a label for the stimulus that comes through our sense doors. we cannot see that frequency level itself, but we have given it a name as orange. So the first time you recognize the vibration that we call orange as also you also learn to connect that name with the taste, smell, and the color and the shapes. All these different sensory vibration are gathered under this single word you learn. We learn a word for those all vibrations. So that when a similar vibration appears again, and you recognize it as orange, you think it is orange. Again, you are thinking and you are recognizing as orange because our mothers, our mother gives our us an orange every day. The mind begins to believe that orange is one solid existing thing when we see it regularly, and then but in truth, each time you experience only a similar vibration pattern or similar energy system arising in this present moment, and it compared with our past experience. So then you can try to feel the same taste as before. Then you think this taste comes as the same taste you experienced before. If the taste is not exactly the same, then you may think this is not like the old one that you experience, but the old one had a different vibration at that time, and now you experience a new vibration arising within you. It arises and fades every moment, moment by moment. So in this way, we keep giving power to these mind objects again and again, and we take them to be one solid real thing. We recognize it as a so one thing that existing. Yeah, like that way we are recognizing object. So if you learn the words like from our childhood, like bread, orange, or toffee, banana, or anything else, it is only because you were taught those names. If you had never learned those names, then what would appear through the senses would simply be energy arising, nothing more, nothing more than because we never can find a bread, orange, or toffee or banana because we have given names for those energies that arise within through your five senses. Even at a very if you look further, what comes through the sense is just like we can say like energy or frequency. The same frequency appears as color through the eye, and the same frequency is felt through the skin, and the same frequency is recognized through tongue as a taste. One thing appear in a different ways, like taste, and like colors, and like hardness or soft or bitterness, or even pleasant music which is come through your ears. Like that way, you experience those frequencies in different ways. Whenever you give power to those names, the mind automatically recognizes the object as the same thing each time it appears. This happen because you have strength, or you have given energy to that name again and again. It calls in so abhisankarana, the repeated construction of the concept. That's why we recognize when we see object again and again. So that's how we are recognizing the object, because of the abhisankarana, or repeated construction of the concept. Through this repeated mental formation, the mind treats the object as one solid and unchanging reality. That one wave of energy appears in different forms through our 5 sensory organs. When you see this clearly, how every organs are arising, those feelings are arising in this moment, you understand that we have simply given names to the electrical signals that arises through each sense. That we can if we think about our eye, then the electrical signals that comes through the eye is we have given a named a light wave, and the electrical signal that comes through the ear is named given as a sound wave. The same pattern that the electrical signal that comes through the tongue is named as a chemical signal, like we recognize as a taste, or we say that electrical impulse come through the taste buds. The same thing happen through the nose and through skin. We has given a name as a chemical signal or physical signal through the electrical signal that comes through the skin is named as a physical signal. Like that way, always it comes electrical impulse through these all every sensory organs. But we have given different names for those things. But we are using those names, but we never can see the basic the layer that vibration level or the electrical impulses level we never can understand, even though they are all just electrical impulses. We recognize them as 5 different things. We are thinking that there are 5 things appear arising through these 5 senses. That one vibration appears as a color and taste, hardness, softness, and bitterness, pleasantness, pleasant sound, depending on which sense organ received it. And then everything everything appear in this moment and disappears. We never can recognize. And then again a new vibration arises and disappears, and then again arising vibration arising and disappears. But we never can see that process. We can see only the change in the words every moment, and we see pictures and we hear sounds and we feel the taste. We always see the very outer layer. Actually, nothing can be taken as a, because when new vibration arise and disappear, and then again the another vibration arising and disappear, then nothing can be taken as a past or future. Even though this moment is not real, we don't if we don't understand how this process work, and if we don't look into for ourselves, if we don't explore our how these five faculties or five consciousness are working, so we remain caught in this cycle of samsara. That is why the Lord Buddha taught depend on origination, to help us see the mechanism clearly and free ourselves to escape from this cycle. That's why we need to understand how this mind has formed through these five senses. In this moment, your mind's reactive nature is shaped by the way you have taken the whole world to be true. So according to that conditioning, this movement keeps forming. Let's take an example. So imagine that in this moment you are listening to Dhamma, and your mind then connect with that same kind of energy or frequency. Because of that condition, the next moment is experienced as very calm, and then you feel very peaceful state in your mind. But if anger arises within you, that vibration becomes a very coarse. Then the mind links to that same low, heavy level of frequencies. So then you don't feel any peaceful or calm state in your mind. So if we explain like this way, you can't see this system very clearly without arising of Dhamma eye or understanding of Dhamma. When you are practicing on this path, at first you might try to observe this process, like looking at something and trying to understand how this color world is formed and how this sound world has formed. And then taste world, what is this taste world, and find out what is this the touch world is mean, how you experience them. Always explore within yourself, and then you will see all the five senses clearly. And then after understanding very clearly, then the next step, you don't need to think, and it will be seen automatically. It will arise in of all these senses at once. When you touch something, or when you see something, and then it's automatically arising within you that there is no existing world, or nothing to hang on it with those pictures or those images, or with those objects. As you progress step by step, you will see that no one is controlling this system. Further, if you explore, you will notice that without thinking, you can see this system appearing in this very moment. You don't want to think or look at separately all organs, all senses. It will arise in at once when you are practicing continuously in this pathway. Also, you don't want to think about any mind object or Dhamma thoughts. When those thoughts arising in your mind, you will see them very clearly, and then furthermore, you will realize all thoughts arise and disappear through this system without any attachment or clinging. This system will function normally as a normal. The thoughts will flow normal way, but it arises automatically within you as this world is not real, or as the six senses arising in this moment. You will realize that those thoughts or nothing to take as real thing. If an old memory or event appears at this moment, also you will realize those minds objects are useless. Then you will feel how the calm when you free from that mind at that moment. And if you see anything, if you feel anything, there is nothing to take as real, and no vibration or pleasure or displeasure, because this state has awakened to this moment, and then you see the ignorance at that moment, and then you always free from those mind, and then always your fire. And then if you had a fire inside you, it's fade away gradually, and then you can feel it and then when you are throw away all the thoughts as thinking that those are useless. And I forgot to tell I forgot to mention this. When you realize this illusory world from the very beginning, when you practice in this path, when all the world that comes through the 6 faculties collapse, and then you may feel sad from the very beginning, because the world, whole world that you considered real collapses. And then gradually, when you enter this path, then you will feel that very pleasant state or happy nature arises within you. Happy means actually here, I mentioned here, think that example, if you take an example, when you think that you get a lottery with a big amount of money, then that time also you become happy. We are not saying that happiness in this noble pathway, because this pleasant state or happiness, no, it doesn't disappear at any time. That like not like in conventional world happiness. We are talking about that. We are talking that happiness means it's like it's never fade away within you. When you see this system in or ignorance in this moment, you automatically feel it as very pleasant. For example, even when you are looking at the mirror to see your face, when you realize that there is avidya or ignorance there, you automatically feel a sense of release. That is very pleasant, and at that moment it is very rising a very peaceful state within you. This is because every attachment is shown by ignorance, and therefore it naturally comes down to this attachment. Actually, when detached from everything, with realization, the truth in this every moment, so it gives you, and it's arising very, very peaceful state inside you. So actually, someone might think that when detachment occurs from everything, it may be a problem to carrying your children, or you might lose your responsibilities. But no, it is not like that. You can continue all your responsibilities better than before, with being aware of this very moment. You can do it very nicely and accurately, all work what you are doing. We hear about always the story about Vishaka Upasika in the Buddha's era, who was a Sotapanna, and how she did her responsibilities to her family as a normal person. So we also hear, we can hear that Anagami noble person fulfill their responsibilities by caring for their parents. And then when we explore in those points, then it is very clear. Then it is very beautiful once you understand and realize in this Dhamma, and then nothing be changed. Nothing can be changed of your responsibilities or caring your parents. So I think you will care your parents better than before, after you realize in the Dhamma, because you might understand and you will realize how very rare this human life, and then it's arising very a great compassion and loving kindness towards your parents, because they raised you and then they gave this life, and then you get a chance to understand and realize in this Dhamma. That is the very important thing you are realizing once you enter this path to Nibbana. Yeah, we take responsibilities for caring our parents and as normal way, but once you realize in this Dhamma, you are doing better than that. Those responsibilities and caring for your husband or wife or for children or for your parents. Especially I mentioned that because you realize the value of this human life that your parents given you. Actually, we can say like that way. You might not taken as real anything after your realization, but we have to look after, or we have to care about our parents, and you also will try to give this beautiful message and for your parents as your responsibility, and as your love for them. If you are love for them, and then you will try to give this message for them to escape from this samsaric cycle. That is the great gift you can give for them, for your children and everyone. When a person directly sees the illusion fabricated by the mind, the inner world and outer world that the mind has woven together, not as a concept, but through immediate experience, that person enter the state of stream entry. At that very moment, when this truth is known and understand through realization or through direct seeing, through experiencing within yourself, then the right view arises from that moment. So that is why you understand about the value of this human life, how rare to listen or realize in this Dhamma. And that's why you carry out your responsibility better than before for your parents. So the right view is not the belief that the Buddha appears to reward or punish beings. It is the clear recognition of samsara, the endless wandering of the mind, driven by condition and the illusions it grasps. So when ignorance begins to fade, and one awakens from this long in a dream, the true Dhamma becomes unmistakably clear. At that moment, right views or samadhi genuinely arising within you. With right view comes a moment of awakening, even if only for an instant. In that instant, you directly see how the mind arises and falls, how it's lift and drops. Once this understood, once the path has opened in this way, you can no longer fall back into the old belief in an inner self or an outer person. The world can never appear in the same way again. You might feel once you understand this Dhamma. When the mind rests in this nature, even past thoughts cannot appear as anything real, because once you understand one object, whether it is real or not, in this very moment, it doesn't matter. Any kind of thoughts can appear in your mind, and then you will realize that those are very useless, and then there wasn't any past real thing. Then you will realize like that way. And then also if there are more thoughts arising about creating the future dreams, like that thoughts, it also doesn't matter for you, because you know those thoughts are also useless and then nothing real. That's what happening within you. Then you release from all the suffering, and then you will release from all the stress and from everything. That's what happened within you. Isn't that beautiful? I think you like to, you will like a state for like that state if you can experience. And then also there is no one who can give them power. In that clarity, the thoughts of past, future or present no longer ignite the mind, and they do not catch fire. It's gradually fading away when you realizing that useless thoughts are appearing and disappearing. So, and new sankhara do not arise anymore, because and the sankhara that were forming simply dissolve. In this way, the entire process settles, because ignorance has been recognized and understood by wisdom, and the cycle that kept turning for so long comes to an end. Then you will understand, and you will feel that without thinking, and then without making an effort to think, and then how your mind becomes settled. Actually not the mind, it is free from the mind. Normally the thoughts will float as normal way, because our five senses are working, and then we can see anything, and then we can recognize anything as normal way. But there is no power, and then there is no owner for the thoughts, and then if the always we are suffering because of the past event or past thoughts when appearing into your mind, and then that is the problem all of you. And even those days I had experience, those all memories were when appearing in this mind, and then we get hurt, and then we feel those and then we are suffering through those past events and past memories. But once you realize this Dhamma, what happened inside you, if any thoughts or any past events appear in this moment, it's become very useless for you. We are talking, this is very, very with experience, and then come and see, and then come and experience this Dhamma within you, and then see how your mind become free, and see how you become free from that stress state. Or yeah, you can see once you realize in this Dhamma, it is very beautiful. And then yeah, when the mind becomes calm like this, everything feels light and easy. The senses still work, but they no longer pull you into stories or emotions. Seeing is just seen, hearing is just hearing, and thoughts come and go without creating stress, or the mind does not build me inside or a world outside. Everything arises and fade like small waves on a quiet sea. In this peaceful state, nothing needs to be controlled or changed. You don't try to change or control anything. Just the life floating in a natural way. The Dhamma shows itself naturally, a simple flow of condition appearing and disappearing, and empty of self and free from struggle. When we say, actually, don't be misunderstand, when we say no emotion, it can easily be misunderstood. A noble friend does not become numb, or does not become like no feeling like that. Not like that. They can feel everything very clearly, sometimes even more clearly than before. They can feel, they have sensitivity, and then they can they can sense other people joy and pain with great sensitivity. they still, the noble friend I'm talking about, they still experience pleasant, unpleasant feelings, happy and sad feelings, but they do not cling to them. They do not take pleasure as a real happiness, or pain as real suffering. Feeling arises, but there is no attachment, no burning, no owner for those feelings, and because of that, the mind stays free and peaceful. In this calm state or space, the Dhamma becomes a living guide, showing that peace is not found by change in the world, but by understanding the mind that creates the world. So when the mind is free in this way, there is natural sense of inner freedom and you feel and a quieter joy. Joy means actually not what you are thinking. Joy means not dancing or anything like that, but it is very peaceful and very happy moment will arise. This is the freedom that comes when the heart no longer fight with life, and the mind no longer build a false world around itself. But it's the good thing. No longer fights with this life. That is the important thing we feel when realizing this world. Before we were fight for our husband or for our, everything we were fight. From our inside and outside both. But once you realize there is no fight with this life, that is the beautiful thing you can experience. Yeah. So the Lord Buddha has declared that this Dhamma is to be upheld and carried forward by the fourfold assembly. When I mentioned from the beginning as well, like Bhikkhu, Bhikkhuni, Upasaka, Upasika, the fourfold assembly. Therefore, do not hesitate to inquire deeply and discover for yourself that Buddha's timeless message offered for the welfare and liberation of the world. This is for everyone, anyone, any human being on this world. And then anyone can understand this Dhamma. Come and see and experience this blissful and very beautiful Dhamma. And you will feel how your freedom arising within you without fighting with your life. You can all understand and experience this blissful Dhamma. We will meet again tomorrow at the same time, and I have to pause now. May the Triple Gem bless you all, and Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. I worship Aryan Wahanse.
Peruan Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. And I bow down to our Kalyanamitta, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, for his noble guidance. Today, I just thought of summarizing some of the important explanations shared by the Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse during his Zoom discussions. Aryan Wahanse explains that the Buddha's doctrine is actually based on the principles of the cause and effect doctrine. This may look very simple to to us, but when we say that sound, color, shape, taste, smell, and the touches are the cause, and effect is the creation of the self or soul, it is quite remarkable and unique. This explanation regarding the subject is also very unique. The practical side of this cannot put into words or write in a book. It's only be experienced through your own practical experiences and realize within you. If someone tries to do the concentration meditation, but you only it has to you are only focusing on your in one you're concentrating on one thing, but doesn't mean that you dissolve the self, having that self feeling. So only through the insight meditation that is the path for this Dhamma. So one should be able to see and observe how this concept of a separate self dissolve. If mind is there, then there is also a way to stop it. So actually Aryan Wahanse explains how we have to focus on the currents and energy that makes us feel like we are existing. So if don't focus on the concept of self, but we should be able to see the true nature of the subject or thought that appears in the present moment. Actually, there is no truth that can be found in rapidly disappearing thoughts. If the object becomes real in your mind, then there is a self or soul, which is called the Ajatta and Bahita. So if if a chair become real to you, you have the name and nama and rupa, which is the name and the form. So at the same time, the concept of I, me, mine is born. So you can see this through the mindfulness. So mindfulness catches the state of the mind. This image of the chair was created by the vibration, sparks, and your sensory stimulations, and sensory stimulation created by those sparks in the senses. So there's no problem at this level. Aryan Hans explains. The question is, how did these sparks turn into something real? Like you feel like something, a chair, a tree, house, like wall existed. How did these sparks turn into something real? You feel like there's something there, like you experience, you feel that you see something formed. How did you get this notion of, at the same time, how do you get that notion of me or mine or my chair? All these, including Nibbana, are caught in the mind with mindfulness. Mindfulness is related to every normal thought that occurs in the mind. However, the special awareness is connected with the supreme wisdom. So only through the supreme wisdom you can untangle this, how these things are formed as a real object. At the same time, how do you create having the notion of I, me, or mine? when a person is able to fully understand the illusion in the mind, he reaches the state of adhigata samadhi. This is a very special state of spiritual concentration gained only through the insight, and then you are an awakened person. So the mindfulness is all about the sihi. We call it the sihir, which is that state of getting the state of getting aroused by sensual desires. It's a feeling. You feel that your sensual through your sensual desires, when they're aroused, you feel it's a feeling you get. The knowledge of the dissolvement of these desires can be observed only through the super wisdom, which is called the abhignana. So with this experience, a person can stop the effects of the sixfold base. The sixfold base are your eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind. So even if you experience the effects of the sixfold base, even after after achieve seeing this, a person still dealing with the name, that is the nama, that is the inside of the mind that deals with the feeling, perception, and volitional formations. So the feeling of sanya and the sankhara, here when then you feel the notion of self, me, mine exist. A person can just think, I am relieved from the concept of me and mine, but the thought is different from the actual realization. Only through concentration meditation, this awareness you can't achieve actually only through the concentration meditation, because in that situation, still your soul exists. By observing continuously whether the self exists in your daily activities, you can get rid of that notion of self. So if you sit and if you start doing the concentration meditation, you can actually achieve that awareness, because you still have that your soul exists. There's someone who sit and do the meditation. So only through you can only get rid of that notion of self only when you start seeing that that how this feeling of I myself is, you see that. So when you're walking, you can start seeing if is it me who's walking and who's walking, and your mental thought, is it just a mental command or do I really exist? So you have to practice that until you are able to see the truth and realize within. You need to start practicing that to get rid of that notion of self. So when you get that true knowledge, the outside world and the inside world collapse, which is, we call it ajatta and bahita. So that is the third step that Aryan Hans explains. A person can clearly see whether a self exists or not. The sounds, colors, shapes, taste, smell, and other sensual occurrences are only incidents, and there's no self, me, or mine involved in these. The person with super wisdom will realize this situation. With the message offered by the true friend. You actually that's when you need you need guidance from a kalyana mitra to actually a true friend. You be able to investigate whether you still have that idea of me, mine, myself at times in this tricky consciousness, something similar to that. You can also feel at that time that an emptiness, and but this is not the nibbana. People get misled by that feeling, that when you feel emptiness within you, but only an Arya person can actually clarify this situation to be able to make you understand whether it's uh, whether that feeling emptiness is a real nibbana or not. So, when talking about that state without the effects and sensual spark, this is the subtle state of the mind. Um, when a person is relieved from the taints related to the bases, still the notion of self can be present. That is, in this situation, one practice the method of letting go of everything. First, a person must get rid of the personality wave, which is the Sakkaya Ditti. Then dissolve the vibration and effects of vibration in the senses. This is the state of anagami or non-returner. So the five bases, such as the eye, nose, ear, tongue, and body, are also actually related to the thoughts. And the entire Dhamma is it is all about that understanding it with the super wisdom or the mindfulness, or seeing the truth behind each thought. That is the awareness of the truth of the moment. We call it Kshana Sampattiya. That you see, you have that awareness of the truth at this moment. So the wisdom or the jnana that knows how illusory things are created by combining sounds, colors. So the wisdom of passing away and reappearance of thoughts at the present moment, which we call it Buddothppada jnana. And that the wisdom of knowing the destruction of the taints, we call it Asavaksha jnana. That is the path to Nibbana. So when you have that awareness, the awareness of the truth of that moment, to see everything clearly, and then you see that illusory things, how illusory things are created by combining the sounds and colors. So that first knowledge, that seeing that how everything illusory, how everything is combined and created, it's a jnana, we call it Pubbe Nivana Siddhi jnana. That is, and the wisdom of passing away and reappearance of thought at the present moment. So it's called Chattuppapata jnana, and the wisdom of knowing the destruction of the taints. So, which you call it Asavaksha, is the path to Nibbana. So, Aryanans explains, if it's in Abhidhamma or Dhamma, the important fact is that one should be able to see the truth in a thought that occurs in the current moment. So actually, Aryan Hanse, in his discussions, he explains that as an example, that when a spider is sleeping until he sees a movement in the spider web, and then he runs to catch the object, just like that, the mind is shaken through vibration. That is, the mind gets shaken by forms, feelings, perceptions and volitional formations, and the object that are constructed in the mind. Just like that spider, as long as the mind is in the state of sleeping, nothing affects it, nothing registers to it. However, if it gets shaken, just like the spider web, then the I-ness or sense of individuality, which is the bhavaya, comes into existence. Due to various vibrations, the five senses react. In Abhidhamma, the state of no mind, which is the bhavanga chitta, means the shaken bhavanga chitta means the unshaken quality of the mind. When it is interrupted by various stimuli, it is called the interruption of the mind or no mind. So it is a shaken mind, which is the bhavanga chitta chalana. So the important thing here is whether you accept the object and make it real or not is the most important thing. So this is also to observe the origin and cessation of the skandhas or five aggregates. So our advance actually nicely explain here how our mind cling to things, and how mind get shaken, and then creates the I-ness or sense of individuality. And then how the shaken mind, which is the bhavanga chitta chalana, happens. Also, and also in Arnaz explains in the profound manner how mind consciousness or the mind is formed without knowing the origin, cessation of the mind consciousness. It cannot be experienced. Suffering and the cause of the suffering refers to the knowledge of how the mind consciousness is formed. If you know this fact, you could experience how it disappears at the same time. So, and then the clinging to the material world stops. This is the true knowledge. So here, what Iron once explains is that how the mind is formed, and without knowing how it's the origin of it and the cessation of the mind consciousness. Like if you don't know the origin of it, you can't see the cessation of the mind consciousness. So suffering and the cause of the suffering refers to the knowledge of the how the mind consciousness is formed. So first of all, we had to understand how the mind consciousness is formed. If you know this fact, you could actually at the same time you could experience how it disappears as well. And then clinging to the material world, it stops. So when we know how the mind consciousness form, this is actually the true knowledge what the Lord Buddha has been explaining. So how objects created like table, chairs, so they won't exist in your mind after you experience that how these the origin of how the mind consciousness formed. So this is also called the super right weave. And then with this realization, you will know for sure that there's no truth in thoughts. As a result, the inner transformation happens, and subsequently, the that helps you to get out of the notion of self from your mind. So when when you see this truth and your inner transformation happens, and it helps you to get out of that, the notion of self from your mind. So which is actually, that's how you can get rid of the wrong notion of self. So that darshana mahatma means like all at once. No one can drop the notion of individual self. There should be, it happens actually as a gradual process. So everything, like the material world of material objects, cannot take over your mind. So everything that you used to think as like delicious foods, beautiful house, the luxury vehicles, like clothes. So those material objects will no longer will take over your mind. Everything that you use will be used only with the idea of simplicity and necessity. So those things will not stimulate and indulge in pleasure related to worldly objects, because there's nothing that exists. Everything is created momentarily and constructed due to cause and the cause, and when the cause vanishes, these things vanishes too. So the stanza that explains is hetu paticca sambhuta hetu bhanga nirujjati. That explains actually the importance of getting rid of sensual pleasure and also the spiritual process. This is because if there is a slightest clinging, even clinging to the process make it harder or impossible to reach Nibbana. This advice is given to remove the notion of the individual self from the mind consciousness. When objects disappear, there is no existing individual self. The only thing that happens is the sensual occurrences. Only actions of the senses happens without the idea of me, my, or mine. So if you start analyzing in this manner, how simple your life can be when worldly objects, material things, and the concept of individual self are gone, you can see the reality of the material world. So, in order for you to practice the 4 foundations of the mindfulness, you have to know there's no existing world and everything is formed. There are 2 parts to the principle. The first part is called Purvabhaga Patipada, and the second half called Aparabhaga Patipada. Some so without accomplishing Dhamma, Nibbana is not without you learning the Dhamma, it is not possible to realize the Nibbana. Some people see this without the understanding of the Dhamma, and at the same time, it's just mere knowledge will not take you towards Nibbana as well. The principle are patterns created to reach the goal. The common idea of the mundane people is I'm living and I'm dying. Even animals are also in the same level of thinking. In reality, mind consciousness is a creation. There is nothing called mind consciousness because it is impermanent. According to the vibration, the senses are created. The created senses create the mind consciousness. So it is a momentary creation that takes place depending on each other. When all senses are combined, mental formations are created. Sounds, colors, smell, taste, etc. are combined due to contact. And then a feeling, such as the existence of an individual being, is created. This process occurs continuously and very high speed. So only after learning the process of how to reverse this process by listening to Kalyana Mitra or true friend, that can eradicate the concept or sense of individual existence. Due to the influence of the vibrations and sparks, the sensory stimulations occur at various degrees. This also acts like a current, and depending on the various magnitudes of the currents, the defilements such as desire, anger, and ignorance are produced. This happens according to a pattern. In order to reverse the pattern, a special path should be adopted. No one can achieve Nibbana without just knowledge. The true understanding comes only with the keen observation and contemplation. When enlightenment factors, which is the Sapta Bhojanga, which are the Sapta Bhojangas, are the investigation of the Dhamma, the energy factor, the rapture enlightenment factor, the tranquility factor, the concentration factor, the economy factor, and mindfulness factor, along with the 5 powers, the 5 strengths, which is the faith, energy, mindfulness, concentration, and the wisdom, are accomplished. So Aaron Vansikli explains these things in detail on every Zoom discussions to us. So if when you go through this path after the path, when you perfect the path systematically, that is how he become practical. So the first path of the Nibbana is entry to the path of Nibbana, which is the Purva Bhaga Patipada, and the second half of the Nibbana path is the journey along the path of Nibbana, which is the Appara Bhaga Patipada. The first half is related to gaining that true knowledge. This is the most important thing. Without you knowing that knowledge, you cannot actually proceed. One must thoroughly understand that there's no existing individual soul. The situation occurs in the mind as a result, and then realization of how soul dissolve can be experienced. There are 5 steps to achieve this level. So Aaron once explains those layers of discourses. When you reach this stage, you'll be able to see how defilements such as desire, anger, and ignorance are fading. So everybody is entitled to escape from the clutches of the mind. When you're not trapped inside the thought of me, my, or mine, it is a very peaceful place. It is a true liberation. The material world created in the illusions in the mind. It does not exist anywhere. They're not real. They are impermanent. When this is realized, one cannot see any value in these material things. Just the thought come and go in a normal way. There's no clinging to the thoughts that come and go. A person should be able to observe that there's nothing valuable in sounds or colors. And when that person knows there's no objects such as a pot or house, everything is just made out of some material and we are just giving a name to it. Even the clay belongs to the 5 elements, and also 5 elements are conditional and changing. So we should be able to perform daily activities such as walking, sitting, eating without the concept of I am doing this. So we all can do our daily duties to our family, our job, and to we mingle with our friends and families. But it doesn't. You will not have that feeling of I am doing it. I am helping. I am. It happens to me, and it just happens. Every action happens without the feeling of me or I am doing or mine, and you don't give any value to anything too. So that way, we don't feel it doesn't that feeling of existence is gone, and then you become you become less of worries and no clinging or grabbing. So if you start thinking of objects and as everything is as objects and only as sounds and shapes and colors, so we will stop giving the value to things. So this Dhamma actually will help you to remove the feeling of that person, the individual, the sense of individuality, and then will help to escape in this illusory mind that is the path to Nibbana. As long as someone has that taints and defilement, that person can't escape the birth and death. Lord Buddha explains the Dhamma in this way. This is and at the end, when you the experience of the liberation, we call it. It is called the Vimuktisara state of mind. So actually, right now we all live in the fantasy world, and everything we have given importance to the material world. So we have to start practicing this with vigilance and wisdom. With the insight meditation, we call you start you start seeing that within. So a person begins to realize that there's no truth in the thoughts that occur from moment to moment. This is how you start examining that there's no truth in the thought that occur from moment to moment. This is the true nature of the mind or a thought in a given moment. A thought comes and goes. There's no truth in the thought. And Lord Buddha's doctrine is completely depending on the dependent origination. Lord Buddha's doctrine actually, which it is the doctrine of the dependent origination. So when you when you understand, when the dependent origination is fully understood within the activity and knowledge of how a thought is created, liberation is also inevitably happen. How thoughts, sounds, colors are created must be known as sounds and colors are not part of thoughts or chitta when conditions are present along with the rapid vibrations and sparks associated with them makes that feeling of the I this I see. This is an illusion, just a creation that happens due to conditions. The vision that each person experience depend on many it depend on individual factors. Some people can see certain colors. The vision among the species in the animal world has variations. Some animal, a cow cannot see everything in as red color, and so it's how we see the world is based on our own our own senses. At the end, everything has been created with the influence of the Suddhashtaka, namely earth element, liquid, heat, air, color, smell, taste, and oja or sound. All these are in the continuous flux, which is process of vibrating and changing from one quality to another. And finally, there's nothing that is permanent. Only permanent thing is the impermanence. Therefore, nothing can be found from the outside. Actually, what should be declared is not that we cannot find anything from the outside. It is that we do not know anything other than the senses and their activities. According to the Lord Buddha, Salayatana Loko Loko, Salayatana Nirodho Nirodho. You see a wall because of the vibrations. It is actually the vibration of all five senses with the speed of more than a million per second. The dominant one comes forward although all five sensual activities are involved. If I is the dominant feature, the creation due to the rapid vibration is the upade rupa. In that perspective, the sensual world is merely an illusion and a creation. They do not exist anywhere. Even the feeling of hot or cold is just a sensation on the skin. It is therefore an illusion in the mind. This is the truth about the world. The Nisato Nijiva Sunyo. If you see this truth, the objects you think you see become priceless. Everything becomes empty of things. So if you gain that true knowledge by listening to the sermons, by absorbing that information explained, so you will start seeing this. If you gain this knowledge, you will start seeing everything as it is. If you feel the presence of an individual soul or self, you must follow the process to ruminate in the insight meditation. This is not bringing out the any other power. When someone has that thorough knowledge of the true spiritual knowledge, can only be experienced. Only then you can experience that animitta samadhi, which is the non-dwelling nature of any form or objects. You start seeing everything clearly as it is. This is a special concentration power related to the the stated knowledge. So this is called Krutya Jnana, or the practical knowledge. With that understanding, acquaintance of the 5 faculties within a thought, which is the faith, energy, mindfulness, awareness, concentration, and insight. The five faculties within a thought, which is the faith, the energy, mindfulness, or the awareness, or concentration, and insight. Automatically, this situation, it happens. The quantum theory, actually, the scientists talk about the quantum theory, but this refers to the changing nature of the perception, which Lord Buddha actually explained this 2,500 years ago. So Lord Buddha talked about how the soul has been created through the vibrations and the sparks and the stimulation related to the vibration, and how the sensual world and mind consciousness are created to construct the notion of a self. So how much the scientists talk about it, but they still can't find how the mind is created. So if someone practically experience um, the selflessness, the egoless self, then the concept of an individual thought, so it will help you to um, see that individual self and the thought, that how that individual self is created, that idea, and then you will be able to get rid of that idea disappears, and at the end, that is called you becoming an arhat. So this dhamma can be realized by the wise. They say it can only be realized by the wise, by the people who can understand that the process. So how that the misled by the illusions created in the mind, and also when people act governed by the illusions created in the senses, sounds, colors, shapes. So if you're actually this actually can be explains when your senses become inactive, when your foot goes to sleep. So you see that when you are then you will not experience the senses through your feet. So that's why you have to start investigating within you and find this special wisdom. So the world is trapped inside their senses, and we daydream every day. So we are all trapped inside a cage called ego and self, which is the wrong belief, and we everything we see as mine, or me, or I am doing it. So we are all trapped in uh, a cage called ego. So the Lord Buddha's the Dhamma is all about everything has been created. It's created through cause and effect, with conditions, and things appear, and when conditions cease, things disappear. It's not created by someone, or it's just created by itself. The things that we experience, they are not actually created by myself or someone. they're all created by itself. It's with the conditions things appear, and when conditions cease, things disappear. So we are all in the right now about satisfying our six senses. We want to see things, we want to hear good music, and we want to eat tasty food, and we want the comfortable place to sleep, and it's all about um, satisfying our six senses. But then at the end, that it become a big suffering when you lose when something happens to your house and you feel sad, and when you lose money you feel feel depressed, and when you lose the job you feel depressed. So it is all a big suffering, but we don't realize that as long as we have that we start pleasure, we experience that pleasure and satisfy our senses, we don't see them as a suffering. But so Lord Buddha's words, the Four Noble Truth, explains this. Is the truth, the Four Noble Truth is about suffering, the cause of suffering, cessation from the suffering, and the path to end the suffering. The suffering sensation or pain is actually a feeling. So we call it I is suffering. When the I is thought of as an object, we call I is suffering. In reality, I is only a vibration, a mental formation, or a mental image created in the mind. It's only a power created by the stimulation of all senses. So this is this applies to all the senses. So we call the Four Noble Truth is about the suffering, the cause of suffering, cessation from the suffering, and the path to end of the suffering. And so when the sensation, the pain is actually when it's just a feeling. So we call, when we say that the I is suffering, then we have to see that it's I is just a thought, is an object, but we feel that suffering as a thought. In reality, I is only, it's just it's a vibration. So when it's a formation of a mental image created in the mind. It's created through the power by the stimulation of our senses. So this power of bonding through the mental formation, which is the sankhara, is a natural occurrence. This is also refers to mental creation through the mental currents. These mental currents do not exist anywhere. They come and go with unimaginable speed. So Aryan Vance actually beautifully explains that the day that you realize that you have lost yourself in you, you will also realize that you have never met yourself ever. You float in the waves of the vibrations and currents created in the mind. To recognize this wave, words are not necessary actually. When you can recognize that these are only energy vibrations and there's no truth in them, so many obstacles and problems can be solved. Just imagine everything has a name: chair, tree, table. But how can you see sounds? These are just sounds. The deep meaning here is seeing without sounds. This does not mean that you do not exist. You still exist. This is about making an attempt to make you lose the concept of individual self. So when you hear the sound, you have to understand that these are just sounds, that the deep meaning is that seeing without sounds. This if you imagine that your eardrum is damaged, then do you think that you will hear sounds? So or something happens, or that you during a surgical procedures you're given anesthesia, so then you won't feel anything in your body, and it's just like that, like, so can we function with senses that are not effective? Therefore the hot and cold that we feel in the body, is it all body, or like it's just your senses? So even like when if you feel any pain, you have to see that they are all, it happens at the senses level. So if the waves get connected sequentially, then it's when those through senses, when we get that connection, so the endless cycle of birth and the death occur, which is we it's called sasaroga. So the thing that we have to understand is that this whole process is a kind of frequency or resonation, and it does not stop here. So your thought patterns are formed according to a system of vibration, and it does not end here. And the reason for the journey in the samsara is hidden in the part nama rupa pacchaya vijnana, due to the creation of the mind consciousness, which is the vijnana. Seeming mentality and materiality are formed. So in this truth lies the energy frequencies that create a system such as a telepathy system. This is understood through true wisdom only. When the energy vibrations are stopped through the spiritual process, which is called the Akampita Cheto Vimuktiya, is we reach. This is also the liberation from the vibrations, or liberation from influence of energy vibration. In order to gain this understanding, Sakkaya Ditti, or the wrong view, Sakkaya Ditti, or wrong view of an existence of a soul, must be eradicated. By true understanding, experience that there is a nothing you can get from the outside or inside, which is Achatta and Bahita, realizing that there's no existing individual self or soul, is the way to end this journey of continuous uh, birth and death, the samsara. Until you reach this level of understanding, the birth and the death will continue. Therefore, Um, please get rid of all wrong views, wrong concept. Contemplate and understand the philosophy completely. Observe how defilements fade in your practice. When vibrations become less and less, this is the heaven in your own mind. Having more vibrations means you are experiencing hell inside your own mind. As explained in, so observe how the notion of individual self is created, and with the practice, observe how it dissolves. Recognize the illusions created by the thoughts in the mind. Also understand what dependent origination, the foundation of Buddha's philosophy. When you experience that the sense of individual self is dissolving, this is called liberation from the concept of self. Senses work, but you are free from everything, free from influence of those. You will be able to experience the Animitta Samadhiya, an objectless state of natural concentration or absorption. You can experience this here and now at right this moment. Thank you, everyone. I worship Aran Hanse for his noble guidance. Teruvan Sarana, everyone. I'm going to conclude my talk right now. Thank you.
can start our usual book reading session. So I'd like to invite Miss Chan to read few pages starting from page number 149 on the sixth volume of the True Dhamma Has Awakened book series. So then we can start the discussion afterward. Teruvan Saranai, Miss Shani.
Teruvan Saranai, good morning everyone. Teruvan
Teruvan
Saranai,
Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Teruvan
Morning Zoom discussion on Saturday, 20th October 2023. Participant, Teruvan Saranai Aryan answer. I bow down at your feet. I am taking this opportunity today to let you know about my practical experience of the Dhamma. I have been listening to your Dhamma discourses for some time, and until I listened to them, I never realized how this fire created by anger and the anger I got from confrontations burnt inside of me. Just when listening to the Dhamma principles I presented by you, automatically this realization came to my mind. I have no burning fires created by the anger I formerly experienced anymore after following your Deshana. Besides this, I also realized that everything is just an occurrence in the mind or a thought because I was able to put together the Dhamma facts. I am completely changed person today. It is a great transformation that happened because of your presentation. When I was looking into the Dhamma more and more, I also realized that the reason for these occurrences are based on nothing else but the principle of cause and effect. Mind actions are based on this principle. I found out that there is no truth in the subject or thought created by the outside phenomenon. Actually, there is nothing that is coming from the outside. Aryan Mahansa. For how long have you been listening to these discourses? Participant. For about 6 months, about 2 lectures per day. Aryan Mahansa. You are not talking through practical experience. Now you must focus your attention on seeing how this notion of a self can be created. Participant. I try to understand that. Venerable Sir, also as you uttered, I feel that we are always connected with our past experience, which I think is a reconstruction of the perception. Aryan Mahasar. In you, what I feel is that you think too much and that you pay more attention to the thought. I do not say that thinking of these concepts are improper. What I am saying to you is that you must follow the Deshana and get practical experience. You must observe how the notion of an individual self becomes faded. Participant. What I want to know is whether I am entangled by these illusions in the mind. Aryan Mahasar. Get the experience through practical side and go along the path to liberation or Nibbana. Theruvan Saran.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Miss Shani. Yes. Uh, so yeah, we can discuss. We can start the discussion on top of that part. So I think it is a very nice kind of discussion that had happened between a participant and RN1. So a participant says here it is very nice. The participant says that he or she, I don't know the gender of him, gender of the person. Anyway, we'll say he. So he says that never like before, he feels like he does not have the burning sensation like before. So what Aran says is, you are thinking, So the participant is trying to explaining that he has no kind of inside burning like before. But again, what Aryan says is you are thinking. See, there is a very nice part here. So that we usually miss this part. So now we see it in again, see it again. So we will be able to understand that yes, that participant was thinking, and he what he was doing is he was trying to compare his earlier stage and the present stage. So how does he compare these things? By the mind again. Again, he uses his mind to compare the previous instance as well, with the present instance. The burning previously he had and the level of burning at the present moment. So from what he does it? Through the mind. That's why Aryan keeps on telling him, you are again thinking. You are again thinking. My burn was large at the previous instances, but now my burn has been reduced. Likewise, again, he gives kind of value to that thought. He gives a value to that present thought. The thought of comparing two instances. So that again done by a thought. So that thought automatically gets some value assigned. So that should not be happen. So what is the way of getting away from that? So as we start listening these discourses, we also did the same thing. That's all right. That is the nature of the mind. So we always comparing. We always compare ourselves through mind, through thoughts. So that is the behavior of the mind. So whether we want to assess ourselves, whether I am improving or not, that is the curiosity of the mind. That is the nature of the mind. Mind wants some power to keep it going, keep it's rolling out. So it generates its power in that way. The comparison, previous stages and present stages. So what Aryan said, the advice that was given by Aryan to him is, you are just again thinking. So what you lacking is the experience here. So what you have to do, you have to make this Dhamma into practice. You have put this Dhamma into practice. Then of course, you will feel the underlying burning gets diminished, getting dissolved. It is a feeling. It is not another thought. So that's why Aryan Master clearly say, put your knowledge into practice. So that is the challenging part here. Now most of the listeners here, they have been listening to this Dhamma for 1 or 2 years or more. So they know this Dhamma very well. But the lacking part is the practical part. This practical part does not really mean that you have to allocate some time and allocate that time to practice and see what's happening. This is not the thing. Once you become thorough with this understanding, if you are thorough enough with this understanding, it will automatically apply to your day-to-day life. It is not something that should be done forcefully. It is not something that should be done forcefully. If you are going to do this forcefully, again, there would be a person who is doing that practical session, who is doing this practice. So this is not what Lord Buddha said. Let it happen within you. Let the practice come within you. So in earlier stages, that is all right. You have to do some kind of a practice forcefully, intentionally. That's all right. But doing it again and again intentionally won't help you for the true realization. So that's why this first half of the Pratipadava, that means the Purabhaga Pratipadava, is very important. How much you become thorough with this understanding, automatically you will be pushed towards the true experience. If you do not still experience the Dhamma, that means there is some part is lacking in your understanding. Some part is missing. So we have to be very vigilant. We have to be very careful about that. So that if you don't feel this Dhamma from inside, that means that there is some amount of gap is left behind in the understanding part. That's why Lord Buddha said the first half is the most important part. Nowadays, if you look at any temple, any ashrama or monastery, this part is lacking. This part cannot be seen. The first half of the Pratipada is missing. They are lucky, they don't know the truth. They don't know the theory behind that. They don't know the illusion, how this illusion gets created. They don't know it. Even though they know, they just keep in their memory as a knowledge. This won't help. So they know the advice that has been given by Lord Buddha to Bahir. Ditte ditta mattam sute sutamattam mute mutamattam. They know it. They they have practiced. They preach to the others as well. But they don't know the real meaning of that. In order to have that proper understanding, they have to have the knowledge of how this formation occur, how this mind creation occur. So in order to understand how the creation of the mind, you have to have the knowledge of cause and effect Dhamma. There is a step-by-step guide which has been prepared, which has been revealed to the world by Lord Buddha. So that is the same preach that has been done by every Buddha who have born so far. That is the Paticcasamuppada, cause and effect Dhamma. So if you know, not actually the word, we can't use the word knowing, but at the beginning you have to know what it is, what it clearly says. Then of course you can apply to your practical life. That means how the mind gets created. So you have to analyze, put that knowledge into that in practice. You have to analyze and see, do the experiment. You have to conduct your own experiment by putting yourself into as the sample. So am I the one who is there? So the Atma is here. So how this Atma? So I feel that I am existing. So how this has happened? How this the perception of self had been created? So that is the challenge. That is the question for the entire research. That is the research question. Who am I? From where am I? Where have I come from? So what is the purpose of being here? That is the major question. So with that question in mind, we have to conduct our own research. So how this, the self, notion of self had been created? So we can use the model that has been preached by Lord Buddha. The model is the Paticcasamuppada, or the cause and effect Dhamma. So we can apply that model and see how this self has been created. So the path is very clear. This cause and effect Dhamma is very clear. So that's clearly explained how the self gets created, how the soul gets created. So in order to do so, we have to go from the beginning, how this thought gets created. So thoughts collectively form the mind. There is no such a thing called mind. So form the thoughts collectively forms the mind. So then we have to analyze how these thoughts get created. So if you go to analyze that thing, you will understand without the faculties, the 5 faculties you have, there is no way of creating a thought here. So then you have to analyze what the functionality of these faculties. Then you have to get one faculty at a time, and you have to analyze each and every faculty very delicately. So that is the vidarshana that you have to have. So creation of a faculty is well explained in the cause and effect Dhamma. So when you do this experiment, you will understand, even though you tell that there is kind of a vision, there is kind of a thing called light, there is kind of hearing, there is kind of thing called sound. All these things are creations. They were not there before, and they will not proceed further. They get constructed then and there at this very moment. So then what you have to do is, then you have to escalate further to how this how this magic gets created in that very moment. So to that, we have to go back to the Majja Sutra level, and we have to have a clear idea of how the different polarities make some kind of a feel like existing. If we can apply this knowledge to one single faculty, it is not very hard to apply to the rest of the faculties as well. The same mechanism can be applied to the other faculties as well. Same thing happens. If somehow you feel, if someone, a feeling of alive thing gets created in the eye faculty, that is the moment where the lights get created. The perception of lights get created. That's why it is called Nama Rupa. There won't be any kind of perceptions without a feel underlying. So all these things are creations, not had been there before, they will not pursue further as well, persist further as well. So yes. So what is the message that can be taken from that discussion, which has happened earlier? What the advices that have been given by Aranwasa to that particular person is you need experience. So experience is the non-self state, non-source state. So let's go back to that first thing. If you feel there had not been self in the previous experience and as well as this experience, so what is the purpose of comparing those instances? You are comparing these two instances because you were there in both instances. Previous I had a burning, the participant said, previous I had a burning, now it has been reduced. So who were there? The soul was there, the self was there. That's why he compares those two instances. But if he were not there, he was not there in the previous instances as well as the present instance, so who will be going to compare those two instances? No one. So that's why the experience is pretty much important here. So it is a very nice discussion. I think we can start our discussion from here. I think it is very nice, and it consolidates the truth into one piece of discussion. So I think Mr. Bernard is also here with us, and Sudharma is also here. So yes, I think we can start discussion from there. Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Sudharma.
නමස්කාර වේවා ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi and තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all of you. Yes, Dr. Ravi, your explanation regarding this, the notion of self, the trickiest of this Dhamma. Every day, everyone focuses on that, especially Aryan Mahanse giving all sorts of examples which caters to like all types of people, despite their cultures, languages, even the socio-economic backgrounds. He makes every effort to convey this message that there is no self, no soul. It's like you are deceived by this magician called consciousness. Isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yes. And you referred to, Dr. Ravi, at the very beginning, the practical approach prescribed by Buddothpado Aryan Mahase. That is, you said the main focus should be on the preliminary practical approach, preliminary
Yes,
part,
exactly.
that is Purvabhaga. So very recently I read an example given by Gautama Buddha himself. It has been repeated by Aryan Mahase also. It says, Dr. Ravi, if you bring in a simile or a metaphor, this preliminary approach can be compared to the mountains of Himalaya,
Yeah.
the in size, and then the final stage or Aparabhaga Pratipada can be compared to a small stone. It is mentioned there, so that
Yeah.
itself gives how much weight, in the sense not as a person, but how much we should spend time with Dhamma discourses, uh, by listening to them, by taking part in Zoom discussions, because in Zoom discussions, basically, what is being focused is this preliminary approach, like Purvabhaga Pratipada, how the mind is created, how we get caught in this mental fabrications. So, as you said, Dr. Ravi, you wanted to start the discussion with how somebody compares the previous and the current
Yes.
experiences. Is that so?
Yeah, yeah. So when we read this book that we used to read, so in
Yeah.
one chapter, there was a kind of a discussion between a
All right.
participant and Aryan Mahase. So
Right. Yes.
that's why.
It is something that we all get caught, Dr. Ravi, because when Aryan Hansi questions in a digital platform, okay, what are your experiences right now? How do you feel it right now that you are on the right path, right? So what happens is, Dr. Ravi, we use the mind consciousness there,
Yeah.
thinking that we use the word I. If I compare my experiences, Aryan Mahasa, I was like always deceived by the creations of six sensory organs. I was so proud, I was so dominant, I was having lot of pride or kind of conceit, man, egoistic, and now I feel they are not. I had lot of jealousy, but I feel they are just dissolving, diminishing, and that the notion, the focus given to the self-importance, self-dignity is gradually going away. So that is how we say. So probably we use the word I 10-15 times.
Yeah.
So ignorantly. So although we try to establish the fact that there is no soul in me, from the way the person uses the words to communicate message, Aryan Hase can feel the vibration of the sound the person makes, and the number of times naturally someone can, without using I also with the self perception, with the strong self perception, can deceive the audience without mentioning I. It is not a matter of
Yeah.
mentioning I or not, but still,
Yes.
Doctor, I also contemplated on that, and what was evident was there, when we try to talk about experiences, we go to the mind.
Yes.
Probably, if we aware that we are aware is not a person, if we within feel that okay, now it's the mind that recalls this experience, I think
Yeah.
it's fine, but only that person knows, doctor. Others
Mhm.
cannot. Others do not know whether the person with the notion of self, with that wrong belief, whether he talks, or with the awareness that this is just recollection. It's also an automated function. The the sound vibrations occurred in the ear. It created the mind power, and the body came into action, and this recalling, and as a function it happens. So that
Yeah.
only that very person knows, doctor, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Mm,
The point you
mm,
highlighted is very important. But
mm.
we can use our mind to tell,
Yes,
to express our
yes,
ideas. That's all right. But
yes,
if you know internally, your
yeah,
awareness, if your awareness can keep track, so
yes,
the state of the self, so
yes,
the state of the self, that is the understanding. So that is the internal transformation that RNAs expects us to happen. So I
exactly.
think, yeah. So so I can express that. So my defilements were like that, and now I have lesser amount of defilements, and so on. So again, if I know in the previous stage as well as the present stage, there was a no person behind any instances. So that is the understanding that I'm having. So as you clearly said, no one can see from outside. So both will be expressing the same way, in the same way. So but the underlying understanding of the uh, proper follower will be different. So that is most important thing. So so people might think, so if you become to that kind of understanding, how can you perform your day-to-day activities, or how can you plan for the future? So you can plan it very perfectly, very nicely, because you know this is the mind consciousness. This is the one who is planning for the future. So that's all right. So we can do, but with the understanding, this is the functionality of the mind sensor. This is the nature of the behavior of the mind sensor. So don't bother. So let it happen, isn't it? So it comes to the understanding. What do you think, Sudharma?
Yes, doctor, exactly. And doctor, until Aryan Vahanse revealed that groundbreaking truth,
Mm-hmm.
I also had a huge problem. Like, okay, it's a system. There are six sensory faculties. They
Mm-hmm.
create stuff, they create power. So, why does it matter? How does it matter? Then it will again that power, if that power occurs and disappears, it won't be a problem for us being, no, I mean, living
Mm-hmm.
being. So,
Yeah.
when he disclosed this pure truth, that the taints or the sahasrava, that vibration, inner vibration, which comes as a natural phenomenon at the zygote level, then only now we know the perfect kind of the mechanism behind. Okay,
Yeah.
the eye, the birth of eye, or seeing, when the moment that spark continuously happens and the power gets created, it it transfers, we can't say transfers, but it connects with the internal power here, no, within, no, although
Yeah.
there is a
Yeah.
place, there is the vibration, so that
Mm-hmm.
is mistakenly taken as the self. So that is why
Yeah.
it is so tricky, and we need to understand it very, very clearly, why it is a problem.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we already know about, okay, the mechanism of six sensory faculties, but we can't connect why it becomes a problem to this.
Hmm.
I mean, notion of self or whatever. So
Yeah.
it is because of this sashrava internal disdains we call, so that it's a strong factor that that affects negatively when we try to liberate, right, from everything.
Mm.
That awareness, and one should be able to see the big picture, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. As you said, yeah. Yeah.
not
Yeah. Go
as
ahead.
bits and pieces. So
Mm.
to clarify and to, it's a kind of understanding that happens gradually. In my
Yes.
experience, that's it. Yes,
Yeah.
doctor.
As you said, yes. So we can say, yes, there are six faculties. That's all right. So let it happen. So likewise, you can stay like that without bothering with it too much. But only thing, now we can understand, if you think, if as long as you think these six faculties are true, that spontaneously create the self. So people who think, yes, there are six faculties, that's all right, so let them happen. So but you as long as you think the light is real, that will create the self. Yes, that is the
Exactly.
problem. So the understanding should be very thorough and very clear and very precise. And otherwise the power that is generated within the faculties will be there. So
Exactly.
that power can make a soul for you. So this power can make solve solve for you. So from so you the if the soul gets created, the suffering and the other things, the coming into the soul cannot be prevented, isn't it? So that's why Aranvasa said, something is there, the feeling of something is there is the power generating factor, is the power generating factor. If you know, so we can't say light is not there, sound is not there. So even if you say, you feel like sound is real, you feel like light is real. So that feeling will lead you to make you a soul for you. So with this understanding, what will happen, you will understand that feeling is also not true. It is it is happening due to the functionality of these faculties, isn't it? So that is the way how you can liberate from those thoughts. So you can, thoughts will come, you can plan for the future, that's all right. You can memorize things which are necessary for your day-to-day activities, or we'll say for a graduate student, so you have to memorize all these stuff to face your exams. So that's all right, but that is, if you know that is the functionality of that mind sensor, there is no truth in it, that is all right. So I think that should be the understanding that you have to have, I think, isn't it, Sudharma?
Yes, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah,
Absolutely. That's right.
yeah. Yes, I can see Dr. Kogila is also here with us. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kogila.
Teron Sarnai, sorry, I just joined. I didn't listen to the first part.
Yeah, we were discussing about how these faculties function together to make a sense of soul. So if you put a value to that feeling of existence, so that of course will lead you to make some soul within you. So that is the thing that we were talking about.
How did you word it? Sorry, I didn't get that. How did you word it?
No, I was telling that, so as long as you take something is real, even the light, even the sound. So if you feel like it's real, so that makes you to bring about a
Yeah,
soul for you. Yeah.
you feel like the existence. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah.
You feel alive. Yeah.
Yeah. So we were reading the book, the one chapter from the book, and it says it was all about a discussion between Aryan Mahasi and a participant. So participant was telling that he had no kind of a burning sensation as previously. So the answer that has been given by Aryan Mahasi, so you are thinking again. So you have to have the experience that thing. So that likewise, the discussion was going like that. So we started discussing on top of that.
Yeah, we can think about it too. It's okay, but just thinking will not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Do you have anything to add? Or
Just because I just joined, I'm not in the actually in the
okay.
vibe of.
Anyway,
So you
yes, we
can
can ask.
ask me a
Yeah.
question, then I might be able to start it.
Yeah. Yeah. So until then, I can invite Dr. Sakuntala to add something. Therwan Saran, Dr. Sakuntala.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Therwan Saranai, Aryan Mahasi. Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. In fact, I also listened to part of your discussion. You were talking about the vibrations, how the vibration should be understood at deeper and deeper levels, because right at the beginning, I mean, on the very superficial layer, what we try to understand is the world, what is called the existing world, how the existing world is created as a result of the sensor functions. So it's basically the mother, father, child, vehicle, tree, all sorts of things complete the accepted world. So world is first level, I mean, from the very superficial level, we have to understand, the system should understand that it's completely dependent on the nature of the senses of each living being. So the world, different worlds are created for different species, and even for the same species, the world created may be slightly different from each other. So when you realize that there is no world that we assume as a real thing outside, then we tend to, the system tend to understand that it is a creation of the mind. So when you analyze that part, how the mind is created, it's a collection of vibrations again from the senses. So in other words, the thoughts are then and they are formed, and thoughts are the collective function or the collection of the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. And then there may be occasions where you are having purely thoughts, not related to the other five senses at that moment, but it is always a creation of the five senses at some point in the past. So those are the thoughts. So in other words, those thoughts are creations of the five senses somewhere at some point, which is sparked right at this moment. So then again, you come down to some form of vibrations of the
the senses. Then you are left with the seeing, hearing, and feeling of taste, smell, and the warm, cold, and the hard, the firm or hard feelings by the skin. If you stop at that level, I think you all already discussed about this. If you stop at that level again, you are not you are stuck somewhere, because you are taking the senses as real. So that is a little lower level, maybe more advanced than taking the thoughts as real or the outside world as real. But then you have to understand the system should analyze very well, and then try to understand, and this is again a creation of the senses itself at that point, at that moment. So when the system realizes that that is also just a creation or a vibration, and because of the speed, it's shown as if it is existing, that means as a color existing, which we call the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, or the sound consciousness, taste consciousness, the all five we attribute to that. That means viññāna in Pali. So that again, it's understood that that is also just an illusion or a creation at that moment. Then basically, is there something called vibrations? Vibrations are also not something persisting, which occurs then and there, and as a nature's law, there is a current or a power created with each wave, and that current is the one which moves forward and becomes stronger and stronger, and that gives the power to the thought, and that is exactly what is explained or interpreted as self. So in other words, that current gives some life, like you are putting a battery to a doll or a toy, and when the power is given, the doll starts moving, or the toy starts moving. So it is the current that gives you the live feeling to the system, and that is very wrongly interpreted as self. I think that's a short thing I wanted to add. Please correct if
Yes.
there are any mistakes. Therwan Sarana, everybody.
Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Sakunthala. Yes. Thank you very much for your explanation. So I hear some echo, my own voice. Yeah, now it has been sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, as you said, Dr. Sakunthala, what I felt was when you tell you have to get free from the illusion in the outside, so people who is listening for the first time or the initial stages of this or to this forum, so they might think outside, yeah, I have to get away from the illusion of the outside. So they might not be knowing that there is nothing called inside. So yourself is also becomes a part of the outside. So
Yes, that is quite
I think,
correct. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I think Dr. Kogila, can you please elaborate more on that? Therwan Saranai?
About the outside,
Yeah.
actually, now
yeah.
people will no, now before this Dhamma came out, before this Dhamma is being elaborated, everyone tried in different ways to, you know, to attain this status. So we tried to change the outside, and I would say correctly, there have been instances where people tried to change the way of thinking. People try various things actually. So they can try change the way of thinking. They will try to change the way they perceive, or try to change how they react, and so on. I mean, it goes on and on. They tried so many various stuff, and but now we know the only path. Why there's only one path is because to know the truth, that there is nothing actually true in any of these things. That is where the actual the change can happen, because this is not about changing how we react. This is not about how we, like, whether we are going to change the outside or the inside. It's actually trying to understand what is this outside, what is this inside, actually, whether there is an outside or not, whether there is an inside or not. Actually, there is no outside or inside in the end. So that truth, it should be contemplated, it should be understood properly first, and even it as a thing that before you feel it, you have to actually possibly try to understand what is being said, because we usually try to change things so that we may feel lighter, we may feel happy, we may feel some kind of at peace. But what here we reiterate is, what is the truth? What is the truth is there is actually no truth. So the truth is that there is nothing actually important, whether it is. So we usually divert everything or direct or project it to the outside. That's how it is. So projection has been so engrossed into our life. So as a baby, we don't project it nicely. But then when we talk about a child, now we say the child has understood a lot of things, child can live now. That means actually he has been able to project this to outside and inside, and understand that this is outside and this is me. So basically we have achieved that. If you ask a child who is in year 10 or doing year 10 exam, they will tell, oh yeah, this is outside, this is me. So that has happened already. But this is kind of change in this whole scenario. How we change it is by truth. How we felt that. How did we project that there is outside and how there is inside? So how we projected that outside world is because we have so many things. What are the things? Like sun, moon, mother, father, friend, school ground, ball, the cricket bat. So we have so many things. When we have something, always the two sides have come already. So it's very easy for you to like get into that world and do that. So that that would be a child who understood everything. But now we are trying to actually reverse this process and try and understand what to do, like how this happened. So we understand how this happened. That's all actually. We don't do anything. We are not trying to change the perception. We are not trying to change how we live. We are not trying to change
the activities. What we are trying to understand is what happened to the child, what happened to the human baby, what happened to the child, what happened to the man or woman, what happened actually, how did this world begin? So Lord Buddha actually nicely explained it to Venerable Rahula, where he was actually a child at that time, and to say the mirror view of the water is your world. So it itself is saying to the child that what your world is. So how this distinguish the two sides arise. So we don't do actually try to change anything. Still, it will be the same. Nothing has changed here. Only by knowing the truth, the understanding will be different. You know how this happens. So the magic is no more magic, because the magic became magic because we don't know about that. But the thing is, this will be understood by theory first, but then later it won't be enough, because we have to feel it. We have to go to that stage and actually feel the vibration we are talking about. So if you go to that level, then you will feel the vibration, and you will feel that if that is also not taken for granted or taken as a thing, then you won't feel anything but the actual, you can feel it. So the main reason why the Pratipada is there, or the program is there, is to let people feel this. That's the main important thing, that how this is not enough. Just by knowing this is not enough. That's why we have a program. If you don't have a program, then actually you don't have a path. Because if you don't know how you are born, or in the sense how you feel alive, and then you won't know how it is gone also. In different words, the rising and the actual, I can't remember the word for the vaya, the udaya, the thing in Sinhala. But you have to know, you have to feel it, you have to be able to feel how you are born and how you are actually not there. So at that particular moment, you will understand that what is being said. So it is your chance to feel it by through program, where you will be giving a chance for that system to actually feel it. Then the doubts will be gone. It's so important that the doubts about this, what is being said, because anyone can say anything. Anyone can say anything. We have heard so many things in our lifetime, like, we have been said so many scientific stuff. We have been, the science itself keep changing. So we have heard so many things. Whether we take them seriously or not, you will take it serious if you actually feel it. So the chance of feeling it is very high in program. But you can actually do it in your home, in your day-to-day life. See, the first one is like almost bread and butter to everyone now, because it's been said so many times that everyone feels that actually everything is in the mind, actually not out there. So the moon, sun, family, school, house, or your home, whatever, it's everything is actually their thoughts. Their thoughts are just originated in the senses, the mind. But then the second one becomes very important, because whether they are true, these thoughts, are they actually true? Are they actually there? It's just a vibration. But then we don't feel like that. We don't feel like as it's a vibration. So it's the knowing of that. How well you are sure of this, you will feel that you can you get better at it. Actually, you will understand that even the words we talk, they're just the part of this mind. We use our mind to communicate. We use our mind to plan things, do things. But that's actually the directed film. If we were in a different status, like animal, the world is different to that animal. A world would be different to even country to country. The perceived world is different. Like Lord Buddha said, it can be very different actually. Every being, it can be human being, it can be animal, it can be any being. The perceived world will be different. So is it true? It's not true. It's just it's there. It's not. We can't say it is not there. It is actually there. But whether it's true or not is the thing we have to understand. So then you actually can feel the other senses too. When you are not actually taking the mind as not true, you will feel the other senses too. And then you can feel the vibration, and that vibration is also, you feel it because of the speed of that. And if you know that only, then you will feel the not feel it as a thing. Then you know what we are talking about. This non-self perception.
Yeah. There's a specialist, non-self done. Nobody's here. No one is here. Non-self done. So what is the truth? Yeah. So this is not a religion. So Buddha explained this truth, every religion. So Jatila, Niganta, Brahmana is a Buddha's time. So others, everybody. Buddha explained this truth. What is the truth? Today, the whole world, the humans, special. They don't know the truth. They are in illusion. They are like a blind guys. They are thinking one day they are die. They are thinking they are now born. What is the death and birth? No death or birth here. This every time, every moment, thought is creating. This thought is not real. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working. Field is coming. Yeah. You have a life field. House telling nobody is here. No one is here. I'm here now. I can feel. Yeah, it's okay. Feel is here. How is this feel is coming? Kokila, explain that. Kokila, try to explain that. How is the feel is coming? This system, this censoring word, you know, your sensor creating, come in the power. What is this power? This mind power. You know, sometimes you're angry, sometimes you're unhappy. The power is there. How much power you have when you're angry? It's more power. More power is there. This physically body, this systematically, this physically body want power. How is our arm up and down? How is our leg are creating? How is these activities are happening? So physically body, how is working? And generating the power. Every living being like this, generating the power. What is this power? How is creating this power? How is coming this power? You know, after the death, your body very 60 or 70 or 50 or weight is there. You know, how is your arm up and down? Is it simply no weight is there? Smoothly is happening everything because the power. How is this power is coming? How is this power is creating? It's very important. This system, someone understood. How is your senses creating? How is your eye creating? How is your ear creating? How is your this sensor? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and your skin, body feel. This sensor creations creating those parts, the vibrations, no? Light also vibrations. You know, it's a eye sensor is constructing this naturally. No one is doing, nobody is doing. It's automatically constructing. A natural phenomenon is here. Automatically constructing, automatically is happening. Your eye is working. You can see your eye something happen, damage you can't see. The meaning is eye is like a camera. Eye like a camera. Camera something happen, you can't see. Photo is not there. This type of equipment, your eye. Is no camera. No camera is no is a equipment. Nobody is there, but photo is there. This type of cause and effect down. Cause is vibration, sparking speed, reactivity speed. We are talking. Effort is the picture, photo. It's same happening right here. Drum is vibration. Sound is coming. What is this sound? Is this outside? No, it's your eye and your ear. Why we are talking like this? Because every living being have various of type of their own pictures. Sometimes not a picture, not this type of sensor. You know bad. Have other type of sensor. It's a radar. System is signals are coming. Meaning is power is coming. You know, I creating that perception is there. Is sparking speedily is happening. So you know the we are talking about skanda. What's the word is skanda? 5. Yeah.
5 aggregates.
5 aggregates. 5 aggregates. What's that 5 aggregates? Buddha's word is skanda. From Patipa, Atanam, Patlabo, Ayuchajat. What's the meaning is that sutra? It's a Jatikam Sutra. What's that? Skanda. What is Buddha's word is? Someone know the skanda. What you want? What you? Someone asking the Buddha, how is becoming Sotapanna? How is becoming Sakadagami? How is becoming Anagami? How is becoming Arahata? The Buddha telling every time, everybody. You know the skanda. Nothing doing anything. Understand the skanda. Is the everything is happening. One thing, one way. What's that way? Understand this skanda. 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 That's a Buddha's word is skanda udeva. What is this udeva? Arising and passing, no? That's
Arising and cessation.
cessation. So what is this skanda? Is a how is happening, no? Ude, what is this ude? Buddha's word is udeva jnana, no? What is this udeva jnana? Skanda udeva jnana? Someone know the skanda, he know everything. What is the meaning is this? You know? Best Buddha's word is some Majja Sutra, different Indian somewhere. The power is there. No different in, no power. So, Majja Sutra is Yo Bante Viditvana Majja Mantana Lipati Tam Bruhi Mahapurusho Seda Simbani Majjiga. What is that? Some we ask the different name, they ask the power. So, you know, battery, you know, there's a vehicle have batteries now. Everywhere, every batteries have different name. No? Minus and plus. You know, this different name, touching, is the power. You see that? The power is there. The river flow down. They're stopping somebody. Is the circle is there. That's the power. Because different end is coming. You know, the bomb blast, you know, Big Bang, our universe. How is our galaxy? The scientists are talking about Big Bang. It's a blast. So how is blast? Different end. You know, nuclear bomb also different end. You know, every atoms. You know, what is that picture? Different end. Electron and proton. Then, you know, this different end. Nothing here, anything. You know, what is the different end meaning is? So vibrations, sparkings. So scientists are talking our universe, our galaxy is dark matters. No, after they are talking, no dark matters, no matters anything, it's a dark energy. What is this energy? Is a galaxy. Yeah, it's scientists are talking, sun is coming big and earth is disappearing because firing, burning. Where's the earth? Earth is here. You know, this is an example is the eye, the eyes. is a solidity, liquidity, and the air is gone. No, heat is there. In that case, you know what is the heat? Heat is otherwise is the vibrations, different end. There's waves. You know, there's a light also waves, sound also waves. What is the waves meaning is a, you know, as a quantum theory, no? What's the waves? What is the quantum? Is a packet of vibrations. What is this skandha? Packet of vibrations, the quantum is the same. Why we are talking like this? Huge science is here. Not no any other. What is this? Skandha is a quantum. Yeah. Is that true? Yes. What is this skandha? You know, it's a vibration speedily happening. Is, you know, skandha is the effort is a skandha is a vibration. It's okay. Vibration is rapidly, speedily happening. It's sparking, speedily happening. No, it's a effort. Its cause is the spark. Is one spark. So many sparks. It's rapidly, speedily happening. So what is the effort? Is light. Is your eye. That's why rupa is the vibrations. It's okay. Vedana is how is telling that vibration. There's the power inside. No, every vibration, a different end there. No, every spark. One is spark have different end. Different end meaning is power is there. Is okay. Many spark is happening. Many power is there. So speedily this one is happening. These are together coming. It's a combining. The more power. That's the light. That's the perception. Is light is there. It's okay. Now there's a Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. This is Buddha's word is 5 aggregates. It's okay, 5. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vinyan. What's this English? Rupa is vibration. So Vedana is indicating vibration. Yeah, it's a like a feel. No? Vedana is a how is telling that indicate? No, it's okay. It's a vibration. Yeah. What is that vibration? Vibration is there, power is there. It's okay. But vibration is spark. You know, it's an eye, it's an ear, it's a vibration, it's a drum, it's a sound. That vibration, eye, sensor, creation, like a factory. What's the manufacturing? Light. It's okay. Perception is a light. Producting is okay. Constructing is okay. This is speedily happening, constructing the light. It's an eye. You see that inside what happened there? Yeah. Rupa. It's a vibration. It's a vedana. It's a signal. What is that signal? It's a perception. It's a light. Rupa vedana sanya perception. Sankara sankara is a creating. It's system. It's a process. It's a happening. It's a sankara. What is the effort? Is final. It's a vinyana. Oh, it's consciousness. Perception became a consciousness. How is this happening? This perception is like no power. Perception word haven't a power. But you know, this vibration is speedily happening. Inside power is constructing. Power is combining together. More power is there. There's a light coming existent. Feel that one is the vinyana, is consciousness. Consciousness is the beginning of a life field. This is why something there. What is this? Consciousness. We are not talking about the trees have consciousness. It's the living beings have consciousness. What is this living being have consciousness? The power. Existent power is the beginning. Is here. Light have. Existent free. Light is there. That's the beginning. Your story. That's why Buddha told Sumanini is as a loke. What is the meaning is? I is the word. Ear is the word. This sense of given you the word. Salayatana loko lokang vadeti. Monks are asking the question, what is the word? Buddha telling the answer. Your sense is the word. So world is there. You are here. What is this meaning? Word, your eye, that's beginning is a light. You know your ear creating the sound, same. The same type is happening. Similar that. Sound is coming. Your drum, eye drum, ear drum is creating. It's vibration. It's coming the sound. You know, it's a science, is very huge science. What is this science? You know, it's a tuning fork we are given here because same tuning fork, same waves. One tuning fork touching other tuning fork automatically vibrates. How is this happening? Nobody is doing. Same vipers, same vibrations, automatically creating. This type of your eardrum vibration, where's the same vibration is telepathy. That's very important. Buddha's word is samanantara. No middle, anything. Two side is same. No. What is the connecting? No connecting anything. You know, two side is same. Tuning fork example. We are talking about same tuning fork. Like this. Same waves. These vibrations. Same vibrations. So that's your sound. Your sound is not outside. You know, sound is your ear something happen. Your ear something happen. You can't hear. No. What is this meaning? Your ear vibration. You know, same vibration somewhere the vibration your ear drum is telepathy. Vibration is happen. That's when you know. That's your sound. Is a vibration system. You know, various of type of living being have various of type of this vibration levels. You know, dog have range. So humans are 22. What is this human range? 20,000 and 20. Heads 20 to 20,000. But dogs have range. No, this is larger than change. No, it's okay. These various of type living beings have various of type of senses. Not only the sound, not only the light, not only the smell, taste, and body feel smooth and rough, and this type of. You can realize this. You can search. Yeah, you can go Google. You can search. You know, today Google given you the message. You can search. Yeah. This important thing. This one is very important. What is same vibrations? This telepathy word is very important. Telepathy, we are talking, but I don't know that one is suitable or no, but we won't given you to message. What happened here? You know, this ear consciousness and the eye consciousness together come in, that's the mind consciousness. Kindergarten time, what happened there? Teacher given picture to eye and given sound. Chair. Where's the chair? Where's the chair? Is your sense of creations given chair? That sound and form together coming. That's the mind. That's the thought. It's chair. Chair is, where's the chair? You know, Sri Lankans are not talking about the chair. Putua. Where's the putua? Chinese are talking other sound. What is that? These sensor creations is not anywhere. That's right. You can make a new one, new language, new sound given the pictures. What is this silly word? It's your mind. Yes. You are thinking gold is very valuable. You are thinking iron is not valuable. What is this? How is this coming? You know, chair is there is okay. Someone understood this Dhamma, it's okay. You understood this Dhamma. After what happened? You know, this chair, you see the mechanism here, the process is here. The how is this thought are creating? So otherwise, you know, inside what happened? Consciousness. Consciousness is the power. You know, the eye consciousness have the existent field, the light. Otherwise, ear consciousness have the existent field is sound. This existent field together coming, that's the thought have existent field. I have existent field. What is this? Now you have chair. What's the meaning is? Chair existent field is the otherwise alive field. That's the type of kindergarten time little baby born in this world. What is this Buddha telling this? Your birth is your eye creating something there. That's the birth of you. That's why Buddha told. So what's the birth? Buddha telling this. I is the eye creating something. That's the birth. I say upatai. Upatama. That's one is the udayana. That's the udayana. What's the vayana? Vayana meaning is you know, udayana is the here. Is kandanam patibhava atana patlava. What's there? Is sensor. Given you the word, how is sensor given the word? You won't know the mechanism. No, you know, how is coming this? How is coming existent field? Existent field is the consciousness. Now is chair have consciousness. What's the meaning is? The feel. What's the experience is? You chair, baby, how chair feel, existent feel. That's the world is chair, table, mother, father, son, moon, everything is your world. That's your world. That's you have mother, you have father, you have everything. Like these thoughts. It's unbelievable this. You don't believe this. Don't trust this. You can experience. You can realize. It's not a believing, it's not a trust. You can experience. It's very important. The experience. You can experience it. What is the real happening? Yeah. You know, this existent feel is the otherwise alive feel. Unbelievable. How is here? Now your mind is automatically coming. Little baby's mind automatically coming. What's chair, table, mother, father, brother, sister? He's going to mirror. This is me. My mind is coming. What is the feel, the power? That's given inside is a signal. Is me. Existent feel, other side, me. Existent feel is the same is you. Alive feel. Now his soul is there. Now you have chair. Now you want chair. Someone get in the chair. It's coming. What is defilements? Because the power is there. Now you want more than more because power want power generating. System is working, generating system because one is spark, many is spark. Now is spark not is stopping. So chair is again and coming. There's a chair is coming, existent field. Now you want chair. You not given anybody. Someone is getting, you are attacking because power is coming two sides. Attach and disattach. You know how his power is coming more than more. His defilements there. Ragadesama. You know, it's our ego. Nobody is here, no one is here. System is working, power is generating. You know, someone understood this truth, is the power is disappearing. Because nothing here, anything. Everything is systematically happening. What is here happening now? Now you can see, you can hear. Now you can, everything is normally happening. Your thoughts also coming because mind sense also working. Otherwise, the eye sensor, ear sensor, body sensor, and the five senses are also working. These sensors are working. From stimulus are coming. So every time one thought is here, but no value is here. Because your inside coming without value. This cause and effect Dhamma is given you to finally is thought is me, my mind. That's what finally thought. You know, cause and effect Dhamma first is spark, is okay, effort is light. And cause is spark, vibration, effort is sound. You know, especially the sound and form. It's okay. But other sensor is okay, feel, smell, taste, and body. You know, these three is a feel, sound, and your eye form. It's okay, picture. These three together coming, that's the thought. Tina Sangati Passo. It's a Buddha's word. It's a mind, sensor creating. Mind sensor not anywhere, is a spark. Not place. Not given place. Because battery have battery acid. No battery water is there. But battery water have the power. You know, these two side, no? The wire is connecting, power is there. The power is not the water, battery acid. Battery acid have the power. You know, these two, the points touching, the power is coming. The power is other one. That's the cause and effect Dhamma meaning. Effort is other one. Cause is other one. So this sparking speedily is the cause, effort is the light, and sound. Other step is light and sound is cause, effort is other one is coming, feel also is okay, but especially the light and sound. So okay, that's a, effort is the thought, cause and effect done. After that, another step is coming because chair and table and everything is word is okay. Bhavasanya is coming. Skandana Patiba Atana Patilabo and Chati Jatis. What is the meaning is Bhavacha Jati. I think someone is getting this existence is really Yarupe Nandi is getting the value. Taduparam Bhav is again and coming is the existence. Feel is the Bhavasanya. The same is a word. Bhavacha Jati meaning is you also word. Because chair is a thinking, there's a chair, it's a light and sound, it's okay. There's a chair, it's okay. Chair is you otherwise. Without chair, nobody is there. Chair is there, you are also there. The chair is you otherwise. Is this very interesting this? Because the feel, there's a practically you can experience is thought is here, chair. How much you want chair, that's your life feel. So who are you? You are the chair, no? Without chair, you are not here. The chair, table, sun, moon, everything is like, you see, without, you are like a galaxy, no? Only the dark. Nobody is here. You know, this word is the otherwise side by side. You is this thoughts. This thought is you. That's why you see that the eye and the ear, the sound and form together, that cha is there, existent feel is coming that systematically. It's okay, power is there. That's why existent feel is there. Otherwise, thought is cha. Otherwise, you are going to mirror and baby is going to mirror and looking, me is here. Yeah. Now picture is mirror picture. And sound is me. Sound and from there. You also thought. Chair also thought. Yeah. That's the cause is chair. Effort is chair again and again. I mean, you won't keep the chair. You don't like destroy the chair. You won't keep. How is that's want? How you want your meaning is you want it. That's the power. Another power is generating. That's is alive. That's you. How much you want it, that's your life. That's your ego. The chair, existent field, how is becoming alive field, that type of secret is there. You know, otherwise, the huge science is here after that. Not to stop it now. Now, you can see huge science here. What is this? You know, today, you're not a baby. Now you are thinking, how is chair is coming today? Do you know this is the Buddha's word is Pubbhe Nivasanussaya Jnana. What is this? So, you know, that's a tuning fork example. Is the light also same vibrations? No. Sound also same vibration? No. Not outside. It's a vibration. It's a waves. It's okay. Now, today, you are looking the picture. Chair sound is coming. No, you know, other languages put to Sri Lankans are talking, Chinese are talking chanting. How is this chanting coming? How is this putu is coming? Because these vibrations together coming, that's the thought is one vibration. It's very important. Thought is one vibration. Thought you can't separate light or sound or anything. It's everything together coming. One vibration is there, one is spark. It's a thought is sparking. It's very important. That is why mind sensor we are talking. You see, now it's a chair. It's okay. Chair have now not only the chair have value. That's the meaning is chair existent field. Is otherwise is a field. You is okay. Now you see what is this cause and effect Dhamma explaining. Finally, thought have this everything value. Thought have. How is this now thought? Is coming the you don't know the truth. That is why is coming this. Finally, thought is real. Is other thought is here. Cha is other one. Cha is here. Real is the other thought. Is here. You see, final what's the destroying, you know the Dhamma, real, cha is real thought is destroyed. It's not real, is coming. After destroying the all of power, is the neutral is coming. How is this secret? Cha is other one. Cha is real is other thought is coming here. Because the power is there, existent feel is coming, that's a real is coming. Cha is real is other thought. That is the itta sanya. Is coming. What is the understanding happening? What is the why inside meditation is understanding one? We are talking. Is understanding after coming is not real. Real is is coming is a two. Now is Chaya is real is the thought is automatically coming. It's anusota. It's okay. Patisota meaning is someone understood this Dhamma. What is the truth is? What is the real happen here? Is Chaya is real thought is destroying and coming. Chaya is not real. It's anitya sanya. What happened now? Now Chaya is real is thought. Is Chaya is not real is thought is coming, is destroying the real, is all of power. Very interesting, this power is destroyed. This not only the only the thought scene. This power is destroying. You know this power, how is coming? Unbelievable is here. Is anitya sanya. You know, is sanya is a perception, but this sanya is coming, not only the perception, is actually feel is disappearing. Feel is the power. Power is coming. You know, this thought is given, no perception. This thought is given real. Chaya is real, is a thought. The thought have power. Now, Chaya is not real, is coming. This negative and positive is sparking. What's happened is destroy. That's why nothingness is coming. Your mind is coming. Inside destroying the power. After what happened? Everything is normally happening. You can see, you can hear, everything is there, but power is not there. Meaning is your defilements are fading. Your ego is gone, disappearing. Finally tranquility is coming. The peaceful mind is coming, calm and cool, like a nature. How nice this. Unbelievable happen here. That is the Nibbana. That's the Nibbana Paramansukha. Is the meaning is someone understood this. Without understand, you can't achieve this. You won't understand. This understanding is the inside meditation. It's not a concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpada Dhamma discourse is very important this word. Why? It's inside meditation, is understanding. Why? You can't get in this concentration meditation. That is why Buddothpada Dhamma discourses is very, very worth today. That is why you all of them are here, because Buddothpada Aranasa explaining and experience is very important. It's not trust, it's not belief. Everybody happen in this inside, and everybody inside transformation is happening. So everybody tranquility is there, is coming. They have after that experience. They know this is the real way. It's happening. It's happening one. Is the defilements are disappearing. That's the Buddha's explained. Really, really is happening here. Inside meditation is very important today. That is why Buddha, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, Siddhartha Tapasa, after became a Buddha, finding the teachers and explain this. Never heard before the Dhamma. It's not concentration meditation, because 5 teachers did it. Siddhartha also did it. But it's not the way. Today, whole world, people doing Hindus concentration meditation. They are talking Buddha is Hindus, other type of god or something. Is something like that. No, it's misunderstand. Buddha left that. Concentration meditation. It's not a Buddha's way. Today, many guys are misunderstanding because the sutra is there, as the Anapanasati Sutra. It's explained the Buddha Ghosa Thero is Hindu guy. He explained this Buddha's word Hindu meditation is concentration type. That is why today struggling the monks finding the truth. They are not in real way. They are misunderstand. What to do? It's not happening. Concentration meditation, many guys are doing. It's okay. At that time, it's okay. There is a calm and cool because they are in samadhi. It's not still because it's Buddha's word is Aninyabhisankara also. It's not real. At that time, who are doing that time, that moment is okay, in cool. It's not real one. It's a duplicate. It's not real. Because your mind, you can hide in your mind feeling, but it's hiding. It's not converting. It's a really converting is happening, understanding after that. After you can't change your original is understanding is coming. Its original is tranquility is coming. You can't change because it's happening internal transformation. It's the real way. It's a endless happiness there. Because the nature, you are close after the nature, is a non-vibration stage. So vibration is over. Now you have become a Buddha's son. Because Buddha word is non-existent. What is Buddha's word is meaning? Non-existent. Buddha told this. Someone know the Dhamma, he know me. Someone don't know the Dhamma, he don't know who am I. Buddha is not a person. Buddha is non-vibration. What is this non-vibration? Is alive is disappearing. That is why Buddha always telling Anatma Sanya, Anatma Dhamma. What's the meaning is Anatma Dhamma? Nobody is here. No one is here. No being. No living being. Nothingness here. It's really nothingness here. Very important. Everything is here. That's why after finally Buddha telling is you win the world. What is the three word? Is a sensual world, unformed world, and the formless world. You are winning this three world because this one thought have these three. It's okay, we can explain another day. Now today's time is over. But the Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha is Buddha's word is finally how it became a Gaya. That's a tree. It's a tree. That's at that time is a Buddha's time. Siddhartha Tapas, how it became a Buddha. That's one night, no? Midnight is coming and early morning is coming. It's a Trilokanatha Samma Sambuddha, no? How is becoming his understanding. After 7 weeks, is practice is doing. So we are talking about Satsati. So it's very important. 2 months, is a perfect experience. Always thoroughly, getting the. It's okay, perfect. After going to 5 teachers and explain, this is new one. This is not your story. It's a truth. I became a Buddha. What is a Buddha? Destroy the Bhavasanya. What's the bhavasanya? Existent feeling, how is coming, after. Nobody is here. No one is here. Is not a thinking, is internal transformation is happening. Your defilements are disappearing. Ego also disappearing. Is tranquil is there. Finally, you like a nature. It's happening. Non-migration, we are talking there. What do you think about Dr. Rai?
Yes, Arenas, you have explained within this short period from top to bottom everything that needed to be understood to become a Buddhist, actually. So that piece of knowledge is very enough. Understanding is very much enough to become a real Buddhist, Arenas.
Yeah.
So you started from 5 aggregates and how it contributes to formation of this soul here. So if you are able to see the formation of this thing, it will automatically disappear. Then by that, how this non-soul feeling comes.
It's not.
So
Yeah. Yeah, Dr. Ravi or Dr. Kokila, are you there? Are you there? Sometimes she's not here now. It's okay. Yes, Suranka, what do you think about?
Yes, there was an answer. It was, as Dr. Ravi said, in half an hour, you summarized the entire Buddothpada and how this whole soul is formed through the senses and the sensory perceptions, how the fabrication of the mind happens. But ultimately, the most important thing is how through understanding the mind, R.N. Mahansa, how you showed that this so-called senses and the perception and the power gets neutralized, isn't it? It's
That's Itta Sanya and the Anitta Sanya is very important.
yes,
That's a Buddha always telling this. Anitta Sanya is a perception. What is this? What is the English word? Is Anitta Sanya? What is that, Suranka?
non-existential feel and non-vibrational.
Oh, how is it? I think it's not perfect. It's a perception, no? It's a real perception. It's a non-real perception. No?
Yeah.
What do you think about Dr. Ravi? It's a non-real perception, no?
yeah, yes, and non-existence perception.
Non-existent perception. It's okay. Existent perception and non-existent perception. It's come. It's understanding one. No, it's inside meditation is coming this one. It's a really understand after come. So very important. Yeah, our time is over now. It's okay, doctor. Okay, everybody. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai. Tomorrow we can join again and discuss again what is the real Buddha's way, what is the real dependent origination, what is the really happening here, how is coming to the Arahata. You all of them can do this. You all of them is happening, I think, is normally internal transformation because you are studying, you are following the Buddothpada Dharma discourse. It's glad to say this. Come in and Epasiko Panayako is a Buddha's word, come and see. It's okay. Everybody, Tervasana. Tervasana. We are inviting everybody. Yeah, it's okay, Tervasana. Tervasana. Yeah, it's okay.
Good evening, everyone. Here is Ramaya Venhansa. Here is Ramaya for Dhamma friends. Let's continue. Our Dhamma discourse. So we were discussing about the thought, how thoughts arise and gather those experiences. A thought, it does not appear alone. It appears with support. It doesn't happen. It doesn't come from a thinker. There's no owner for a thought, but it comes from the conditions. This Dhamma is always about cause and effect. So the thought also occurs when the conditions, the right conditions, are met. First, there is a contact, a simple contact, a simple vibration occurs in one of our sense faculties. It could be a sound, a color, a sensation, touch. This contact is simple itself. Contact does not carry meanings. It does not carry an identity. It does not carry a story. It's just simply the vibration occurred and disappeared. Whether there is a meaning or identity or an object or a story, those things appears afterward. When a contact, a simple vibration appears, thoughts start to respond. It is a natural phenomenon. It comes as a habitual. Maybe it is not chosen. It is formed. It brings recognition. It brings the thoughts, more thoughts. It telepathizes other thoughts, other patterns, vibrations of other senses. This is how a single contact becomes a full thought, a thing, a real thing that outside, an object. The thought is not in the contact, but the thought is in the response to contact. Thoughts are created from a combination of contacts. When we first start to learn new things in childhood, certain sounds were paired with certain sights, Certain sights were paired with certain textures, sensations. Certain words were paired with certain feelings, reactions. When these are repeated, through this repetition, they became automatic. We got used to it. Now it has become natural. This naturalness is not the truth. It is just a habitual thing, a process we used to do, a system it has mastered throughout our years, our life. Because the process is rapid fast, it is not seen. Because it is not seen doesn't mean it is not there. The result then taken as the reality. Then we think there is something, there is an object outside. When the process is seen with this Dhamma, with the help of this Dhamma, thought is known as something made up. But now, people who live in mundane world, they think there is something, an object outside, an object that has a color, a shape, a name, a texture, smell, taste on its own. But when you see through this Dhamma, you will notice there's you cannot find an object there. It just appears fresh occurrence from one of your sense faculties. If you are giving it a name, a texture, you are giving that old one to this new fresh contact. That's the illusion. We always consuming the past. Then you will realize that thought is not here at this moment. And also, thought is something made up. This knowing does not stop thinking. Thoughts keep coming. Thoughts won't stop. You still get thoughts. You don't own thoughts. It's the part of the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness keeps working. That's the natural phenomena. So it won't stop thinking, stop generating thought. But your perception gets changed. It stops the confusion about thinking, about thoughts. We won't take thoughts as real. A thought can still be used. It does not need to be believed or taken as the reality. It is useful for function, but not useful to taken as a mirror of the reality. When this is seen, that thinking becomes lighter because now we are just using thoughts, knowing that they are not real. How thought becomes a verb? Well, thought does not appear as one piece. It appears as a gathering, but it has its own power. This gathering is not noticed. Did we notice when our first thought was created? We are just adding up some colors and sounds and taste and textures. No, we never did. That's our ignorance. That's the thing that we are unable to see through all this time. What we noticed was only the gathered form, and that is the thought. That thought is the object that outside you. When a sound touches hearing, when you hear something, when a sound vibration occurs, hearing itself is simple. It just occurred and vanished. There is a vibration and there is an awareness. The vibration doesn't say what it is. That vibration doesn't say what it means. Meaning appears with the thoughts. The color, the texture, the smell, the taste, everything related to that sound, telepathized in that thought. In a thought, the thought is built up or thought is included with colors linked to a sound, feelings linked to that, textures linked to that, smell linked to that, taste linked to that, bodily reactions linked to that, emotions linked to that, more thoughts linked to that. All of these appear together as a one event. We cannot see it, so we are unable to see it. We just take it as a lot of thoughts. There's this real outside and it has a lot of information. All of these appear together as one event. This one event is experienced as the thought. Because the thought is rich, it feels real. It feels powerful. At the same time, it feels real. The richness does not come from the present vibration. It comes from the accumulated pattern, the thought that related to that simple vibration. The same process happens with seeing. Same process happens with smelling. The same process happens with tasting and touching everything. When we see just the color and shape is occurring. That seeing itself is very simple. The color doesn't say what it is. The shape doesn't say what it means. Meanings appear with the thought. Thought gives the name, the function, every information related to that. But did it come with that vibration itself? Did the vibration say this is me and this happens and I have this name and info? No, it is done by mind consciousness. Mind consciousness gives all these thoughts and the other vibrations. The names, the thoughts, the pictures, the smells, and other feelings are not found in the color. They are supplied, generated by the mind consciousness through thoughts. This is how the world appears full of things. First, it's really hard to see through it, but once you start to see it, you will start to see that from every thought, everything we believe that exists outside. The fullness does not belong to contact, it belongs to interpretation. This interpretation is not chosen, but as of the cause and effect Dhamma, it arises from conditioning. Because it happens rapid fast, it is mistaken for seeing itself. When we see something on the other side, suddenly the thought has already come. We cannot notice it. It is so hard. So now we are thinking. We are not taking seeing as a seeing, but as an object that has everything: a see, touch, a smell, a taste, a sound, a color, everything. Then we trapped in that speed, then that thoughts, that interpretations are taken, are mistaken for the scene, for the colors, the world feels solid. When interpretation seen as it is, as something built up, when you realize the thoughts are not there, the world becomes lighter. Less heavy. This does not remove the world we keep seeing, we keep have those thoughts, but it removes that extra weight that we have put on it, that the extra weight that we have kept it on, believing it as the reality, that removes, that starts to diminish. It doesn't remove what we see, what we hear, or our thoughts. Our sense of faculties keep working. It's not going to change. It is working as it was before. It doesn't remove the world. It removes that extra weight placed on the world by belief, that fake belief that it is real. The delusion starts to falling apart. Thought also gathers time. Even time is also another build-up concept from our thoughts, from our mind consciousness. Contact appears right at this moment, but our mind consciousness or thought says before, and imagination, those thoughts also say after. The linking of before and after creates a line that is called time. But the time is not found in that simple contact, in that simple vibration. It is found in the linking. Because this linking is thoughts repeats, time feels continuous. But that continuity is not in the simple sense of contact. This is how thoughts, our mind consciousness creates a world of things moving in time. This world is useful for functioning, but it is not found as such in a direct contact. The senses do not report a world of things. They just gives a contact. They just create a simple vibration. Thoughts arranges that contact into a world of things. And now we are looking outside through that thought, not by that vibration, but by that thought. It is not wrong. It is just not the reality itself. When this is seen, thought becomes a tool, not the reality, not the ruler. The tool can be used without getting trapped in it. but repeat is continuous. This continuity is not found in context. It is found in that thoughts, that repeated thought, that patterns. The sound appears and it passes. Another sound appears and that also passes. The sound do not connect themselves, but the mind consciousness does that. The mind consciousness connects them. This connecting is done by habit. Habit links similar impressions. When those similar impressions are linked, a line is felt, an existence is felt. We are stuck in a rapid speed. This line is not in the sound, it is in the linking. This is how a stream of thought is created. It's not that there is one thought focus and ceases, and it takes a while to get another thought. No, thoughts comes continuously. They arise continuously. One thought does not continue itself. The next thought is also kind of linked previous one sometimes. This continuous thinking, thoughts, creates a sense of an ownership, a thinker moving through time. The thinker is not found in any single thought. Thinker is the feeling that created by mind consciousness, by the continuous thoughts. Now it feels like I am thinking, and there's this continuous thinking process is happening. This does not mean the thinker is removed. It means the process of construction is being executed. The same linking builds the sense of a world. One image is linked to another. One sound is linked to another. The linking creates a stable, continuous environment. It gives that existing feeling. But the stability is not in the contact, because that contact itself is non-existent. It arose and ceased in a second. So where is the stability in a simple contact? But the contact happens rapidly, continuously. That is the one that gives us this existing, realistic, continuous feeling. It is useful for navigation, to work, to communicate, but it is not the reality itself. When the linking is seen, the world is still present. It is no longer feels heavy, a suffering, a burden. Thought continues to happen, to link, and that linking also continues to happen. But what changes is that belief that it is the real, that illusion, that stuck in an illusion. Thought does not arise only from without a sense of contact. It contains whether it's a sound or a color or a taste or a smell. Just only one content is enough. The thought that related to that has that sense contact, that vibration, start to telepathize. It's not done by anyone. It's a natural phenomenon. It occurs naturally. It also arises from language. Language is a sound wave. When a sound is heard, the mind consciousness may gives a meaning to that. Taken it as a word that owns a color, a texture, a smell. Taste. When a sound is heard, the mind may supply a word. Taken it as a word, not as just a sound wave, but a word. That word is a thing, taken as a thing, and it has many impressions. So a clarity does not come from a contact. It comes from naming. Naming makes experiences manageable. It does not make it true. When a word appears, many past meetings of the senses are gathered into that thought. The word tree, it's just a sound wave, a sound vibration. It does not contain what we call a tree. There's nothing but the thought of the tree It contains patterns of colors, patterns of shapes, patterns of feelings, patterns of textures, smells, tastes, memories, and other feelings. When that word appears, all these patterns are activated together. They telepathize into this single moment as one thought. That one thought has way more power than those separate sense contacts. This activation is experienced as the single thought. This is why world and the words feel powerful. They carry many interpretations as well as impressions at once. Because words carry many impressions, they can move emotions quickly. It does not come from the present contact though. It comes from those old patterns carried by that thought, that word. This is how language shapes the stream of thoughts. Thoughts become structured by available words. But if we take a word, it's just a sound wave. Is there a meaning in a sound wave? Is there a color in a sound wave? When certain words are learned, certain patterns becomes easy to activate. When certain words are not learned, certain patterns remain unformed. This is why different cultures shape different thought patterns. These senses are similar. The language that gathers them differs. This shows again that thought is something constructed. It is a construction from contact, from memory, from mind consciousness itself. Seeing this now does not require to reject your language. It requires not to mistaken the structure of the language for the structure of the reality as truth. Also, thought appears between pauses, but they are not usually noticed. Because suppose it's not noticed, it doesn't mean it's not there. And also, because of that, thought is continuous. If you carefully give an attention, you will notice that pause. The next thought is seen forming. In the pause, there is a simple contact. There may be a sound, there may be a sensation, a color, a taste, a smell, but these do not yet form a thought. The thought appears when the linking begins. If a sound doesn't have link to a thought, then you won't get the thought. You'll just hear it as it is. But if you have linked it to a thought, then the thought itself comes as one thing. The linking draws from what was just present and what has been present before. This drawing is not deliberate, it is automatic. Because it is automatic, it is experienced as the reality, as natural. The beginning is simple. First there is contact, then recognition, then gathering, naming, meaning, everything. But it doesn't take time. It happens very fast. But if you notice it, you will start to notice the sequence does not stop thought. It slows the belief that thought is not the immediate truth. If you believe that world is real, you keep generating more thoughts. A thought is a powerful one, a powerful vibration. When we keep generating thoughts, it creates this heaviness, this tiredness. But once we realize it's a fake, an illusion, it starts to slow us down. We don't get thoughts as before, and it's not running wild like a chain. It starts to slow down. This thought still functions, but it does not dominate. In this space, the sense can be felt more directly than the thought. Sound can be heard without the story. Color can be seen without a meaning. Sensations can be felt without any interpretations. This does not last. Thought may return. The point is not to hold the pulse. The point is to notice that thought arises and ceases. When the arising and ceasing of a thought is seen, the ending of a thought is also seen. It becomes easy. You start to see through the illusion. When the belief is strong, if we take on the thought as real, it becomes heavier. It becomes burdening. Whether it's a sadness or happiness, it is a suffering itself. But when we understand the illusion, that fake belief that it is the real, start to weaken. And the thoughts, the power of the mind consciousness start to weaken. Start to become lighter. That heaviness is gradually fading. Then you start to live with the fear or just with that simple contact. Scene is just a scene. There is no meaning behind it. There's no taste behind it. There's no story behind it. There's no sound or taste or texture behind it. Just a mere scene. Ear perceives sounds. Skin perceives textures, touches, warmth, cold. Eye perceives colors. Tongue perceives taste, senses. Nose perceives smells. And that's all. That ends there. We don't use those and create more thoughts and make everything heavy. We just take it as it is, living with the feeling that we are content. When your attention stays with that small vibration, that contact, you see, you will start to see the thought forming, thought arising and ceasing. You cannot stop thoughts. There is no owner for thought, so you can let it be as it is. It does not make life empty. It makes life less burden. The power we have given to this eyes and this outside world becomes less burden, less powerful, and less suffering. Our senses continues to work. Thoughts continue to arise and cease. What changes is the grip of the interpretation. This grip loosens not by effort, but by seeing through the illusion, by understanding the real truth. Understanding is not another thought. We cannot understand or take it from just by knowledge. You have to see through it, confirm it yourself, experiment and confirm it yourself. Then inside you, deep inside, that wisdom awakens and that knowingness gives that the truth that the world is not true. It becomes a knowingness, a wisdom. It's not another thought. It is the real way of seeing how thought is made. We'll end our discussions on here today. Everyone's my everybody.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aaron Hanse's feet, Tervassarnai Aaron Hanse, and may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem, and may our Dhamma friends who are helping us be blessed by Triple Gem. This is another session of this 24-hour Buddothpado PeoTV channel in English medium. You can listen to a deshana, a sermon by one of our Dhamma friends around the clock. And there are sometimes recordings from Aryan Mahanse's voice also in between. So you and me are very fortunate because any person who is living in any country, irrespective of the time, there is something to listen. And we as people who are trying to convey this Dhamma message, we also get some sharpening of our side. So it is mutually helpful. And also these sermons are there in the YouTube for anybody who wish to listen later on. That is possible. This is actually the one of the brainchild. It's a brainchild of our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, who felt that this Dhamma should not be limited to this country, and particularly it should be available readily for our friends who are keen to find the Dhamma truth, but unable to understand the Sinhalese language. So that is the intention of this 24-hour Buddothpado PeoTV channel, which was started very recently. And you can listen to them because these sermons are uploaded to the YouTube. So you can listen whatever the time that you are free to listen. And all of us as Dhamma friends who are trying to convey this message, we try to give one message actually. That's a true Dhamma message. Initially, which was disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. And now we hear it again with the guidance and the help of our noble friend Aryan Mahanse, who again sort of revived everything and made it simpler to understand, and also what he understood over so many years. He checked everything from the Sutra Deshana and then found that that is the truth that has been disclosed by uh, Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. So it is matching very well. There's no doubt about it. And the beauty is that it very well can be applied to your day-to-day activities, and it becomes obvious to the self. There's nothing like believing or uh, trying to get convinced by a thought. It's obviously it comes up as a feel. So there's no doubt you will realize it little by little when you continue to listen to these sermons. Automatically, there is some sort of miraculous change that is happening. It's not the type of the miracle that we mention in some of the beliefs. It's a kind of a natural feel that the system understands that there's an inner change, and the way that the system reacts to the stimuli obviously becomes different. Whether it is observed by the family or the people in the workplace, it may or may not, but definitely the system itself feels that there is a difference, that there is some calming down of the system, and the way that the response to the stimuli are changing. So this is 100% self-evident Dhamma. Whether the outside person notices or not, definitely the system itself will realize that there is a huge change. So that is what we need, isn't it? I mean, we live a particular number of years, varying maybe from average, maybe 60 to 80 years. So if that lifespan is comfortable, then that is what you need, isn't it? If you can bear up whatever the stimulus which comes up, if the defilements are fading little by little, and if the system feels a very relaxed nature until the time of the death, and then there's no fear about the death. That is what is needed, isn't it? That is what is important. We know that our elderly people, most of them actually, they are behaving in very awkward way when they are nearing the death. Most of them are scared actually to die, and most of them have lots of things clinging even at the time of the death. This setup may be different in the Western world, of course, but in particularly in the Asian setup, they have lots of clinging to the children and grandchildren, and some of them to properties. So what happens now that power of that clinging, that current becomes very powerful towards the, it becomes more powerful towards the time of the death. When they grow older, this becomes stronger, and there's some scary feeling about the death. What will happen to me? Where will I go? So the death is something really horrible experience for them. Even though they have been doing lots of meritorious activities in the life, whether they have given lots of alms, donations, and whether they have listened to so many Dhamma sermons, listened to Pirit chanting. In spite of all those, the fear of the death is, I think, the most powerful fear that either an animal or a living being, any animal or a human being, will have to face. So, what is this death? What do you mean by death? In the mundane world, it's something that happens to the physical body, isn't it? The birth is something that happens to the physical body, and the death is something that happens to the physical body. So, there is birth to this world and living. Living means an eternal change of pattern of the thoughts. Living means that alive feeling comes with this changing pattern of thoughts, and the thoughts are real. So the changing pattern of the real thoughts you can call living. That is what we define as living. Because everything is a thought, isn't it? The thoughts as it is, or even the words you talk is also there is a thought underneath, and any action there is a thought underneath. So wherever it is a thought or a sound, so this changing pattern of the thoughts, uh, evolving type of thoughts, or some thoughts become very strong, isn't it? They become reinforced, empowered. We call it volitional formation or abhisankarana in Pali and Sinhalese. So there is very regular, very frequent changing pattern of the thoughts, which means there is some form of evolving. So either they become strong or they become less powerful, whichever. I mean, it can happen in both ways. So this changing pattern gives the feeling of being alive. And also as a part of the nature, the physical body also changes with time. And there are diseases which we call some illnesses, which is a part and parcel of the physical body. So, and of course, there is some deterioration of the physical activities. Even without an illness, the body functions gradually deteriorates. So the word jati is used for the birth, and jara means the changing pattern of this physical body with or without illnesses, and then it ends up as marana or the death. So the death in mundane world is that death of the physical body. What is meant by jati, jara, marana in Buddhist teaching? If you really understand this, actually there is nothing called physical death, because every fraction of second thought is born and thought changes. There is a change or evolution, and then there is a death of the death or the cessation of the thought. This is what is explained in Buddhism as jati, jara, marana, birth, changing pattern, and then the cessation of the or the death. Now, what is meant by this? What is meant by this birth, changing, and then death of the thought? We have talked about how the thoughts are formed. We know that thoughts are formed after a particular age of the physical body. The little baby who is born has no thoughts, but the raw material to form the thoughts are there, which we called sasava or taints. That was the closest word we could find. So, what is meant by birth is that the beginning of this thought formation. So we know now in the baby with the radiant mind, they have the sensor functions. The 5 senses are active. They are like flickering. Every fraction of second, one of the senses are flickering. And these senses will merge together to form a different type of a flicker, which we call a thought. So you can see that different types of sparks merge together to form yet another type of a spark. That spark is called thought. So because of the fast action, fast function of these sparks, it looks as if there is a persistently continued spark. Then you can't actually call it a spark. Actually, when the sparks come together, it looks like a big light or a line of lights. So this is the nature of the thought, which is the collective function of the sensor sparks. And that happens after a particular age. And it happens gradually, actually. It's not something that you can draw a line and say that before this is the radiant mind and after this is a thought. It's not so, actually. It's a gradual process. Maybe after 1.5 years, this is slowly starting to happen. So at some stage, there will be feel or the sense of function and some thoughts, both will be there. And little by little, this will change and move towards the pure situation where the experience straight away comes as a thought. So that level, we can't talk about the sensor level because you do not see that sensor function. You straight away get the completed product, which we call thought. So are the thoughts real? We have discussed this earlier also. I'm sure you know the answer. Thought is not real. Why do you say thought is not real? Because it is a construct, a collective construct of several inputs from the senses. So it's a mental construct in the mind, a product of the mind faculty. There's actually nothing called mind faculty. There's nothing definitely called mind faculty. The function of the thought, the creation of the thought itself is called mind faculty. So arising of the mind faculty means the construction of the thought. So it is something that instantly happened, and it's always due to the previous experience. You can't have a thought at this moment if you haven't experienced it in the past. So it's a mechanism we described as telepathy, where a previous experience is telepathized to this moment. That is what you call a thought. Now, when you realize that it is just a series of functions from the level of the senses, we know that the level of the senses, it's a fast vibration which creates something to look through. And from that onwards, we know that there is nothing basically. From nothingness, something has been created. So, from that nothingness, something was created, and those somethings collected to create another different thing. So, if the basic thing was built up from the nothing, then you can't say that there is something in the thought, isn't it? The thought also automatically becomes nothing. But due to the vibration, fast vibration, it looks as if it is real. So, thought, when you say thought is a fake or thought is not true, these are the facts that you have to investigate. One thing, it is a result of the other 5 sense faculty functions. And those sense faculty functions are just simply illusions or something created, some form of magic action, showing as if it is there. And then from that, you get the thought. And the thought is a product of the telepathization from somewhere. So it's all like a part of a dream, isn't it? They look all sort of smudged like paintings, you can say, sort of very vague, but you feel as if it is there. So now, if you take this thought, now when you consider these facts, one thing, the sensor itself is a creation, and the sensor, 5 sensor functions will create a different thing collectively, and that itself is another type of a creation. And that creation comes up simply because there was a similar experience in the past. So that is the result of the thought. That is what is called a thought. Then can you say that thought is real? What are the thoughts? Coconut tree is a thought. Car is a thought. Son, daughter, mother, they are all thoughts. Bus is a thought. The bird, magpie is a thought. The flower, lotus flower, temple tree flower is a thought, isn't it? And the smell of eau de cologne is a thought. And taste of chocolate is a thought. And the feeling of cold due to wind is a thought. And so these are all thoughts if you take. Now we will take an example of eating something where all 5 sense faculties are combined. Now, pineapple is a common example that our RN Mahanse also takes. Can you say that you ate pineapple? Pineapple is a thought, isn't it? What were the sensor input? What was the sensor functions? It was something hard to the mouth and to the fingers. And it was a taste to the tongue. It was a smell to the nose. And it was a kind of a shape to the eye. And again, it was a sound, the word pineapple. Whether you tell it loud or in your mind, it was a sound. And collectively, you think that there is something real called pineapple. But individually, if you break it up, they are all sensor functions, isn't it? So, but you say, I ate pineapple. And what is this eating mechanism? You say, I ate. That again is a sensor function, isn't it? Your mouth, the mouth muscles and the teeth has been functioning. So that is a part of the body sensor. So when you take all these collectively, there are different fields. But you say that I ate pineapple. This is just a process, isn't it? The process happened, but the pineapple was simply a thought. Can you eat a thought? Can you taste a thought? No. But you assume that taste which was experienced by the tongue is pineapple, and the smell which was experienced by the nose is pineapple. The shape that the eye experienced was pineapple. So, for a person who had no idea what this fruit is, the name pineapple will not come up, isn't it? It will be something which has this particular sour and sweet and sour type of taste. And it will be something which has a pleasant smell. It will be something firm. So individually, if you take, they are just the sensor functions, but collectively, it's a thought. Now, right now, when I tell you the word pineapple, for people who have tasted it, see how the complete pineapple thought comes up in your mind as a spark. The picture, smell, even the taste you will feel. You might even have some watering in your mouth if you are particularly a fan of pineapple. So you will feel how that firm texture of it. You will feel the taste of it. smell, and the appearance. All that will come. But only what happened just now, only your ear was vibrated. And because that experience was there earlier, that spark about the thought about pineapple was telepathized to this point, and that is how you got pineapple in your mind. So you can see this is an automatic series, isn't it? No one is doing. The system just, the ear got vibrated and there was a sound. And because the ear was functioning and uh, the vibration got equal, the vibration of my throat and your ear became equal, you heard something, and then the next fraction of second that was recognized as pineapple. The word was identified as pineapple by the mind faculty. That identification itself is the arising of the mind faculty. Pardon me about this wording sometimes. Always the arising of this sense of faculty means that function. So there is this identification occurring right now, and as soon as it is identified, the rest of the information comes up and complete the thought about the pineapple. And now when you have this thought, as I said, you will feel like eating. Oh, this reminded me some pineapple. I didn't eat it for some time. Want to buy one today from the supermarket, you might feel. So all these thoughts instantly comes up here. So did anybody do it? No, it was a part of the process, isn't it? But don't you feel that pineapple is true? It's true, yes. There is something really called pineapple, and really I have tasted it and I really love it. Aren't these the perceptions that you get about pineapple right now? Whatever these people in this Dhamma talk say, I can't say that there is nothing called pineapple. Actually speaking, we are not saying that there is nothing called pineapple. What we try to say is that it is a mental construct. It is a collection of the sense functions. And right now, it is created as an instant product. And that is always in relation to the a thought that occurred in the past. So uh, there is a creation due to the fast speed, and there is some collective combination of these to form the thought, and that thought is given the necessary analysis and the description by another thought which occurred at some point. So this is the mechanism, and this mechanism is not in anybody's control. There is no doer here. There is no myself doing this one. But for this process, we are always the tag myself, me, myself, or mine is attached. That is the ignorance. That is what's called the ignorance. Now, when you do not have an idea about how these thoughts are formed, you feel as if it is real, isn't it? I mean, when I say about the pineapple, you might think, how can she say that there is nothing called pineapple? How can she say that it is uh, uh, it's a mental construct? But I would like to ask you a question. Why do you say the pineapple is real? If I ask you that question,
Why do you say pineapple is real? I have eaten it, you might say. Yes, that's a taste the tongue has experienced. I have felt it, you might say. Oh, yes, that is the feeling of your skin. I have felt the smell of it. Yes, that's the feeling of your nose. And I have tasted it. Yes, that is your tongue. So, and I know it by the name. Oh, yes, that is your ear. Now, when you separate it out, even though you say, yes, really, it's there, yes, when you spread it out, it's a function of the five senses, isn't it? But what is underneath that? The collective function of the five senses gave rise to a thing called pineapple, something which looks as if it is really existing. How did you get that feel? It is that current which is underneath this thought, isn't it? The thoughts are powerful, as I said. Always, thought has a current which was brought forward from the initial vibration. Because it's a fast process, the current was brought forward, and now the thought is powerful. And you have a fine current underneath that. And that current can further be enhanced because of the speed of occurrence. And now there is something called pineapple. And there is a self who is experiencing this thought about the pineapple. Yes, you can't get rid of that powerful thought, isn't it? You feel as if the pineapple is real. So that is the story. Now, when you analyze deeply about how these thoughts are formed, and you have to question yourself, maybe you can take different examples and work it out. How did it happen that I strongly feel that there is something like that? How do I feel that my mother is real? We are not saying that there is no mother. Remember, this is completely a wrong impression. We are not saying that there is no mother. Then you might say that, okay, then there is no one to look after, and I look after myself, and there is no mother. That's really ridiculous. That's not what Lord Buddha said. You have to understand that it is a mental construct. Mother is a mental construct which occurs then and there. And this feel that you have always lingering underneath gives the impression that there is a persistent mother or permanent mother. But when you realize that it is an instant thought that comes up at each moment, and these instances, because of the speed, these instances occur so frequently, you feel as if there's a continuous uh, perception. So going back to the birth and death of the word, what is meant by this? If you take a thought as real, if you do not understand this mechanism of how the thoughts are formed, then it's very obvious that the thoughts are real, isn't it? If you do not understand that mechanism, you feel that pineapples are real, mother is real, myself is real, all becomes real, all become things. And can you see that there is a value added to that? Now, the value added to that can vary depending on the stimulus. Value again is added depending on the perceptions that occurred over time.
the perceptions that you have, a system have regarding, we'll take a piece of gold jewelry, a pendant. In Sri Lanka and also some of the countries, we have this habit of tying up a little gold pendant around the baby's neck. There's a belief that it gives some blessings to the little baby. It has some particular things uh, carved, engraved in that pendant. And there's a belief that it gives some blessing to the little baby. What happens to these small ones sometimes? Do they have any perceptions about the value of the gold? No. If they can pull it out, they will remove that thread which is tied up around their neck. They will throw it away. Some babies do have the habit of putting it to the mouth and biting it. So it's just what is the perception of the gold pendant to the baby? It's just something hard to bite. It's something hard to feel. And if you see it, maybe he will not be able to see it by himself because it is put as a short necklace. So if he goes in front of the mirror, he will just see something shining. That's it, isn't it? I mean, just a skin feel and something to the eye, that's all. So there's no other perception, no value or anything. What will happen if he pulls it out and throw it away? What will be the mother's response? Oh goodness, what did you do, baby? This is very valuable. You have to have it around your neck. We will tie up again. So she will do it again. Now the perception that comes to the baby is that this is something important. I have to keep it around my neck. This is something worthwhile. This is something important. Similar thing happens with the money. You must have seen if they get a note or even a coin sometimes, the notes, sometimes they will put it to the fire. They will burn it and enjoy the appearance of the flame. The coins they might throw here and there to see the sound and how it is rolling on the floor. So there's no perception about the value, isn't it? If it is a note, money note, it's something which has maybe a nice pattern on it. Something that you feel with your fingers. And that's it, isn't it? I mean, there's no value at all. And he will prefer to see the flame coming up when you put it to the fire. It's more excitement. And then what will happen? Like for that gold pendant, what is the next perception? The parents, if they see, goodness, this is very valuable. What did you do it? You must keep it safe. Now there's a new perception. And the new perception is that it's something that I have to keep safe. It's something valuable. Now, this is how the thought. I'm sorry about the disturbance. So, this is what happens. This is how the thoughts become valuable. The thoughts become more and more valuable with these perceptions which occur time to time. And that is what you call giving a value to the thought. Now, right now, at this, like yours and my age, maybe at the age of 10 years, 15 years, 30 years, see the value, the perception added to the to a piece of gold jewelry or a money note. The child, when the child is growing little by little, receives the inputs to say that this money you can exchange for anything. This money is very worthwhile. You have to keep it safe. Do not lose it. And when it comes to the jewelry, this is something that you can wear at a function. This is something that you can even exchange and get some money in a situation where you have an urgent need. And this is something that the prices will go up. So these are the perceptions little by little which will get added when the child is growing. Now what happens? This is what we call the value of the thought, or the thought is real now. Thought becomes more valuable, thought becomes more heavy. And we call it actually thought becoming a thing, or the thought has been given a value. Now the thought is real and it has an added value. So the money is real. Money is no more considered as a construct of the mind, isn't it? Money is real. Money is something really existing. And it has a value also. The gold jewelry is really existing. It's no more a shape to the eye. It's no more something hard to the skin. And so now it has become real, and it has an added value also. So now when I tell you about a jewelry, a gold pendant, right now you get that thought. It will give a picture of whatever the pendant that you are having at home, or maybe something that you have seen in a jewelry shop, or a picture, a catalog, whatever. And right now, along with that, see how much of perceptions, how much of values are added to that. And that is what you call that it has become a thing. The thought has become a thing. Thought has become real. Thought has a value now. That is the birth of the thought. When the thought is real, when the thought is given a value, when the thought is considered as something really existing, that is what you call the birth of the thought. We know that in Pali it is beautifully explained by Lord Buddha. The birth of the I means the birth of you. In other words, something that was seen, when it is real, that is yourself. Similarly, something that you heard, when it is real, that is yourself. So this can be applied to all five senses actually. Whatever the stimulus that occurs, when it is real and when it is a thing, that is the birth of the thought. So now we clearly know that the birth is not the physical birth that we knew up to now. And what Lord Buddha said was something very deep and very more complex. Each thought is born, and then within that fraction of second there is a change also, there is some evolving, and then the cessation of the thought is called death. So this is the series. Now we know because there is a very fast flow of thoughts. Each thought is born,
There is some evolving, some change occurring during that very extremely short time fraction, and then thought comes to an end. But because this happens at such a speed, we do not see that cessation part. We see as if the thoughts are permanently lasting. So, when you realize this mechanism, when you realize that how the thoughts are formed, the way that it is instantly constructed in the mind as a mental mind faculty function, then when you realize this, that value which was added becomes more obvious, isn't it? Over the time, this value has been added, different perceptions have been added. The value or the trueness of the thought becomes more and more stronger when you are older, compared to the little baby who had no value at all, or very little value to the thought. The thought becomes more and more valuable, and it becomes more and more a powerful thing. Now think about the thought of mother. Think about the thought of myself even. Now these are very strong thoughts. By now, those thoughts are really, really existing. They are really becoming a valuable thing, isn't it? So more you feel the value of that thought, or more you feel that trueness of the thought, that equals to yourself. Because the when the thought is very strong, and when it is really existing, that is a impression that the system gets. That is on the other side of the coin is the myself. So in other words, the birth of the thought, birth of the real thought, means birth of myself. So each fraction of second, you are also born. So each fraction of second that a thought is real, the self is also born. So you can see each time, each fraction of second, this perception about the self is empowered. It becomes more and more strong. That is how you and me are existing as ever as strong like now. And when the thought becomes real, when the thought is really existing, when the thought is having a life, then there are certain other extensions of that, or the thought can be described in many other ways. Lord Buddha has explained 11 things. If I will try to recollect it correctly, when the thought is real, there is a timing frame, isn't it? Now you take, for example, we will take the gold coin or the gold pendant. You have a time frame. This pendant was there for the last, I bought this pendant 6 months back. So it extends to the past. And I'm having this pendant now, and I'm going to keep it at least until I buy another pendant, maybe in few years' time. Now you have the 3 time frames, isn't it? It's a past, present, and the future. Similarly, you take your mother. Yes, mother is real. My mother is true. I mean, she's really there. Again, I'm reiterating and reminding you that there's nothing called, I'm trying to sort of slash down that existing mother. No, the thought is not real. That is what I want to say. The mother is in a thought, and that thought is not real. So, yes, my mother is now 80 years. So she was She was living for the last 8 years, so that is your past. And still she's living with me, so that is your present. And hope I will be able to look after her, and she will live for another 20 years at least, maybe up to 100 years. So that is the extension to the future. So whenever you take a thought as real, when the thought is given a value, you have the time frame, past, present, and future. But if you have no value to this thought, if you feel that it is an instant product of the mind, then you can't talk about a time frame, isn't it? Always, if you have a time frame, it means that thought is real to you. Because this Dhamma is an akalika or a timeless Dhamma, this always is something related to this point, this instance only, now and here only. So one thing is this time frame. Then what are the other things that you automatically get tagged on when you take a thought as real? Maybe something like nice and something that you like or dislike. So if you take the thought as real, maybe it is something that you like or dislike. Hina, Pranita, those are the two words used in Pali and Sinhala. Something that you like, something attractive, or something that you averse or don't like. It may be something very crude or fine. Talk about something crude and ugly or something very fine. You might talk about some, we can take a jewelry even, a finely, beautifully crafted jewelry. Or something just a very crudely done thing, which is not very nice and attractive. Or maybe something like a large stone, maybe like it's a crude one, isn't it? A fine sand will be fine. So like that you can give some differentiations if the thought is real to you, if you have taken the thought as real. What else? You can talk about something near and at the distance. You can talk about my mother is with me now here. No, my mother is living far away actually. She's in a city away about 100 kilometers from here. So there the mother is real. The mother is existing, and then either she is near you or far away. So like that, you have so many descriptions when it comes real, when the thought becomes real. You have additional descriptions given to the thought. But when the thought has no value, when the thought is something that is constructed at this moment as a result of a telepathization of a previous thought, none of those are applicable, isn't it? Because it happened just now as a mental construct right at this point. Then you can't talk anything about the other added values to this thought. So this is the process actually of the thought. So the thoughts are arising and thoughts will evolve within that very short period and then will cease. This is what's called the Udaya Vaya, where the two words Udaya Vaya are used. Udaya means the arising and Vaya means the cessation of the thought. The Udaya Jnana is the wisdom to know about this truth. But actually, for you and me, you can't see this as a process, isn't it? We know it by knowledge, we know it as a fact, but only the Arahant state of mind will be able to observe this. We can't observe it because of the fast way of happening, and it is just a knowledge for us. But that knowledge is needed as a part of the darshana to understand that thought is something constructed right now. You can work out many things in your day to day life, how these thoughts are constructed immediately. It's easy actually in happenings like receiving a phone call or receiving a telephone message, or when you switch on the television system with the pictures that are appearing. When something happens like that all of a sudden, it's easy to work out this process. For example, you can just try to think of a time that you received a phone call. It's a vibration of the ear, isn't it? Vibration of the ear, provided that your ears are functioning. You have no hearing impairment. There's a vibration of the ear, and that's a fast vibration, and fast vibration will lead to some sort of sound formation, and that sound formation becomes equal to another sound vibration from somewhere. Then we talk about hearing. Yes, I heard a sound, and without any time gap, without any identifiable time gap, the sound is identified. That is the creation of your mind faculty. How did the sound recognized? Oh, that is my son calling. So the mind faculty was created, and the thought was recognized, sound recognized as son's voice. Son is talking. Now what happens? Again, without any time gap, see the amount of perceptions that you receive about the son. How lovely he is. I mean, you have this picture of him, and you hear the voice, and all the perceptions, all the loving and affectionate perceptions about your son. Or there may be rare instances where you are not very happy with the way that your son is doing the things. In that case, your perceptions might be different, isn't it? And if you are very much attached to your son, oh, my son is calling, and all the criterias that you have had as perceptions over time about your son will spark at this moment. How he's behaving, how he's wearing, the likes and dislikes, the moments that you spent together with your son, uh, the last time that you saw him, and the way that he was associating with you, and he being your favorite child, and the way that he is caring for you, and the way that he is looking after you. All these will come up to this point, isn't it? Or in a rare occasion where you are not very happy with your son, he's calling again. Maybe he wants to inquire about the property, and last time he came and had a kind of argument with me and go. I just wonder why he's calling again, whether he wants to ask for some money. Now, depending on your perceptions, all these will come up right now. So, could you prevent it? Could you prevent that formation of that complete picture? If you could prevent, then you can say that yes, there is a person called myself. Could you prevent it? No. You are really helpless, isn't it? This system is really helpless. There was no way of stopping that process. It happened automatically, instantly, right now, here. And so, was there a myself in that story? Now you continue to talk, and continuously your eardrum is vibrating, and continuously your mind faculty is identifying and then giving the meanings of what the sounds are. This is what we call talking, isn't it? I mean, the talking means there's continuous vibration of the ears. Of course, if you can see the picture on the screen, there is continuous vibration of the eye and very fast continuous vibration of your mind faculty. Each sound is given a meaning. Now, this is what we call speaking, isn't it? Talking on the phone. So there is continuous vibration of the ear, continuous vibration of the eye if the picture is on, and very fast continuous vibration of the mind faculty, and you get a row of meanings of what is mentioned. And just see with each word or each sentence how many other extra perceptions are getting attached. Now, for example, we just mentioned about a son inquiring about the property. I mean, some of our parents do have this sort of problem. Some children are really demanding and they are expecting more from the parents. They are expecting property to be given to them. So there are lots of issues like that. And on the other hand, there are some children who are really caring about their parents, looking after, and they don't expect anything from their parents also. No, don't worry, mom. We are okay. You don't have to worry anything about that. Tell me if you need anything. So that sort of nice children are there. On the other hand, there are sort of other children who are differently behaving. Now, I just want to uh, sort of for you to just work it out. Now, if it is a child who is uh, kind of demanding about the property, the son says that I want to talk to you. So it was just a vibration of the ear and the mind sensor. There was recognition of what he said. See the perceptions you get right now. He's going to ask about this again. This troublesome child is giving me trouble again. Why can't he leave me alone? And I need this property for myself to live without any trouble until my death. And he's going to ask that question again. Now, those are the perceptions that will come up along with that word, isn't it? Where did they come from? They again are telepathization of different thoughts that occurred in the past or some stage, isn't it? So every perception that you get, whether it is directly the word, the meaning of the word, or any other perceptions will come around that. All are telepathizations from different vibrations at different levels. These the system may have experienced at different times, but they all collectively come and rally around that initial perception. So everything is a telepathization. Everything is a resonation or equalization. That perception becomes this. Every thought, perceptions are also thoughts actually. They are not the very crude type of thoughts, but perceptions are also kind of thoughts. So every perception is a repetition of something that happened in the past at some stage. So just as I mentioned, that single sentence, I want to talk to you, single sentence around that, you can see how much of perceptions will rally around. They all individually telepathize from some other experience, some other vibration that happened at some stage. If your ears were not functioning, then there is no talk about this thought, isn't it? And if somebody talked to you in a different language, supposing if it was not your son, it was a call mistakenly taken by somebody who is not talking your same language, then there is no thought process, isn't it? Then it becomes more or less a sensor level. The thought will be something unknown, some language unknown. But because that process called hearing occurred and the identification of those words occurred, around that there is a huge package coming up, all perceptions of different types. And when it happens like that, you can feel that the thought is real. Oh yes, this talking is real. Once my son is real. Isn't that the feel that you get? And that feel is very heavy, isn't it? You feel very heavy. That is the explanation. That is what we call identify your feel. So, feel means something that you cannot actually exactly explain in words, something that you feel. Something that you feel is a feel actually. But you try to explain it in different words. Now, in this conversation, we can say that heaviness or what you felt was sadness and anger. You can give a name, but it is not the closest thing, of course. But there is no way of explaining a feel. Now, it's very clear, isn't it? That thought, that stimulus means that hearing the words that your son said is real to you. That is the birth of the thought. And the thought has become a thing. And thought has become a thing and it's real and it has given sort of a heavy feeling. And that is the other side of the coin, that is yourself. And when there is a real thought, when there is a thought which is given a value, and myself is also coming up. Now try to understand these fields. I explained about an incident or a scenario which gives rise to some sort of heavy fields. These are sort of very crude level, isn't it? Crude level, like the large pebbles that you can easily see and identify. So in a gross level, they are explained as anger, sadness. You can work it out about a telephone call, a loving telephone call. Mom, how are you? Are you okay? I am always thinking about you. How do you feel now? And I want to send some gifts on your birthday. Now, these are a different set of words, isn't it? Now, again, if you take the mechanism, there is a fast vibration of the ear, and it created something, a sound, and that sound became equal to the vibration of the throat of the person on the other side. So two vibrations became equal and created something as if there is a sound, isn't it? That process we call hearing, heard something. And because the mind sensor gave a description, or there was a description at the creation of the mind sensor, understanding of this, the loving, kind words of my daughter. And as I said earlier, each sound, each word is newly telepathized and then given a meaning. Each word it's a row of telepathizations. Each word actually has a collection of telepathization. It's not one single telepathization. So each is just a collection of telepathizations. And when she says, "Mom, how are you? Are you feeling okay? And I want to send something, a gift to your birthday." So these things all are telepathizations. And what happens now? There is understanding of the words. The system on this side understands the word. And along with that, see the different set of perceptions that you receive. You see a picture of her on the screen if the video is on. Otherwise, if the video is not on, you have this picture created immediately of her, isn't it? And all her nice behavior, how caring she is, how kind she is, and the fact that she's so sort of loving and affectionate towards you. These are all additional perceptions that come up in addition to that basic reflection about the daughter talking, isn't it? So every perception is something that happened at some stage. So you might get the perceptions of her gift that she sent earlier, the time that she spent with you, and how caring she is, and how loving is she towards you, and the last moment that she came to visit you, or you visiting her, uh, her likes and dislikes, even about her family. I mean, they are all coming up as extensions. Now, when it comes to daughter, it will not stop from the level of the daughter, isn't it? You get all sorts of things related to daughter also coming up as perceptions. Now, you can see how complicated this process is. And no one has designed this process, isn't it? There's no person who is doing it. So all these perceptions will immediately come to complete the picture at this moment, isn't it? And now you have whole lot of perceptions about the loving daughter, her affection and how caring she is, and what could be the gift that she is sending. Even those perceptions also might come. Good she if she sends me a cake and uh, something else that you need, all sorts of things might come up to your mind. Now see the set of perceptions you got now. But you didn't feel it heavy, did you? That is one of the misconceptions that we have. We don't feel a happy feeling as a heavy thing. We feel only a sad or an angry feeling as a heavy thing, but it's the same current. The happy feeling that you got, the happy feel, the feel that you got right now is no different from the feel that you got when the son called you and inquired about the property. But it's the same current. You do not realize it. It's the same current and it's equally heavy. And in both instances, that feel is called a defilement. In one situation, we call it hatred or aversion. In other field, we call it uh, delightful feel or happiness. You name it in a different way, but it is the same current, and both are defilements. In both situations, you are born. Self is born. So now it's very clear when the thoughts are given a value, when the thoughts are added with a value, when the thoughts are real, that is where the birth is, and that is where the death also, which occurs instantly, that is where your self is. Now, then, each fraction of second, the self is born and dead. Each fraction of second, the thought is arising and ceased. In the similar way, the self is also arising and ceased. But this ceasing part, or this death of the thought, or the death of the self, is not seen. So there is a continuously flickering self with whatever the stimulus. Always there is a continuous flickering self coming up. And that self becomes more and more powerful because each fraction of second, the self is born again. When you do realize this sequence, when you do realize that the thoughts are not real and the thought is something constructed at this moment, the value added to the thought becomes less and less. Of course, this will not happen within a short period. It will take some time because that is what we are used to. Always we thought that the thoughts are real, isn't it? And because we gave that value and we thought that the thoughts are real and really existing, it has become very powerful. Now it's not easy to get rid of that concept. So, in the same way, you have to now hit back. If you want to break a stone, maybe even if you have a small hammer, if you go on hitting that rock again and again and again, even by little chip by chip, the stone will be breaking. So, like that, the solid feel of myself is something that you have to attack. The moment you attack more and more, that means more you try to understand this as a knowledge, and more you remind that this is something constructed at this fraction of second, more you try to understand this function, this sequence of function, then it's like you are hitting the stone with the hammer and trying to chip off. It will help in some way to reduce the intensity of that value. And more often you do it, it will be more beneficial and it will help in more and more stronger way to get rid of this self-conception or this self-feel. So it's like something like focusing a light, flashing a light to the feel always. Now, when you feel heavy for something, always try to focus the light onto that. Identify that feel. It's always my thought, isn't it? So that is the first step of the practical experience, the 4 steps. The very first one. It's always a thought. It's always in mind. So that is the first step that helps you to get rid of this self feel. And the second step we mentioned that when you are convinced that it's not something outside, it's the thought, then you focus on the thought. Where did that come to the thought? How did it happen in the mind? Then you know that it is an instant construct with the past perceptions sparking at this moment as a new perception. So that is not something which was existing in the mind. Also, there's nothing called persisting mind. That is the second step. And now you know that it is a series of sensor functions, isn't it? Sorry. When it is a series of sensor functions, obviously that myself label is taken off because there is no myself who is doing this process. Whether the person likes or not, it happens. Then there can't be a person. So it's a no self procedure. It's a no self process. So these are the 4 steps that you can apply to any incident. Actually speaking, you can't analyze each and every thought because it's such a fast process. You can't analyze each and every thought. What you can do is, if there are any incidents that happens during the daytime, you can analyze those. We call that basagat aramunu. What do you mean by basagat aramunu? Aramunu is the stimulus. Basagat means something you felt heavy, something that you feel deep within. That sort of stimulus, always, if you could analyze it then and there, that is better. Otherwise, at least after a time gap, if you realize that, must see what happened here. If you at least can do a kind of revision or a postmortem of this incident, even after time gap, that is a skill. The word kusal is used to explain this skill. There might be incidents that you do not realize that something went wrong at that time. The fire comes up and you didn't realize at that time. After a time gap, you try to look back. What happened at that time? So that is a skill which comes a little late at least. So a little later you understand that. And then you, when you understand, when you analyze it, you realize that there was actually nothing to be burning at that time. So that is, we have this what's called the Satara Samyak Pradana Virya kind of courageous attempts to understand. So the first step is that you realize it after time gap. But even after a time gap, you understand that something went wrong. You analyze it. I felt heavy. I felt something wrong. How did it happen? It started as a sensor function of the ear and the eye, and the mind sensor created these things. And then as a part of it, there was fire or burning feeling, and it was identified as anger. So like that, the incidents you can, even after a time gap, you can identify, the system will be able to identify and then sort it out. So that is the first step, where even after time gap, it's understood that something went wrong. Some burning occurred due to these sensor functions. And then there was no person who did it. It was a process, part of the process only. Second step is that instantly when it happens, that point itself, system identifies, there was fire here. So that is a little advanced step, isn't it? I mean, the system was not ignorant like the previous situation. The skill is more sharpened now, and then and there, when the fire is coming up with the stimulus, it's recognized, and with the recognition that power of the fire is less now this time. So that is a second step. And the third step is that before it occurs, before the fire occurs, actually now that the 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 understanding is much better, uh, the stimulus occurs, but really speaking, there's no fire at all. The fire is not surfacing at all. It's very clear now. It's this sensor functions, and then something thoughts are formed, and sometimes there may be happiness or sadness also as a part of the mind sensor, and then nothing, no fire is coming up, but it's recognized that there was some sadness or happiness or whatever, but that's it. So that is the third level, where the third level of the Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. And as a result, there is no surfacing of the fire at all. Before it's coming up, the fire is extinguished. The fourth level is that actually it's very relaxed feeling throughout. The whatever the stimulus is coming up, no fire at all, feeling very much relaxed, and gives the understanding or the feel that there's nothing in the stimulus. So that is the fourth stage. So what I advise is that for the beginners, if there are any incidents, try to look at it. That is first step, is that you should be able to, the system should be able to identify this fire, identify this burning feeling. And when this burning feeling is identifiable, that is a first step. And you're being able to identify the large scale fires at the beginning. And then when the system is more and more sharpened, the finer fires, the very subtle fires also can be identified. So they are not the gross levels like anger, hatred, jealousy, or sadness. They are not gross levels, but very fine situations where you feel that self is there, the feel of self perception. And there are many instances where our mothers and fathers or our Dhamma friends who are living alone sometimes. I'm sure this is more in the Western world actually. Living alone, and we see that more and more in our countries also, because nowadays that extended family setup is disappearing, and mostly it is a nuclear family. And when the children are married, then they move away, the parents are left, and when one parent dies and the other parent usually prefers to stay alone. So when the home front is very clear, when there are no disturbances, and you are physically okay, independent, then you will not have much instances where that will help you to check yourself, isn't it? You might feel that I don't feel angry nowadays. I'm very calm and quiet, and I'm okay. I have no burns towards any of the stimuli. That's one of the very wrong assumptions, because you should have the uh, points to identify uh, your points of contemplation. Now, if you do not have any chances to identify the points of contemplation, our Aranvasi sometimes says, go out to the boutique, go to the bank, go to the town, meet people. Then you will be able to identify the fire which was hiding under the ashes. So each person should be able to identify the point of contemplation. Means kamatahana in Sinhalese. Karmasthana is another word. We know that Lord Buddha used to discuss every day with the monks in the evenings about the kamatahana, because each person had different kamatahan. So Lord Buddha used to discuss with this, because the kamatahan or the points of contemplation also can change from time to time. At one point, it may be a child, and in another time, it may be a grandchild, or yet in another time, it may be a piece of furniture in your house, and a pet you had at home, uh, or maybe a tree which has some fruits in the garden. So there are like that. The point of contemplation can change from time to time, and also the environment that you are living. At one stage, the point of contemplation may be your spouse. When the spouse is dead and gone, the point of contemplation might switch on to a grandchild or something like that. So, identifying, recognizing your own point of contemplation is important. And then that can be used as the yardstick for you to recognize whether your defilements are fading. So, as I said, if the home front is very calm and quiet and no disturbances, and provided that you are independent and you are physically okay, you will have a very wrong assumption that you have almost reached the destination of this Dhamma path. But uh, all of a sudden, there might be a change in that peaceful atmosphere. Your daughter will decide to come and stay with you, with her children, because her husband goes abroad, or she has decided about a divorce and then she might come and stay with you. Now the house is very noisy with the grandchildren, and daughter has many needs. Daughter has to go for work, and you have to take care of the children. Or maybe in another occasion where you are asked to come and stay at one of the children's houses because they need your help. Now that very peaceful environment that you had, that free time that you had to listen to all these Dhamma sermons, all gone. And you have to close down this house and go to their place. So now you feel that there's no one to water your plants, no one to look after the garden, and you never know, the burglars might break into the house. And not only that, when you go there, you will have to do all sorts of household work to help them. And when the children come from home, you have to be in charge of them, look after them, feed them, etc. So many things, and you don't have time to listen to the Dhamma sermons. Even in the night, you have very little time. You are exhausted and tired. Now see, when the situation changes like that, was that calm and cool feel that you were experiencing? The thought that you had that you have got rid of all your defilements. Is it there now? Now, what has happened? Everything has turned upside down, isn't it? So, what Avaran as a noble friend says, even to the nuns, he says that don't just stay in the monastery and assume everything that take everything as cool and I'm okay. Just go outside and see. I mean, even a simple thing like traveling in a bus might give enough stimuli that will rouse all the defilements which were sleeping. So, putting a correct mark in front of you is very, it's very foolish, I would say. It's not wise at all. You need more time, more exposures, and more experience to decide. And also, you need to get the noble friend's opinion always. So that is why for the people who are speaking Sinhalese language, actually there are so many Zoom discussions throughout the day, and there's particularly one at 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time, particularly for the people who have been listening to this Dhamma for about 2 years or more. So those are the opportunities that you can directly talk to the Dhamma friends who are conducting those, or you can directly talk to Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend. He's mostly joining to most of these Zoom discussions. So you can ask him directly. For the English speaking friends, from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., we have the discussion time. And sometimes Aryan Mahanse also joins, or some of these speakers are there in that forum. So if you have a question, you can always get it cleared at that time. Similar to that discussion time that I explained during Lord Buddha's time, the Kamatahan or the points of contemplation was explained for each monk. So it's more or less similar thing is being done by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse at 7 p.m. Sri Lankan time. The discussion, which will go on for about 2.5 hours. So each person can explain how he or she feels and what are the experiences. And quite often the day-to-day experiences are also explained, and how you felt, how the system or the person felt at that time, what was the reaction. So those things are explained. Actually speaking, the mind sensor has a very complicated behavior. The way that the perceptions and the thoughts are occurring, sometimes it's difficult to sort of differentiate whether it is a part of this mind sensor function or whether it is the self view. So those are the things that we have to talk to Aryan Mahanse or in the discussion forum and get clarified. Because we know that now one good example and beautiful example given by Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, is that a person feels burning after eating some hot food. Hot food in the sense something with chilies. So there's burning feeling due to the chilies, and he's sort of shouting, saying, "Oh, it's burning, burning," like that. Is that the self? That's one of the very beautiful examples he gives us. Is that the self? No, it is a sense of function. I mean, feeling that burning sensation is simply a sensor function. It's not the self. But if a person thinks that it's me, then of course, when you think, it's a thought. So, like that, the mind sensor also has its peculiar products, the happiness or the sadness, sometimes anger. Now, those things can come up as flashes. That is as a result of the other 5 sensor functions. As a flash, it can come up. But is it self? No, it's not a self always. It is a burning that you feel underneath that stimulus that should be identified. That is what is the self. So, yesterday also we discussed about this. The self is simply that current which is generated. Self is not in the body. Self is not in any part of the body. Self is not somewhere outside the body either. Self is that burning current which is felt, which is generated as a part of these physical components of the body. So you need the physical components to produce that current. It's like that battery where the different parts of the battery is needed to produce the current. But the current is nowhere in the battery, but the current is generated. Similarly, about the brain, the different parts of the brain is needed to generate that current called thought. But you can't point out any place in the brain to say that this is where the thought is. But of course, when there is a damage to the battery, the current will not be generated as usual. So similarly, if the physical brain is damaged in some way, the current produced or the thoughts produced can change, can vary. Not only a physical damage, even some chemical level damage to the brain, chemical level change in the brain also can change the current which is produced. In other words, the thoughts which are produced can change whether it is a functional change or a physical change in the brain. But you cannot point out a place where the thoughts are formed. There's no place where the thought is stored either. But thought is that current which is generated. So it looks a bit complicated, isn't it? I mean, all this time we had the idea that the mind is something inside the brain, isn't it? Maybe sometimes it was pointed to the heart, sometimes the mind is something coming up from the heart, or the thoughts are coming from the heart. Thoughts are somewhere in the brain. In that case, there are instances where the heart has been transplanted. Of course, there's no successful brain transplant as far as I know. If you transplant the heart, then the thoughts or the mind also should have been able to transplant to that new recipient. But it's not so. So that proves that the mind or the thoughts are not confined to a particular part of the body. So as the current generated in the battery cannot be located in particular place, the mind or the thoughts are also not possible to be located to any place. So that current is existing, but there is no place that you can identify. So this current is the one which continues as life. This current is changing. The nature of that is such. it changes. It wants something new, something more. We know that as children, the current was a different one, isn't it? The things that wanted were the things like toys and books, maybe frocks, going out, mm, going to play, that sort of things. And this the nature of the current changes thereafter. The wanted things and the unwanted things differed from that of the small age. So later on, they become different types of clothing and attraction to the opposite sex, maybe video games and watching films, going on various hikes and that sort of things. And further later, the current is still, further changes, the thoughts and the mind further changes to more sort of achievements in the life, education, marriage, and jobs. And then later on, it becomes the own children, to bring up the children, give them a good education, constructing houses, buying vehicles. And then later, the when the peak is over, next level is to look after the grandchildren, helping the children with their activities and trying to be more relaxed. And things like listening to Dham also comes at this stage. And further, when the person is older, the thought pattern is that should do something to the next world, isn't it? That is the time that most of the people think of doing meritorious work, observing seal, listening to sermons, things like that. And now the thought is focused on the next level, going to heaven, to be able to be born in a life which is better than this one. See the pattern of the thoughts which are coming up. That is what I said, the evolving nature of this thought. It's called also monkey mind. It's jumping from one set of uh, intentions or cravings to another set of cravings. When those cravings are not fulfilled, always behind that is a sorrowness or sadness. So it's like a turmoil, isn't it? Whole life is like a turmoil. Starting from very basic level, it becomes more and more heavier and more troublesome. No more needs, more demands, and that means more sorrow and more suffering. Because underneath every achievement, underneath every craving, there is a suffering or sorrow. At one stage, we know that some of the other beliefs, some people used to say that Buddhism always talked about the sorrow and the suffering. There's nothing talked about the happiness. In Buddhism, the Lord Buddha didn't say anything about putting a temporary plaster for the things. Now, if you are sad for something, avoiding that stimulus and going out for a movie and going on a trip or changing the place of living or finding a different partner was the plaster that is used to patch up. But it's not what Lord Buddha said. It's not a patching up, it's a permanently lasting happiness and relaxation. Because when you understand the nature of this mind and the thought, how it is behaving, then that permanent, lasting happiness or relaxation can be achieved. So you don't need to go behind the temporary measures. No need to change your focus of attention to something else and get a transient satisfaction or transient pleasure. So there is some eternal, everlasting relaxation and happiness when you understand the sorrow and the sadness in detail and how it happens. So that is what Lord Buddha tried to give the world. So his teachings have been there for the last like 2,600 years ago, 2,600 years. And it is predicted that it will last for altogether for 5,000 years. That was his prediction at the time when he was alive. And that is what our noble friend Aryan Mahansi is also trying in his best to spread this Dhamma in a more simpler way with good, more modern examples, which makes us easy for us to understand. And he has introduced these 4 levels of practical experience, which is, I mean, invaluable, so beautiful, and it's so practical, and you can apply it to everyday activity. And all these opportunities for us to listen to this true Dhamma in all 3 languages, Sinhalese, Tamil, and English mediums. And also being able to take part in these one-day programs where this practical experiences, practical procedures are taking place. So it's something, an opportunity that our parents didn't have, because at our parents' level, they were listening to the traditional Dhamma. They were doing the kind of meritorious work into their knowledge. They thought that that is the best thing to do, and that is the only way to end up this samsaric journey. Actually, our generation, we are very fortunate because we are able to listen to this Aryan Mahanse, our noble friends' explanations. So we should be able to take the maximum use of this opportunity. It said in Lord Buddha's time, there was a beautiful example given to the opportunity that to be born as a human being. He said it's so rare. It's something like a turtle who is blind in one eye is coming to the surface to see the sun, to see the moon on a full moon poya day once in 100 years. And a tool that is used for farming, something that is used to tie up and direct the buffaloes for the plowing. That's a plow. A part of a plow which is broken is washed away in the river, and then it goes into the sea. And this plow has a hole, and that turtle being able to see this moonlight through that hole at the very particular time that it comes to the surface of the sea. You can imagine how rare that instance be, isn't it? I mean, the plow to be a broken plow to go down the river and go to the sea. And this turtle who is blind in one eye coming to the surface to see the moon on a full moon poya day, and to see the moon through the hole of that broken plow. How rare it would be. I mean, those are the examples that metaphor says that Lord Buddha has given to show how fortunate are we, you and me, to be born like human beings. Because this Dhamma can be understood only by the human beings, no other living beings. So we are listening, we are hearing this true Dhamma, and we have come to this so fortunate surrounding or the environment where we hear the Dhamma, and also we have the opportunity to uh, ask the questions and get the things clarified further if there is any doubt. So we must make the maximum chance, and we must make this opportunity a golden sort of opportunity for us to understand this Dhamma. So please join us at the question time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. Even if you, I mean, if there is anything that you heard from different sermons, we will try in our best to explain it. So it's an opportunity because it's happening every day, all 7 days a week, throughout that time. That time is dedicated only for the questions and answers. And join this Buddothpada PeoTV English channel. You can listen to some form of Dhamma sermon by one of our noble friends at that time. And there are websites for the English speaking friends. There's one website, www.wisdomofasia, written as one word, wisdomofasia.com. That is the website for the English speaking friends. And for the Sinhalese speaking friends, the main website, there are several websites for the Sinhalese speaking friends. The main website for the Sinhalese speaking friends are www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. www.buddothpado-dhamma.com. So you can go to these websites, and you will be able to find more details actually of what we are talking in this, because those are the sources that we also learned many facts in addition to what our Anwase is explaining us. So we are very grateful to our noble friend Aryan Mahanse for his tireless efforts, and with having very little sleep, very little comforts for him. He's irrespective of the day or the night. He's involved with all these Dhamma activities. He's involved with the discussions and planning things, planning new things. And there are many books which are being printed. And also there are little radios or recorders with the sermons, pen drives and DVDs, CDs, those are also there. So there are many ways of spreading this true Dhamma, and he's always like a strong pillar behind us, supporting us and correcting us. And he's listening to most of these Zoom discussions and also these sermons, and he's correcting us. So we are very grateful to him for all what he's doing, simply because he understands the suffering of the people. So he want to do his maximum to everybody. So I will conclude the session here, and I pay my homage to Triple Gem, and also I pay my homage at Aryan Mahasi's feet. May all you be blessed by Triple Gem. Thiruvon Saranai.